this with a high frequency radio check under the transmission.
Skymaster, India 05.
Child, maintenance, this is Pinza 02, has you loud and clear, now main. Got you loud and clear, thank you so much for your help.
Skymaster, Pinza 05 on 11175. Skymaster, this is Pinza 05 on 11175.
Skybird, this is Pinza 12 on 11175. Mainsail, sweep taking last, over. delivered. This is Pinza 1-2 on 11175. Romeo, Sierra, uniform. Bravo, Alpha, Delta. I say again, message of 10 groups follows. Stand by. Message follows. Hotel, Kilo, Quebec. Juliet, Charlie, Oscar. Foxtrot, Oscar, Yankee. Lima, Bravo, Zulu. Papa, uniform, Golf. Echo, Victor, Quebec. Echo, Whiskey, Mike. Uniform, Golf, Victor. Romeo, Sierra, uniform. Bravo, Alpha, Delta. This completes the message of 10 groups. This is Sky King, out. Skymaster, this is Sky King. Message of 10 groups follows. Hotel, Kilo, Quebec. Juliet, Charlie, Oscar. Foxtrot, Oscar, Yankee. Lima, Bravo, Zulu. Papa, uniform, Golf. Echo, Victor, Quebec. Echo, Whiskey, Mike. Uniform, Golf, Victor. Romeo, Sierra, uniform. Bravo, Alpha, Delta. Sky King, out. Sky King, this is Skymaster, over.
on triple 175.
Skymaster, pins 08.
Any player, Teton 3-4 request. Test. How do you hear? Go ahead.
Sky calling. Tiger 05, how do you Lima Charlie?
Skymaster, pins 08.
Any player, Teton 3-4 request test. How do you hear this transmission?
Teton, pins 03, has you Lima Charlie, how me?
Tinza 03, Teton 3-4 has you 555. Thank you for your help. Calling you back on a different HF if that's okay.
Tinza.
Guard 08, this is William. Copy that. This is William. Last call, you loaded up at the weak and unreadable. Over. This is aircraft 3285 on 11.175. I'll copy. Last caller, Tinza 12 has you Lima Charlie, over. Lima Charlie. Skymaster, Tinza 2.
Folks, I have a quick request. For the next at least hour, and this can go on for hours, this is what the radio traffic is going to be like. If you hear anything interesting, if you hear them say Skymaster at a certain time, if you hear them say Sky King, if you hear them say Skybird, just type it into the chat with the time. I'm going to try and not interrupt very much during this stream because this is going to be non-stop, and if there ever is a lull, that's the only time I'm going to come back on.
3, has you Lima Charlie, how me?
Lima Charlie, Teton 3-4. Thanks for the help.
Skymaster, pins 08. Skymaster, message of 10 troops followed. Stand by. Skymaster, message of 10 troops followed. Stand by. Alpha, November, Hotel, Lima, Quebec, Papa, Foxtrot, Quebec, Foxtrot, Golf, Quebec, Mike, November, Foxtrot, Whiskey, Charlie, Delta, Delta, Whiskey, Romeo, Mike, Golf, Zulu, Kilo, Papa, November, Quebec, Bravo, Delta, Zulu. I say again, message of 10 groups followed. Stand by. Alpha, November, Hotel, Lima, Quebec, Papa, Foxtrot, Quebec, Foxtrot, Golf, Quebec, Mike, November, Foxtrot, Whiskey, Charlie, Delta, Delta, Whiskey, Romeo, Mike, Golf, Zulu, Kilo, Papa, November, Quebec, Bravo, Delta, Zulu. This completes message of 10 group. This is Pizza 08 out.
Skymaster, this is with a message of 13 group. Skymaster, Contender 1-2 with a message. Message follows. Alpha, November, Hotel, Lima, Hotel, Uniform, Kilo, India, Golf, Quebec, Mike, Kilo, Mike, Papa, Bravo, Hotel, Uniform, Papa, Delta, Lima, Papa, November, Quebec, Romeo, Romeo, yeah, Delta, November, November, Papa, Delta, Lima, Romeo, Romeo, yeah, yeah. Zulu, Kilo. Quebec, Golf, Quebec, Mike, November, Foxtrot, Whiskey, Charlie, Delta, Delta, Whiskey, Romeo, Mike, Golf, Zulu, Kilo, Papa, November, Quebec, Bravo, Delta, Zulu. This is Royal Jet out. Timbo 1-2, this is Royal Jet in receipt of 13 group, Alpha, November, Hotel, Lima, Delta, Hotel, Uniform, Kilo, India, Golf, Quebec, Mike, Kilo, Tango, Uniform, Mike, Lima, Papa, Bravo, Hotel, Uniform, Papa, Delta, Lima, Papa, November, Quebec, Romeo,
Romeo, India, Delta, November, Delta, Lima, Romeo, India. Royal Jam, this is Denver 1-2, good reback, thanks for the help.
Hey folks, I said I'm going to try and keep interruptions on the stream very light. I'm going to continue to do that. So if they start talking while I'm talking, I'm just going to immediately go quiet and have to wait a while for another opportunity. The traffic we just heard, if this Skymaster proceeds like the one in January, we're going to continue to hear more messages like that back to back to back. And as it says on the title card, we heard Skymaster, we heard Sky King, we heard Skybird, all in the span of what, 15 minutes since this thing kicked off. So it's going to be like this a lot. I am in the background trying to set up some extra streams and stuff, make sure I'm capturing things also in addition to what I'm streaming. At some point we're going to go live.
Skymaster, 10-04. Skymaster, 10-04, message of 9, group solo, stand by. Skymaster, 10-04, message of 9, group follow, stand by. Message follows. Alpha, November, Hotel, November, Papa, Mike, India, Oscar, Romeo, November, Foxtrot, Whiskey, Charlie, Delta, X-Ray, Mike, Alpha, Golf, Zulu, Kilo, Bravo, Kilo, Yankee, Golf, November, Zulu. I say again, message of 9 group follows, stand by. Message follows. Alpha, November, Hotel, November, Papa, Mike, India, Oscar, Romeo, November, Foxtrot, Whiskey, Charlie, Delta, X-Ray, Mike, Alpha, Golf, Zulu, Kilo, Bravo, Kilo, Yankee, Golf, November, Zulu. This completes messages of 9 groups. This is 10-04 out. Bug 0 to Royal Jam in receipt of 9 group message. Alpha, Hotel, Papa, Mike, India, Oscar, Romeo, November, Delta, X-Ray, Mike, Alpha, Golf, Zulu, Kilo, Bravo, Kilo, Yankee,
Message of 9 group follow standby. Skymaster, Skymaster. 10-04. Message of 9 group follow standby. Message follows. Alpha, November, Hotel, November, Papa, Mike, India, Oscar, Romeo, November, Foxtrot, Whiskey, Charlie, Delta, Delta, November, Kilo, Lima, Golf, Zulu, Kilo, Bravo, Kilo, Yankee, Golf, November, Zulu, I say again, message of 9 group follow, standby, message follows, Alpha, November, Hotel, November, Papa, Mike, India, Oscar, Romeo, November, Fox, Whiskey, Charlie, Delta, Delta, November, Kilo, Lima, Golf, Zulu, Kilo, Bravo, Kilo, Yankee, Golf, November, Zulu. This completes message of 9 group. This is 10-04, out.
This is Wildcat. Energy of 9 message. November, Tom, Mike, India, November, Foxtrot, Whiskey, Charlie, Delta, November, Kilo, Lima, Golf, Zulu. out. Contender 15, this is Royal Jet in receipt of 11 group message, Alpha, November, Hotel, Lima, Quebec, Papa, Foxtrot, Quebec, Foxtrot, Charlie, Mike, Tango, Charlie, Uniform, Quebec, Charlie, Foxtrot, Whiskey, Charlie, Delta, Delta, Bravo, India, Golf, Zulu, Kilo, Sierra, Romeo, Charlie, Yankee, Oscar, Charlie. This is Royal Jet House.
So folks, everything I was talking about yesterday applies. There is potentially additional broadcasts on additional frequencies if you guys are monitoring anything. I'm going to put some links in the chat box as well and pin them for the folks that are asking what a Sky King is and etc. But I guess I've updated the info box just to make clear to people the way I communicate things is pretty reserved. Me saying, this is a condition red is basically saying the types of messages that I am interested in are being broadcast, these Skymaster messages. And again, we've heard a Sky King, which everyone likes, and the Sky Birds. If this was real, I would not be streaming. I would not be sitting in front of 3 computers. However, it is interesting because this is probably or at least possibly we can kind of quibble out some of the words I'm using here. If it was hitting the fan, as the expression goes, this is probably not too different from what it would sound like. Like the HF radio at the start of quote-unquote World War III would probably sound very similar to what we're hearing right now. So that's why these are interesting. Anything that I'm doing with respect to the announcements or coloration, that's what that's meaning. My ranking system tops out right now, not because I'm saying this is real, but because this sounds what real would sound like. And if you're new to the channel, I usually don't talk about larger geopolitical events. I'm not going to talk to you about what's going on in Israel or Iran or whatever. I really just talk about the Hfgcs, what's going on in the Hfgcs and the U.S. military radio. And this is one of the handful of times during the year where I think they're practicing World War III. Now, there's a lot of stuff I talked about in streams the last few days. For anyone who's here, again, frequencies that you want to check out, I've posted them on my Twitter, twitter.com/neatintel. Check those out if you haven't already, especially during a pause like right now. I'm looking at setting up an additional stream. I'm keeping an eye on 8992 kilohertz in addition to 11175. 8992 has been quiet so far, so I haven't started that stream up, but if that changes, a second stream will go live.
in receipt of 11 group message Alpha, November, Hotel, Lima, Quebec, Papa, Foxtrot, Quebec, Foxtrot, Golf, Quebec, Mike, November, Foxtrot, Whiskey, Delta, 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 X-ray, Bravo, Golf, Zulu, Kilo, Sierra, Romeo, Oscar, Charlie, Victor, welcome out. Skymaster, pins off 1-1 with message 11 group, stand by. Skymaster, pins off 1-1 with message 11 group, stand by, message follows. Alpha, November, Hotel, Lima, Quebec, Foxtrot, Quebec, Foxtrot, Charlie, Mike, Tango, Charlie, Uniform, Quebec, November, Foxtrot, Whiskey, Delta, Papa, Golf, Alpha, Golf, Zulu, Kilo, Yankee, Quebec, Alpha, Tango, Alpha, Julia. Again, 11 group, message forward, Alpha, November, Hotel, Lima, Papa, Foxtrot, Quebec, Foxtrot, Charlie, Mike, Tango, Charlie, Uniform, Quebec, November, Foxtrot, Whiskey, Charlie, Delta, Papa, Golf, Alpha, Golf, Zulu, Kilo, Yankee, Quebec, Alpha, Tango, Alpha, Julia. In receipt of 11 group message, Alpha, November, Hotel, Lima, Quebec, Papa, Foxtrot, Quebec, Foxtrot, Charlie, Mike, Tango, Charlie, Uniform, Quebec, November, Foxtrot, Charlie, Delta, Papa, Golf, Alpha, Golf, Zulu, Kilo, Yankee, Quebec, Alpha, Tango, Alpha, Julia. This is Royalton out.
Skymaster, pins of 1-3, message of 10 group follows, stand by. Skymaster, message of 10 group follows, stand by. Message follows. Alpha, November, Hotel, Lima, Quebec, Papa, Foxtrot, Quebec, Foxtrot, Charlie, Mike, Tango, Charlie, Uniform, Quebec, November, Foxtrot, Whiskey, Charlie, Delta, X-Ray, Mike, Alpha, Golf, Zulu, Kilo, Mike, Uniform, India, Tango, Alpha, Juliet, Alpha, November, Hotel, Lima, Quebec, Papa, Foxtrot, Quebec, Foxtrot, Golf, Quebec, Mike, November, Foxtrot, Whiskey, Charlie, Delta, X-Ray, Sierra, Oscar, Golf, Zulu, Kilo, Mike, Uniform, India, Tango, Alpha, Juliet. This concludes message of 10 groups. This is Pinza 1-3 out.
Skymaster, Pinto 1-1, with message, in group. I say again, Pinto 1-1, with message, in group. Message Charlie. Alpha, November, Hotel. Charlie, Lima, Quebec, Papa. Foxtrot, Quebec, Foxtrot. Golf, Quebec, Mike. November, Foxtrot, Whiskey. Charlie, Delta, Delta. Whiskey, Romeo, Mike. Golf, Zulu, Kilo. Yankee, Quebec, Alpha. Tango, Alpha, Juliet. I see again. Alpha, November, Hotel. Lima, Quebec, Papa. Foxtrot, Quebec, Foxtrot. Golf, Quebec, Mike. November, Foxtrot, Whiskey. Charlie, Delta, Delta. Whiskey, Romeo, Mike. Golf, Zulu, Kilo. Yankee, Quebec, Alpha. Tango, Alpha, Juliet. 10.11 out.
Skymaster, Pinza 02, message of 9 group, stand by. Skymaster, Pinza 02, message of 9 group, stand by. Message as follows. Alpha, November, Hotel, Lima, Quebec, Papa. Foxtrot, Quebec, Foxtrot. Golf, Quebec, Mike. Kilo, Tango, Uniform. Golf, Zulu, Kilo. Papa, November, Quebec. Romeo, Charlie, Papa. Tango, Alpha, Juliet. I say again. Alpha, November, Hotel. Lima, Quebec, Papa. Foxtrot, Quebec, Foxtrot. Golf, Quebec, Mike. Kilo, Tango, Uniform. Golf, Zulu, Kilo. Papa, November, Quebec. Romeo, Charlie, Papa. Tango, Alpha, Juliet. This completes message of 9 groups. Pinza 02, out.
Okay, so folks, I just wanted to let you know there is now a second stream active. I'm covering, as I did the last couple of days, a bonus stream of 8992 kilohertz from an SDR in California. Now, I don't know how much you're going to hear if you tune into that second stream. I've been keeping an eye on it for the past hour, and I haven't seen any messages. However, I want to continue to monitor that because that frequency was active during a previous Skymaster event. So that stream will run. It's in the background. Now what I'm going to see if I can get going is, and this is the best way of doing it without risking losing any of the recordings that have gone on during this stream, which, just to recap, started at 15:23, and in that, about the half hour since that time, we heard Skymaster messages, we heard a Sky King message, and we heard a Skybird. And I have a brief snippet of the Sky King recording posted to Twitter now. I don't have the full message. You have to find that in the stream, but if you're having trouble going back and searching for that through the search bar, our recording is now on Twitter. Short thing. If you want to retweet that, that's great. By the way, anyone who's telling you this is not a drill, they are an idiot. This is literally a drill. This is an exercise. However, this is interesting because it is a high-intensity exercise. As I've been saying in the chat box and in the info box, it is my personal belief, after monitoring the Hfgcs as long as I have, and etc., and you should take anything I say, when I say believe, that tells you where my conviction level is on how certain I am, which is to say, take it with a grain of salt. I think this is a war game that is emulating what the beginning of World War III could sound like. So this is not, the proverbial hitting the fan, but this is them practicing what they would do if it did. So Sky King messages, and what I'm going to try and do in the next hour or so, if this continues, and I expect it to continue, I will start a third stream with commentary, where I'll go into this some more. But I think Skymasters are rehearsing B-52s going out, bombing enemy targets, returning, and then these message broadcasts are them saying how successful they were in the execution of that. And again, this is a game, this is practice, this is not real, this is my guess as to what these are, but this is why I find these so interesting. And by the way, I feel a little bit vindicated. You know what, I'll talk about it if I start the commentary stream in a few hours, because again, I don't want to talk very much during this stream. I'm surprised there's some lulls here and there. To anyone who is familiar with shortwave radios or SDRs, I'm going to post a link to a Discord in the chat box, the Zhang Wanyang Skymaster Surveillance Committee. What I want right now is, in addition to monitoring 11175 and 8992, the primary Hfgcs frequencies, the more people we have monitoring some of the additional, especially the discrete frequencies, the better chance there is we pick up some additional, air quotes here, secret traffic. And the best way of being able to do that is with a few people who are organizing themselves in an orderly manner. And if I sound excited, it's just because I feel like this is go time. This is the thing I've wanted to monitor and capture a lot of traffic of, and I feel like there's a decent chance that we're missing some of it. So give me just a few moments. I will post that Discord link in the chat. I don't like Discord, by the way. I'm not shilling hard for Discord. I think Discord has a lot of problems, but everyone uses it, so I use it. And I think it's probably a little bit more organized than a chat box. Having said that, some of you guys in the chat box have been noting times of certain message broadcasts in there. That's helpful because I will go through the chat afterwards and use those timestamps to track when messages were broadcast, because I'm going to have to transcribe all of this at some point and put this together for you guys in a somewhat more organized manner than the chaos that we're going to hear. So again, there are now 2 streams up. The other one, if you want to just leave running in the background, you probably won't hear anything. Stay tuned to this one, and I'll keep working on setting up a third stream, and I will come back onto the mic to let you guys know when that is ready.
by. Quebec. 5. Hotel. Alpha. Oscar. Papa. Standby. Message followed. Quebec. 5. Hotel. Alpha. Oscar. Papa. Golf. Foxtrot. Yankee. 2. 3. Uniform. 0. Uniform. Oscar. 7. Alpha. Charlie. 7. November. Charlie. X-ray. India. Delta. Papa. Echo. X-ray. November. 4. Kilo. I say again. Quebec. 5. Hotel. Alpha. Austin. Papa. Golf. Foxtrot. Yankee. 2. 3. Uniform. Kilo. Uniform. Oscar. 7. Alpha. Charlie. 7. November. Charlie. X-ray. India. Delta. Papa. Echo. X-ray. November. 4. Kilo. This is Foxtrot. Out. Alpha. Oscar. Papa. Standby. Message follows. Quebec. 5. Hotel. Alpha. Oscar. Papa. Golf. Foxtrot. Yankee. 2. 3. Uniform. Kilo. Uniform. Oscar. 7. Alpha. Charlie. 7. November. Charlie. X-ray. India. Delta. Papa. Echo. X-ray. November. 4. Kilo. I say again. Quebec. 5. Hotel. Alpha. Oscar. Papa. Golf. Foxtrot. Yankee. 2. 3. Uniform. Kilo. Uniform. Oscar. 7. Alpha. Charlie. 7. November. Charlie. X-ray. India. Delta. Papa. Echo. X-ray. November. 4. Kilo. This is Flick Gun out.
Flit gun, this is Contender on 11175. How copy my station? Over. Flit gun, this is Contender on 11175. How copy my station? Over.
Station landing station, this is aircraft B-25, coming. This is 8025, I got you, Lima Charlie. Thank you.
Oh no. Oh no, I clicked the wrong thing. Ha 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 ha. Well, we're gonna run with the punches here, I guess, but I believe I just mangled the streams. Can you guys hear me talking right now? Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. We just lost all the prior footage. I mean, I guess we'll run with what we've done. I hope someone recorded the Sky King message, because that is missing. Folks, we just restarted the stream, so anything that was broadcast earlier is done. The stream basically just restarted. I'm terrifically sorry about that. Give me a few minutes. Let me coordinate things, but yeah. This always happens, doesn't it? Folks, give me a bit here to calibrate stuff and set some things up and kind of clean up whatever mess I just executed.
Mainsail, Toga 79, radio check. Aircraft 8025, aircraft 8025, this is Pinzo 12, have you Lima Charlie. Copy that, that's Lima Charlie as well, thank you.
Folks, just bear with me a few more minutes. I want to now set up a stream to replace the one that just got lost in folks, just bear with me in whatever just happened, and I'm about to do that, and it is possible as soon as I click that I'm going to mangle something, but let's find out. Hopefully this doesn't screw anything up.
Mainsail.
Can you guys still hear me?
This is Fortel.
Not a good sign.
89er 2. I'll copy my station. Over. Mainsail, this is Mortel. I read you Lima Charlie as well. My station requests to check out of the net at this time. I'll copy, over.
All right, so I'm about to throw up the replacement stream, but I'll let you guys know if you hop over to the 8992 kilohertz stream, you're going to get pretty good reception of some of these messages. What this stream is going to be is a stream of me kind of talking through what's going on because I don't want the other streams to be interrupted by an excessive amount of me talking over it. And one thing that I certainly did not want to have happen, and I apologize to the audience, is for any of the message traffic to be lost. But when I clicked go live with this laptop, it replaced the streaming that you had been watching for the last couple hours. So some of this is going to be going off memory. I did briefly post a clip of a Sky King message to Twitter, so that's still available for folks to take a look at. But it was only a partial clip, not the full message. But it gives you an idea of the timing of all this, and it certainly emphasizes why I want more people than just myself to be involved in monitoring these things in the future. But yes, for a recap for the folks who maybe aren't as clued in on what's going on here, and let's see what's going on 8992.
The net at 170.
I'll copy, over. Zulu. My station requires no further assistance at this time. This is Mortel out.
Alright, so we got some noise. There we go. Alright, there's been a lot of noise and static going on. How are we doing right now? Am I coming in all right with the audio? Is everything else coming in all right? Let me know. You know what? Let me try something because we've already lost a bunch of data. I will be... Actually, I'm not clear how big the lag is on this commentary stream. I'm saying this right now. Can someone quickly type like 1 in chat? I'm trying to figure out how long the lag is here between me talking and you saying something. It doesn't seem like it's that terrible. It's about 30 or 40 seconds, absolute tops. and that's the worst case. So okay, the lag is not too bad. So folks, there's a lot of questions going on, and there's a lot to talk about, and I have to juggle a lot for you here. But essentially, for the last 3 days, starting on April 9th, 2024, when a set of notice to all airmen was put out on the east and west coast of the continental US, we began to see E6s broadcasting repeats of an EAM every half hour over and over and over for extended periods of time. And that reached its kind of apex on April 10th, when over 100 EAMs were broadcast, and it continued into April 11th, when overnight, for the most part, was when the traffic yesterday happened. We had over 70 EAMs yesterday. Now, yesterday, around 14:30, these guys are not using the right frequencies, or something's going on there. Oh, no, I'm tuned to the wrong frequency. There we go. Well, someone was using wrong frequencies earlier. We heard a plane request a radio check from Skymaster, and what I do with this project here is I've been monitoring the Hfgcs for the better part of the last 2 years and a couple months change. And the main thing that still has me interested in the Hfgcs are these Skymaster events, which there's not a lot of information about them out there. But I did put a pinned link in the chat box with the timestamp link to a video about information about Sky King. So I put a video out back in January summarizing all the information I've been able to put together, and some of the information I found from searching past stuff online. And the simple thing would be there's not a lot of information about it out there. Oh, and this is really bugging me. There we go. But as far as what I've been able to pull together, a Skymaster event is usually related to STRATCOM exercises, primarily focused over the continental US, and they typically occur around the same time as STRATCOM exercises. So, what am I thinking of here? Right, so things like Global Thunder that are occasionally announced to the public in advance, but are also almost always announced or included in these really boring Department of Defense financial documents. So we usually know in advance when these things will happen. Seems we've got a message coming.
Skymaster, Contender 04, message of 6 group smaller, goodbye. Skymaster, Contender 04, message 4 group smaller, standby. Message follows. Bravo, Foxtrot, Oscar, Bravo, Charlie, Lima, Uniform, Kilo, India, Golf, Zulu, Kilo, Bravo, Kilo, Yankee, Golf, November, Zulu. I say again, message of 6 groups follows, standby. Bravo, Foxtrot, Oscar, Bravo, Charlie, Lima, Unicorn, Kilo, India, Golf, Zulu, Kilo, Bravo, Kilo, Yankee, Golf, November, Zulu. That completes message of 6 groups. Contender 04 out.
So what we're hearing today is what I expected to hear yesterday when we heard a Skymaster radio check. But in the hours subsequent, Yesterday, nothing much happened, but today we heard a Skymaster again around the same time, I believe, or maybe about an hour later. Unfortunately, the prior stream footage is lost, but we did hear a Sky King around a Skymaster around 15:23, and within 15 minutes subsequent, and there is a short clip posted to my Twitter. The full message is now potentially lost if no one else grabbed the recording, and I'll be doing some searching over the next day or two to see whether people did grab a full recording or not. And what is making that terrible noise? That would be the 4th SDR from the left. It's small, but you should be able to read which SDR is where. So the one in California just had that swoosh right now. And I've got that so that people know where the reception is coming from. And I have now started the stream that I meant to have up on uninterrupted the whole time, and this was supposed to be a supplementary stream, but there are now 3 streams up on this channel. 18992 kilohertz in California, 11175 coming from Kansas, and this stream, which we're going to have several SDRs up, and me talking you through what exactly is going on here. Now, there's a lot of information on screen. There's a lot of stuff for me to juggle. I've already made one mistake, so if there are any pauses during the stream, let me know. And by the way, how is my audio coming in? Because I've got me as well as the SDRs coming through at the same time. I'm hoping the audio is still coming in all right. But taking a look at everything, we seem to be in a much better position. Don 5x5, perfect. So folks, if you don't really know what's going on, if this is your first day on the channel, welcome. Again, there is a video link in the pin, and it'll tell you about what I believe a Skymaster event is, but anyone who is telling you that this is not a drill, and some of us know exactly who we're talking about, that is not true. This literally is a drill, because, like I said, I've been anticipating something like this happening in April for a few months, and for the last few days, I've been saying I think we're about to have a Skymaster event. Now, what I wasn't anticipating was a Sky King message. I wasn't anticipating a Sky Bird message, but we have heard these things in a span when this all kicked off in about 15-20 minutes. And since then, with some pauses like we have right now, we've heard a series of Skymaster messages. So these are all different from what EAMs and what I'm talking about. If you tune into this channel, 355 out of the 365 days of the year, you will hear emergency action messages. And you'll hear on a typical day somewhere around 15. Days with a 0 messages are actually quite rare. There's an impression that that's the usual case. That's not true. We have that impression because there isn't a good tradition of people bothering to record and transcribe messages. But I can tell you in the last period of time where I have been monitoring the Hfgcs, it is extraordinarily rare to have a day with 0 messages. Again, the running average is 15, and kind of the range that contributes to that running average. The lower end, you'd be looking at, 5 messages. And then if we get 30 messages or more, that's what I consider a busy day. But that's usually not when I come on stream and start putting up, red infographics and telling you guys, I think something big is happening. I just think that's a busy day for the Hfgcs. This is different. This, like we're talking about, we've heard Skymaster messages primarily. I'll talk about what those are. We've heard, you guys are excited for this. I'm significantly less excited. A Sky King message, and I'll tell you why I'm not that excited. And a Skybird, which kind of boggles my mind. Now, the Skybird is going to be tricky because Skymasters we're hearing more of. Sky Kings, I did post a snippet to my Twitter, twitter.com/neatintel. It's scrolling at the bottom. Hopefully I don't have to keep mentioning it. The Skybird, I don't know if anyone got a recording of. We definitely have mention of it in the chat, so anyone who wants to like archive and track that, they will have access to it. But that may be gone. Nonetheless, we heard these things. Now let me tell you kind of a beat by beat what I think each of these are. Now, first of all, today is notable because we don't usually hear these. Again, 355 days of the year, you're going to hear EAMs, FDMs. You will not usually hear a Skymaster message like we've heard. Now, Sky King, let's talk about that one because that's the one you guys are really interested in. Sky King used to be very common on the Hfgcs. And it's kind of the fact that it was so common that it kind of got its reputation. Now I'm seeing on one of the extra streams, we've got a message coming in on 11175. None of the SDRs I've got on screen for you at this moment have especially great reception of it. Let's see if we can improve that a bit. Oh. So we've got a radio check on 11175 going right now. We were talking about Sky King messages. Those have a reputation with shortwave radio because people tuning into the Hfgcs used to hear them all the time. And what information was publicly available said that these are priority messages. And the reason I say I'm not too excited by that is no one ever really put together what a Sky King is. Because there's a period of time where they were so common, you know, you would, most days on the Hfgcs, apparently you would hear at least a few. So we've got Jake11 doing a radio check on 11175 right now. The fact they were so common made me think those aren't a big deal. Skybird seems to be when a U.S. military aircraft is either in international airspace or in violation of someone else's airspace. I think that's the way that they notify. Oh, Jake11 is requesting current message traffic. You're going to pick that up really nice if you tune into the 11175 stream I've got going. Again, I've got 3 streams going on right now. I've got one on 8992 from California, one on 11175 from Kansas, and this one where I'm talking through it. It'll be a little messy to have all 3 streams up at the same time, but I would recommend it. You know, so again, 1723 Jake11 11175 requesting current message traffic. We've been talking about a lot here. Let me let's take a look at something because I haven't even looked at this yet today. Let's see what's up in the air. Now, this is a focused list. See that I pull this up correctly? Bingo. I've not created any unwanted information on screen here. So this is just the U.S. military E4 and E6s. The E6s are run by the U.S. Navy under what is called Strategic Communications Wing 1. Their job is to receive, transmit, their job is to receive, verify, and retransmit EAMs to other nuclear assets. What we've seen in practice, that meaning is that they're usually broadcasting to submarines off the coast of the continental U.S. in the Pacific, Atlantic, and occasionally in the Gulf of Mexico. We've also got E4s, but I don't think there are currently any airborne at the moment. But let's take a look at the E6s that are up in the air right now. The Swiller, yes. You're asking if we just heard Jake 1-1. We did. Jake 1-1 is requesting current message traffic from the Hfgcs at this time. All right, we're not hearing anything from him yet. Now I'm going to post something again in the chat box. It is a link to a Discord where we are organizing how we monitor and surveil the Hfgcs at this time. Trying to capture as much traffic during this event as we are able to. And again, I'm kind of reeling because a simple misclick because of how YouTube is set up means we potentially lost a full recording of a Sky King message, but we'll review over the next few days. Let's hop back to the map. So in terms of what we have in the air right now, we have this E6. Now, are you able to see when I hover? Yes, you are. Crip 70, Alpha Echo 0410. He took off from, I believe, Maine, and I forget what the base is up there, but it's in Bangor, and it looks like he's going to take a position while he's flying towards the Atlantic, so he may be flying over there. If anyone in the chat box is monitoring any notices to all airmen, we may even be able to pin ahead of time where he is going to go. If there isn't a notice for the Atlantic, that's probably not quite where he's headed. Down over Florida, we've got Hune 62, Alpha Echo 0412. He also took off from Maine, up in Bangor, and he's about what, 32,000 feet up in the air. Where he's quite headed, I'm not sure, because we have two E6s that appear to be going to the Gulf of Mexico, which is interesting. And I'm just noticing this now. This is very interesting. Why did an E6 go to Puerto Rico? That's Puerto Rico, right? Is this Puerto Rico? United States. This is the United States Virgin Islands. There's an E6 there. I don't know if I've seen that before. You guys will have to fill me in on that. And this is interesting. An E6 over the Gulf of Mexico, in itself, not a big deal, and something I'm not terrifically interested in myself. I would be a lot more excited if we saw a E6 or an E4 in this area of northern Michigan, Lake Superior, if it was flying loops up there, because historical digging that I've done for previous Skymaster events, they go up there and they have this strange holding pattern. But talking over with the Intel Frog on Twitter, if you guys don't follow him, check him out. He believes, or the impression that I got from speaking with him, is that he is of the impression it's really not a big deal whether they're above Lake Superior or whether they're above the Gulf of Mexico. It's approximately equivalent in terms of magnitude in the context of an exercise such as this one. Now, interesting right now, we don't seem to have any activity over the west coast. So at previous times, we would often have E6s in this area over the Pacific, and we've had that for the last 3 days. So April 9th, 10th, and 11th, we've had E6s both west of California and for the Atlantic, either east of North Carolina or east of New York. And anyone who was there for the live stream where I got a little bit conspiratorial and told you guys they do this over these really strange hidden secret, and I use that in quotations because it's not really there. We go. We'll see E6s flying over these things. The Northeast Canyons and Seamounts Marine National Monument. They're also these kinds of nature preserves west of California. So we've got a message on 11175, not getting the best reception, but let's tune into this guy.
Skymaster, pins 08. Skymaster, message of 6 groups followed. Stand by. Skymaster, message of 6 troops followed. Stand by. Message followed. Bravo, Foxtrot, Oscar, Lima, Quebec, Papa, Foxtrot, Quebec, Foxtrot, Golf, Zulu, Kilo, Papa, November, Quebec, Bravo, Delta, Zulu. I say again, message of 6 troops followed. Stand by. Bravo, Foxtrot, Oscar, Lima, Quebec, Papa, Foxtrot, Quebec, Foxtrot, Golf, Zulu, Kilo, Papa, November, Quebec, Bravo, Delta, Zulu. Incomplete message of 6 troops. This is Pinza 08 out.
It looks like we're starting to get overlapping messages and stuff here. So we're going to be dealing with a lot of static. A lot of noise. The SDR on the right. Where's that coming from? I accidentally closed the info box there for you. California, that's got some background noise that'll make things troubling. Folks, Lee, like I've been monitoring the Hfgcs for the last 2 years. I don't have a background in it. I don't own a shortwave radio. I had a shortwave radio as a kid. My dad played around with it, and we used to tune into number stations here and there. But I wouldn't consider myself a foremost expert on this, but I've put together enough to tell that he does not know what he's talking about. He is on his stream right now telling people this is not a drill. This literally is a drill. It's a very exciting drill, but to use his own terminology, he is selling folks fear porn. So I can even give you examples. The man doesn't know what he's talking about. 2 days ago, he said there were 65 EAMs.
Skymaster, inbound 1-1 with message 6 I see that info 1-1 with message 6 Message follows. Bravo, Foxtrot, Oscar, Lima, Quebec, Papa, Foxtrot, Quebec, Foxtrot, Golf, Zulu, Kilo, Yankee, Quebec, Alpha, Tango, Alpha, Juliet. I say again, Bravo, Foxtrot, Oscar, Lima, Quebec, Papa, Foxtrot, Quebec, Foxtrot, Golf, Zulu, Kilo, Yankee, Quebec, Alpha, Tango, Alpha, Juliet. Denver 1-1 out.
Yeah, listen, some of the audience does not know who Lee is, so I'm not going to prattle on about him, but in brief, this is someone who does all kinds of news and coverage, and most of it is ridiculous. He claims to be an expert. He doesn't know what he's talking about. I kicked his ass a couple days ago. He said there were only 65 messages. I heard over 110. If you want to verify that, that is on this channel. It's on the live streams. I will be posting transcriptions for people to verify that. In the past, that man has accused me of lying, and I've invited him to point out where the lies are. He's never done that. I have invited him to a debate, and he is now afraid of me. So people are going to keep talking about Lee, and we'll acknowledge him here and there, but this won't be a stream about him, okay? The man is an entertainer. He's not serious. Now, let's hop back to... Oh, not the right thing there. The flight map. How do I get to the flight map? There we go. So still no E4s up in the air. The E4s, you can see those guys are orange, and you can just see the altitude bar at the bottom. That means orange means that they're on the ground, and then the more towards the blues and the purples, that means that they're airborne. But these two E4s, they are South Omaha. They are at Offutt Air Force Base, and we'll be keeping an eye on them because they are essentially the guys in charge of all this, I guess. But maybe not necessarily. So still 3 E6s in the air. We're keeping an eye on where they're going. Now let me just see if I refresh this page. Do I get anything additional? Still there. Really interested in this E6 in the Virgin Islands. We'll see why he is there and what he is doing. Crip 70 AE410 flying there. Now one thing we can do, instead of just filtering for the E4s and E6s, now that's all the aircraft in the air right now. This is all the military aircraft, and we'll filter just a little bit more because I don't necessarily care about, let's say, the Canadian aircraft. Oh.
Message of 5, groups follow, stand by. Skymaster, Skymaster, message of 5, groups follow, stand by.
Message as follows. Bravo, Fox, Oscar, Lima, Quebec, Papa, Foxtrot, Quebec, Foxtrot, Golf, Zulu, Kilo, Mike, Uniform, India, Mike, Lima, Romeo, Tango, Alpha, Juliet. I say again, message of 5 as follows. Stand by. Bravo, Foxtrot, Oscar, Lima, Quebec, Papa, Foxtrot, Quebec, Foxtrot, Golf, Zulu, Kilo, Mike, Uniform, India, Mike, Lima, Romeo, Tango, Alpha, Juliet. This completes message of 5 groups. This is Center 13 out.
Are we gonna hear more? Now we're kind of all over the place because I'm getting interrupted by the messages. Well, not interrupted. They are the focus of this stream. But let's just pick up where we were from the map, and then I'll talk about something else. Just seeing where else are U.S. military aircraft. So a lot over the U.S. How many are in the air right now all over the world? 348 approximately, give or take. Because this map isn't always accurate. Now you guys are asking to take a look at, well, specifically Israel, but just let's take a look at Europe and this kind of section of the world. It's not, nothing wild is happening, right? Now, the last couple days we've been getting questions about whether this stuff is related to Iran, whether maybe it's related to Ukraine. And I've kind of, for the last couple of days, conceded, hey, you know what, maybe, because I haven't been keeping an eye on Iran. It does seem like a serious situation. But the thing is, this is a military exercise. This is what I believe to be the case. This is a military exercise that was planned well in advance. I was able to tell people who have been following this channel, hey, I think something is going to happen in April. And what I meant was I was expecting unusual traffic. I was not predicting anything going on with Iran. And the question you have to ask yourselves is, when you see something like this happening, and you see someone, whether it's on Twitter, whether it's, on YouTube, or one of your friends even, who says, hey, this is going on, for the last 2 years, at any point, the U.S. military could have done an exercise over the radio like this, like what we're hearing right now, and certainly with past Skymaster events. I've seen this, I've done these before, and we've had people in the chat box asking the same thing. When in the last 2 years would the U.S. military have been able to run an exercise like this without someone saying this is related to Russia? And I don't mean this in kind of an accusatory or belittling way. I'm just asking you that sincerely. When could the U.S. have gotten away with doing an exercise and someone not kind of pulled from the headlines and said this is a reaction to that? We know the U.S. military does exercises. We know we're able to predict some of them in advance because they're usually done around the same times of the year. So, the U.S. is a very powerful country, but it's not able to tell people, hey, please pause your war because we need to do a military exercise, and we don't want people on YouTube to get confused and think this relates to your war. I should not be able to predict these in advance if they relate to reactions to things, right? It doesn't make sense. Snapjack, you guys are mentioning someone is chatting about me somewhere. Again, tell him I will come on his stream and have a conversation, because he's regularly accused me of false information, and I've asked him, point out when that is. He's never done that successfully. And I've also now successfully recorded several times where I've manage traffic more thoroughly and efficiently than him. So I will kind of get upset with you guys if you keep bringing him up. Don't talk about him on my channel. Go talk about me on his, okay? That's ridiculous. It's getting a bit silly. Now, let's talk about the traffic itself that we're listening to. So, Skymaster messages, and this is my impression, and I've read a few things. What you hear with a Skymaster message, a aircraft will broadcast to a Skymaster, and they'll say, you know, it's 9 groups of 3 characters, things like this. And it's kind of structured differently from an EAM, because with an EAM, the only time they'll specify the structure of a message is, you know, if it's longer than the standard 30 characters, they will say, you know, a message of 34 characters follows, a message of 56 characters follows, 164, whatever the length happens to be. But they're not going to say, you know, 10 groups of 3 items follows, or things like this that we hear with Skymaster messages. And there seems to be a process where a Skymaster message is broadcast to Skymaster, and these are broadcast by planes that don't usually do EAMs. So these are B-52 bombers, and they broadcast to Skymaster, which as far as I've been able to tell is usually an E6 or an E4. So the Navy's, you know, E6s, and Department of Defense's E4s, these guys are the Sky Masters. They're in charge of the operation. They're up in the air. They're essentially acting as control centers. And the B-52 bombers, those guys are going out. And in this case, they're practicing what it is. They're practicing how it would be like if they bomb, you know, oversea peer adversary or whatever it is. And then they come back and report to Skymaster with a Skymaster message, whether their campaign was successful or not. That's my speculation. That's based on some comments I've read from people both on YouTube and on some old Usenet messages. And we've got a message coming up right now.
Radio check.
So a radio check of some kind. Somebody did a radio check. So that's really nice reception.
Last call clear. Tinto 12 has you Lima Charlie on 11175. And Toga 79 has you loud and clear.
So let's just briefly pull up the map here. We're hearing a call sign Pinza. Earlier it sounded like pizza. That's not a joke. It sounded like pizza earlier. I don't see that call sign here, but sometimes the call signs they use don't match, or they're not showing up on this, you know, radar for any number of reasons. But you saw from the reception on each of the respective SDRs, really good reception for California, Montana, DC. This one on the far left did not get good reception. This one's Southern Alberta, so that's Western Canada. Pretty good reception. So this is, sometimes it doesn't quite work, but you can kind of do this rough, well, which plane is that and where is it coming from? Now, something I want to do, because we know during Skymaster events that these guys use additional Hfgcs frequencies. And I talked about this on streams yesterday, as well as the day before, and I don't know if I've quite touched on it. Twitter.com/neatintel. Check yesterday. I posted some lists of different frequencies, and also in the chat box I posted a link to a Discord where those lists are coming from. We know historically during these events that the US military begins to use additional frequencies rather than just the usual 111758992 4724 15016. that I'm able to rattle off for you off memory because those are the four main primary frequencies of the Hfgcs, where we hear EAMs, 364 days of the year. There's only a couple days each year where there's actually 0 EAMs, but they'll kind of, maybe commandeer isn't the right word, but they will use those frequencies for this exercise, but they will also use additional frequencies. Now I'm wondering, am I able to pull this up without causing too much trouble? Yes, I am. So this is just a quick screenshot of the Discord, and you'll see the things that I'm talking about. You'll see mention of some secondary frequencies, and if you hop in the groups here, you'll see some additional things. I document the January 11th Skymaster quick write-up of what happened during that time, and I note some of the additional frequencies. So for those of you who are interested, these are the additional frequencies that I'm recommending you may want to check out yourself. And if we scroll down, we see that there's also Skymaster with an E6 in Europe. Some other things that I've got documented here. These are the Charlie windows. These are used for E6 to E6 communications. And we often hear them attempt to set up digital communication. And generally, they are not great at it. The equipment seems to have a lot of issues. And the most active one is 9031, which is the Charlie Echo window. We may hear them mention the Charlie Echo window today. We definitely heard them mention it over the last 48 to 72 hours and actively use that. These other ones are not used so much. There are also what are known as Zulu frequencies. I don't know if I've put together a Zulu frequency list for you guys. Yes, I have. So not all of these are confirmed. We also don't know all the Zulu designators, so there are some additional frequencies. But if you guys want those lists, you can take screenshots of them off this stream. But if you're having trouble finding them after, they are posted to twitter.com/neatintel, and also they are available in the Discord that I'm streaming for you guys at the moment. So maybe what we'll do just momentarily, we shan't do that actually. We'll have to do that another way. By the way, I'm still like reeling over the fact that at the start of the stream, I misclicked and we lost that Sky King recording. Someone's asking for an invite to the Discord. I've posted it before, but let me create one more for you guys and just paste in there. There we go. One more invite for you guys. Some of those, if you end up watching the stream some days later or something along those lines, they may not still be working, but for the moment they are valid. Now I'll hop over to my Twitter just to show you guys some stuff, but maybe for context here, just have to restart one of the streams that froze on me. The 8992 bonus. So these transcriptions are incomplete. Please don't screenshot these yet because I haven't had a chance to review all of them for accuracy, but this gives you an idea of how many EAMs there have been over the last few days. You guys can see that all right, I believe. So this hasn't been comprehensive the last few months, but the last few days have been. But let's jump back to some monitoring that I did last year. So let's pick, I don't know, November 1st. November 1st, 17 EAMs. Let's try, actually that filter is going to be finicky. November 2nd, if you see 2, you guys should see that, 11 messages. 11:03, November 3rd, one message. If you look through my YouTube channel, you will be able to find things that document typical traffic. But again, as I mentioned earlier in this stream, typically around 15 messages a day. Now let's hop over to more current sets of message traffic. So April 9th. Oops. Oh, wrong year. There we go. April 9th, 37 messages. So busier. And if you were following this channel, if you guys were following me and listening to me on April 9th, we saw a message being repeated 20 times. And I'm just going to undo that because I don't want that to permanently stay that way. Now let's look into November 10th. We're starting to look into November 10th. That same message continued to be broadcast at least 30 times in total across those 2 days. But if we look here, we continue to scroll through April 10th. And again, all these messages are recorded and available on this live stream. And there are a couple notes for the ones that aren't wonderfully audible. So you can verify that for yourself as well. All this will be made available in a more organized format in a couple days after I have a chance to double check a few things. April 10th, let me get the number for you from the current set of transcriptions. 111 messages. Okay, folks? This has happened before. We have had this many messages on a day before, but we've had them in the context of Skymaster events. So let me see if I can pull up the Discord again briefly, and some of you guys are active in there. Interesting conversation at the moment. But in the Skymaster events, I document. So on January 11th, this was a day where we heard somewhere in the avenue of 200 to 300 messages. Okay? So we've had a lot of messages like that before. Now, April 11th, I believe the current number, is that accurate? Oh, that should be today's date, so there's at least one error. 83 messages yesterday. Again, that is all on this channel. Anyone who has questions or concerns about that, I'm very happy to take those. We can kind of walk you through how do you verify that for yourself. Now, as I mentioned, what I want to do is pull up my Twitter for you so you guys can see some of the information that I've shared. And this is not meant to be a stream where I just promote myself, but I want to show you guys the information that I have made available over the last few days. So you see here, I did put out a time card for April 9th. You guys can look through those messages yourself and verify them. One of them was a 164 character message. That is K-pop, by the way, for anyone not familiar. This channel usually focuses on both Hfgcs and Korean pop music. That's my thing. Everyone has their little gimmick, and mine is I really like Korean pop music. Sometimes people ask, what else do I listen to other than the Hfgcs? That is the answer. There was a question in the chat box earlier about a song that came out a couple days ago, Flower Rhythm. I think the song is great. It's by a group called Artemis. And that's been the most exciting thing of the last couple of days as well. And for anyone who is a big Artemis fan, I'm doing a little competition or giveaway, random thing. Anyways, so as you guys can see, I've been running live streams. I've been posting those lists. And for the moment,
Skymaster, this is...
can we actually maybe listen to this? Let me make sure you guys are able to hear the audio on that. I'm not sure if you can or not. Arc 1. Okay, yeah, you should be able to hear the audio. So this was only a partial 15-second recording, but this was at 15:35. Sky King for Skymaster.
Skymaster, this is Sky King. Message of 10 group follows. Hotel, Kilo, Quebec. Juliet, Charlie, Oscar. Skymaster, this is Sky King.
So that's all I kind of took an additional recording of for posting to Twitter. That was during the start of this stream, but if you try and rewind because of well, I clicked something wrong, but YouTube, I think, also has a glitch where it shouldn't have replaced the first 2 hours of the stream, but it did. So for the moment, that is the only recording that I have retained, and one other that shows you the very beginning of the exercise. I wonder if I'm able to pull that up for you somehow. And we've got some activity, I think, going on. Yeah, it's very faint.
Any station, this is aircraft 8025, how copy? Aircraft 8025, this is Pinto 12, Heavy Lima Charlie. This is 8025, I got you, Lima Charlie, thank you.
There's a good question in the chat box. I have to say no, unfortunately, which is kind of not happy that I have to. Someone's asking about noise canceling, which is a fair enough question. What I can do is what I have right now, which is squelch most of the time. So if I turn squelch off, you would be hearing a lot of static and just the background noise. Well, there's no message being broadcast. Now let's try and hear this. That was a weak signal. I'm not sure where that came from. Noise suppression options for the set of SDRs I'm using, not great. Basically negligible, and it just adds, how do I put this? Computation demands without actually improving the audio quality. Oh wow, for the first time in this stream, we've got activity in Europe. Now, why would that be? Okay, guys, you're being silly. I'm gonna take a moment here. I'll be right back in just a moment. All right, so again, this stream is not about other people on YouTube, especially people who are throwing out guesses as facts. I have now set it up so you guys cannot talk about him. I'm sorry that I've had to do that, but it's very distracting and it's not relevant to the stream. Go talk about me on his channel, all right? Because every time that happens, people come over here and realize that someone who actually knows what they're talking about is streaming. And I don't know why we would be spending too much time talking about someone who doesn't. Gun Raptor, you're again asking about noise canceling. Again, the SDR does have it built in. It's accessible right here. Your options, they don't work very well. They work a little bit, but they won't work very well. And if I turn them on for all 4 streams, or for all 4 SDRs on screen right now, it's going to start to cause this stream to lag and have audio and other issues. So I can't do it. It's a fair question. I know how to do it. I can't do it. The Swiller, I haven't banned anyone. I've just blocked mention of a particular other YouTube channel. And I don't like that I had to do that, but it's very distracting. Now, there are some comments right now about, again, does this relate to events in the Middle East? And there has been some good points where, well, at the very least, it's going to be difficult to tell these things apart. Guys, you got to stop talking about it, because every time you do, I freeze up because I'm distracted. You know exactly why you would get instantly banned, because he doesn't want people knowing about me, because anyone who hops over here and checks it out will realize that I know what I'm talking about, and he doesn't. Okay? Please, I'm asking you very nicely. This channel is not about him. Tambo 2, you were asking how often do I catch the broadcasts? So we monitor the Hfgcs on and off throughout the year. There are some breaks. Maybe I can pull up. Let me see. Let me do this for you, because it's a good question. So if you look through my YouTube channel, what you're going to find is a tab of past live streams. And if you click that, you will go to the live tab, and this will show you how long I've been monitoring the Hfgcs on this channel. It also gives you an idea of how comprehensive things have been. And it has not been 24/7, 365. I'll be very honest with you. That has not been the level. However, for months at a time, when I do monitor the Hfgcs, It has been virtually 24/7. Now, the last few months have not been as intense because with videos that I put out at the start of the year, I expected February and March to be a little bit slower. So I did take some time for breaks and work on some stuff in the back end. And other things, if we look through this playlist, you'll find some projects I've worked on in the past. So when I started doing this in January 2022, initially it was just individual messages, and as I reviewed YouTube, I said, people are uploading, individual EAMs here and there, but it doesn't give me an idea of how many EAMs are broadcast in a day. It doesn't tell me what's normal. So later on in this playlist, you begin to find more comprehensive stuff. Let's see. So this covers a few days, but you'll see here, this is all those days' messages. And if you scroll through the video, some of them are audio only, some will also have the waterfall. This is over 100 videos where I walk through, I compile all the recordings for you. I do transcriptions, and that is 100 days and change, actually, more than, because more than a few of these videos cover extended periods of time. Now, the reason I stopped this, I'll show you briefly, and I don't mind being very transparent with people about the audience, their attention. Okay, that's not the best example because that's a re-upload. So what I'll have to do is show you guys a more recent example that has been posted to this channel. And again, this is my YouTube channel interface. This is what you see when you manage a YouTube channel. I've got to find it. Oh, we'll do this another way. Here we go. Recently, I kind of started doing that again after a long break. And some of these can be fairly long. This one's only about 22 minutes, but putting all these recordings together, making the transcriptions, doing that for you guys day after day after day, I don't mind doing it. However, if we look at the analytics, it kind of tanks. These videos do not do well. People tune in long enough just to see the time card, and then they'll tune out. This is your attention. People watch the first 30 seconds, and that's fine. I don't blame you. I would probably do the same thing if I wasn't the person making these videos. So I changed the format. So if you scroll down from the main list again, you will find a set of videos, over 200 at this point, where from June 23rd of last year, throughout July, August, September, into the end of January of this year, all these videos give you the number of messages broadcast that day. Now I have it muted because I don't want this video to get copyright struck. But again, because I know most people tune out within 5 or 10 seconds once they see all the messages broadcast on a given day, I paired them with, again, the gimmick for this channel, Korean pop music, which I really like. And if you guys check out Korean pop music, you may like this interesting juxtaposition. It's kind of an art project, if you think about it. Anyhow, by the way, there's occasionally J-pop music. I've been doing this for a while. I've been doing this for a very long while. So that's the thing. Like, let's say I do this 4 to 6 months out of the year, and I'm starting to get an idea for when certain things happen. I don't usually come on stream and tell you guys, oh my goodness, this is happening. This is a big event. So I capture these and I bring that to you. Let's see. We've got some questions while I've been talking here. Gunrapper's got a lot of great questions. Do I automate your recordings and uploads of the EAMs, or is it all by hand? This is all by hand. It should be automated. It really should be automated, but that is not my skill set. I have regularly said someone can take over what I'm doing and do it much better and do it much quickly and efficiently, and that is the future of monitoring the Hfgcs, because me doing it by hand because I'm not too familiar with the automation options is kind of ridiculous, and that's why I no longer, spend this time putting together these daily time cards, because it does take me time, and I know it shouldn't. So, Gun Raptor, you may very well be the person who should take over and do a better job of this, because I spend time on it and etc. But just because you spend time on something doesn't make it legitimate, right? So if someone can do it in what I take 2 or 3 hours to do, if they can do it in half an hour, that's wonderful. It's more sustainable. But the options you have for finding out about EAMs and the Hfgcs right now, on YouTube, is me and people who will tell you these EAMs mean something else. And they'll do that because it gets clicks. I don't do that because I can't. As soon as I start trying to kind of go that clickbaity way, I start making fun of myself on stream, and being ridiculous. So now outside of YouTube, you have really great options, okay? But they have their limitations. So let's pull something up here. This is a forum called hfunderground.com. hfunderground.com. And if you look through this forum, these are people who monitor the shortwave radio in general. And there's a gentleman called, under the username Sigint. He's been doing this since February 2022, around the same time I started doing it. And this thread of transcriptions is now on its 46th page. I've occasionally contributed to this thread. This is maybe my only have 29 posts on this forum. And this is maybe only 5th or 6th post in this particular thread. Now, this gentleman's goal is not comprehensive 24/7 coverage. So there is a limitation to what he's doing here, but it's another source of information. It gives you more stuff. And we can see here today, Sigint is transcribing some of the Skymaster messages we're hearing. I haven't even had a chance to begin to tackle that. Now, he missed the Sky King, I think. Oh, no, he did. He got it. I don't think he'll have a recording of it, unfortunately, but it is available there. So he's got some transcription. Now, there are other resources for the Hfgcs, but it involves a lot of digging. Radioscanner.ru. So this is a Russian language forum. And people get suspicious here because they wonder, well, why are the Russians listening to the Hfgcs? Are they Russian spies, etc.? Now, these are some old threads, by the way, but they do it as well. And it's a resource. You've got to spend some time translating what they're posting, but they monitor the Hfgcs as well. And why are Russians monitoring the Hfgcs? Well, I mean, why do Americans monitor UVB-76? It's just, that's what interests them, right? My theory is you're always interested in who you think the most important person is. So in an instance of a conflict, for example, and I have to think about how I phrase this carefully. Most of us in the West have been monitoring Russian communications because we're kind of curious, what are the Russians going to do next? We think if we intercept a message from the Russians, we might get a head start or a tip on what's going to happen. That's fair. I'm in the same boat as you guys. With the Hfgcs, I guess it's a little bit different. Because I think in the event of something big, we talk about these all kinds of things. I'm interested in the US because I think it is the United States that sets the tone for events in the world. And again, I'm pausing. I want you to understand this is in air quotes. I'm literally...
Royal Jam, this is Pinza 1-2.
Pinza 1-2 is contacting Royal Jam, so if I remember, we'll come back to this point. But I don't want to miss anything that's being discussed here. Okay, Pins is being quiet.
Royal Jam. This is 122.
So I'm gonna kind of pause. I don't want to talk over Pinza here. Just to let you guys know what we've got on deck for you. I've got to refresh this one because it looks like it's frozen. So 9031, that is a channel used for E6 to E6 communications. We haven't seen it active today, but we've historically seen it active during Skymaster exercises, so I'm going to keep an eye on it. 13907, this is one of the Zulu frequencies, which was in one of the lists I talked about earlier in the stream, and is available both on twitter.com/neatintel and in the Discord I linked to in the chat box earlier. Those lines there are always there. I don't think that's the US military, although I've picked those lines up with any number of SDRs located around the US, so I'm not really sure what it is, but that's not anything. I've just activated that now. 11175 is where we're seeing most of the action. So that's what we'll tune to. Now, one of the other streams that I'm running right now, 8992 kilohertz, it's timed me out. So give me a moment here, folks. I'll be right back, but I have to attend to another stream. But this is the main one with commentary, so I won't be gone very long.
Lima, Quebec, Papa, Foxtrot, Quebec, Foxtrot, Golf, Zulu, Kilo, Uniform, Romeo, Victor, Yankee, Oscar, Charlie, I say again, Bravo, Foxtrot, Oscar, Lima, Quebec, Papa, Foxtrot, Quebec, Foxtrot, Golf, Zulu, Kilo, Uniform, Romeo, Victor, Yankee, Oscar, Charlie, Panda 15 up.
Okay, hi folks. I was talking right before that message started, but as has been kind of a trend the last few days, as I'm juggling these things, I've got to keep an eye and make sure I have the right thing on screen when I'm talking, and I have to make sure that when I'm talking, you guys hear it. It's tricky. In front of me right now, I have a computer and I have 2 laptops. I'm running 3 streams at once. And people have pointed out there are over 200 people watching the stream right now. I had no idea. I just took a look at that now. So there are a lot of people who are joining and have a lot of questions. And I'm going to try and do a recap for everyone who's just joining right now. But what I don't want to do is talk over any radio traffic. So I will pause when that happens. And there are times I will be making sure that the stream is working. 374 people. That's been the people who've been watching the last few days, by the way. That is not me. You guys have been using the chat box more often. Up North, in particular, has been supporting this channel a lot. That's thanks to you guys, 100%, because I'm not doing anything significantly different from what I've been doing in the past. My coverage right now is not any different from what I did in January. It's been, you guys are getting more active, so that's driving the algorithm, so thank you very much for that. Everyone who's been following along with us. For folks who are joining, the U.S. military, Mark is asking, does this guy ever talk? I'm talking right now. Can you guys hear me or not so much? Or is that maybe just Mark? Okay, that's just Mark. For folks who are just joining us, the U.S. military uses shortwave radio over what is called the high frequency communication system. And we know which frequencies they use. And most of the time, these guys use it to broadcast what are called emergency action messages. Now, if you've seen these discussed in other contexts, some people will tell you that these are big deal important messages. And they are. These messages are used by the US military to communicate with its strategic assets all over the world. Shortwave radio communication system is kind of a fail-safe. For example, if you use military or SATCOM, there are times those things can go down and stop working. So you've always got shortwave radio as a backup. And in some contexts with the US military, they use it as a primary or kind of immediate secondary alternate option. That's what this channel is. That's what it monitors. Most of the time, let's be honest, it's not the most exciting thing. These are consequential messages, but you hear them day in, day out. It's not a big deal. EAMs are not the most exciting thing, but that's what this channel is about. Sometimes throughout the year, the US military runs exercises. And during this time, we hear a lot more EAMs than we normally do. And we begin to hear things other than EAMs. We begin to hear things called Skymaster messages. We begin to hear things I haven't even talked about yet called 274 messages. Today, we heard a Sky King message, which a lot of people are excited about. It looks like we've got something on 11175. The tuning is not great, but let's see if we can pick it up. This is going to be the far right, fourth from the left, not the most furthest right. Okay, we can't hear that for Dodge, but what I'm going to do is drop a link to one of the 3 streams that are running right now, and the reception is a little bit better. So I'm running 3 streams at the same time, with the idea being, heck, one of these streams are going to pick it up. So this is the one where I'm talking and picking up Skymaster messages, and we've got 2 supplemental ones. If you want to hear all of them, you're going to want all 3 open, but that'll get a little bit messy. But in this particular case, as I'm juggling these 3 computers, you're gonna want to hop over to that one. But this one's going to continue to work. Let's see. The chat's getting really busy. And again, I just wanted to thank the people who've been following the last few days and supporting it, up north in particular. Because engagement with the channel is what's driven it up in the algorithm. So everyone who's joining here from that, that's thanks to the regular users. We've got a lot of questions going on. Mark still seems to be having some audio difficulties. Just seeing whether people are thinking, Mark, I'm pretty sure that's an issue on your end. Deception Dismantled Echoes of Clarity is saying Sky King and Skymaster are not a drill. I am telling you these are a drill because I can predict many of them in advance. Oh, we've got a timeout here. Close that to avoid disconnection. All right, Mario, I saw your message. Thank you. Yeah, I can tell there's a lot of people watching right now. Do not care what you say, my brother. So we've heard Pinza 1-2 talking throughout the day. He's trying to contact Royal Gem. Now, it's possible Royal Gem is a call sign of one of the quote-unquote Skymasters. Let's take a look at how the flight radar is looking right now. So the E6s are turning back. And one of the ones that was in the air has landed. So that's kind of interesting. Started a Twitch for each channel you're scanning us at the time. What is this guy talking about? Sir, what on earth are you saying? The main reason I can tell you that this is not a drill is because I was roughly able to predict it. Or sorry, it is a drill because I was able to predict it. And you're saying it's not a drill, it's real. I mean, I don't have psychic powers, sir. What I have is data where I monitor the Hfgcs for months at a time and recognize repetitive patterns. Because the Hfgcs is, the more you monitor, the more you begin to recognize routines. And this was relatively predictable because it is part of some sort of a routine with these Skymaster events. So if you've watched this channel, there's a pinned link in the chat box right now, the very first one, Skymaster info. It does run you about 20 minutes, but in there I kind of explain my anticipation of when these things seem to occur approximately. I don't specifically talk about April in it, but there is a moment where I show you a list of possible dates, and April is one of them. Last year, in April, we heard Skymaster things. I like what some folks are saying here. A real drill is a great description. What this is a drill for in specific, I don't necessarily know. My guess with anything that is a Skymaster is that they are drilling. I've got some static on, so I'm going to take care of that. Oh, and we've got some activity. so that may have been a radio check that we just missed there. But I've unmuted that one in case it comes up. I've got to make sure some of these are muted so that we don't have people talking. You guys are asking for a Discord link again. Let me post that one more time. I think this is a different link this time. So again, this all started, technically it began on April 9th. We'll scroll back. I'll pull you up just kind of a sample of how we normally run things. I do transcriptions of EAMs, etc. Oh, I think we're about to have the message, so we'll hop back to that. Or we're not. Yeah, I guess we're not. Okay. So on April 9th, this was a day where we had, I believe the total number is 37 messages, and it kind of goes up to, you guys don't see when I highlight cells, unfortunately, but maybe what I'm going to start doing here is just have them highlighted for you in advance. So we're just going to go, I don't know, we'll do red first. This is all the messages for April 9th. No, people are going to get mad if I do red. They're going to say that I am making it look like a red alert or something. It's not a red alert. But this is when we first got a sense that something was going on. April 9th, the Intel Frog on Twitter gave a heads up that there were notices to all airmen on both the... Oops. On both the east and west coast of the United States. And this has not a perfect correlation, but a pretty good correlation with Skymaster events. So that's when on both this channel and on my Twitter, twitter.com/neatintel, I began to kind of say, hey, it looks like we might have something here. And what began to happen on the East Coast, you'll see these flight patterns here. We had E6s repeating messages every 30 minutes. And over here on the West Coast, we had E6s repeating messages every 30 minutes. And anyone who's there that day and watching the stream live will probably remember I was getting very confused by the traffic and some of what was going on. Because, well, I'll change the color here, I guess. This will be a darker green? I don't know. This is the same message over and over and over. Now, this happens with the Hfgcs. The E6s have a primary job, which is to receive, verify, and retransmit EAMs. So they'll do that. But this level of repetition is absurd. Well, absurd isn't the right word, but it's unusual. How about that? Another thing that was unusual that night, we had E6s checking into the net and checking out of the net over and over and over. Most of you guys don't know what it means for an E6 to check into and out of the net. Briefly, what it means is an E6 kind of has to be on the record that it is broadcasting EAMs, and they need to let the ground stations know that they're doing that. So that's their primary, they check into the net, they broadcast their EAMs, they check out of the net, they're done. What they were happening that night, they would check in, broadcast EAMs, check out, check back in again, keep broadcasting, check out, broadcast even while they're checked out. It was a very unusual thing and repetitive and very strange. And for my measure, kind of unprecedented for my data set. I'm not saying it's never happened, but I've never heard it before. And what happened with this particular message, we're now into, and let's highlight April 10th, and you're seeing how far down I have to go to highlight all of April 10th. Let's color that Let's go with like a dark orange, I guess. Not the best color for streaming, but just bear with me here. This message was repeated into April 10th. So it's becoming very strange. Now, I ran an overnight stream. We didn't get the best reception of some of these messages. They're very faint. They're behind a lot of background noise. But we have recordings of all but a few of them, which are noted for you on the side here. And this is all going to be made available on the Neat Intel Twitter as soon as I'm able to kind of finish cleaning it up and putting it together. April 10th, we had over 100 messages. We had some interesting stuff. I'm not sure if you guys can see that. Laughing Man EAM, whoa, meowing. That is, I posted a recording of that, I think, to my Twitter. I'm not sure, but that is available. It's just kind of a funny side note because during that message, the operator was laughing at the start. We heard someone in the background saying, whoa, and there was meowing at the end. That's a tangent. But yeah, we had a lot of messages April 10th. And what happened yesterday, April 11th, that high amount of messages continued overnight. And then at about, let me highlight this for you folks. Let's go, in this case, we'll go, I don't know. Let's go blue. Do you guys like blue? There we go. Around 900, kind of the dead of the night, because again, universal coordinated time is not the same as things. So this would have been, what, 5 in the morning or so. The E6s on the east and the west coast finally stopped. And sorry, I didn't show you guys the map for the 10th, but let's look at it briefly. So that's how it looked on the 10th. Again, we had those E6s on the east and west coast broadcasting messages throughout the day. That's how we got the 100 plus messages. And then the 11th, if it lets me load, we see they eventually began to turn back. This is how the map looks for the 11th. By the end of the day, they landed, they were done. This was sort of the thing. What happened yesterday, though, we heard an operator say, Skymaster. And if you check out the Neat Intel Twitter, I posted about it. It was April 11th, right? Let's see. It's in there. And I posted infographics and so on. So see, if you click this, you'll get a description of what happened April 10th and 11th. I'm going through that for you right now. But after we heard Skymaster, someone requested a radio check for the Skymaster yesterday. We heard some radio checks, and then we didn't really hear much. And I said, and for the people who are watching the live stream, I said, huh, maybe I've got this backwards, because I figured Skymaster kicks off an event. But it seemed like Skymaster was kind of coming at the tail end of a lot of activity on the 9th and the 10th and the early hours of the 11th. But then by the middle of the day, they said Skymaster, and things actually slowed down significantly after that. So for this channel, guys, please do not circumvent the... How do I remove that post? I don't want to risk this channel getting taken down. Please don't try and circumvent any censors or things like that, okay? Let's be civil. Let's be polite. Let's all be friendly. This stream is about funny radio messages, alphabet spaghetti broadcast over the radio. Let's not get too passionate or hyped up. It is an exciting day. I'm not upset with anyone for getting too excited, but let's be mindful of what it is we're talking about. This is a military exercise at the end of the day. My interest in it is essentially theoretical. I'm telling you guys, this is not the beginning of World War III, but it's interesting because I think this is what it could sound like, what would happen if World War III began. This is kind of the things we would hear over the radio. This would be the paces that they're going through.
Last caller, Pinto 12, has you Lima Charlie. Pinto 12, has you Lima Charlie.
Sorry for the echo there. Wait a minute. I know what I can do. Oh, I'm a fool. Because I've got good reception of messages on 11175 on the other stream sometimes. Why don't I just pull that stream on screen? So next time we have good reception on one of the other two streams I'm running, I'll just throw it up on screen for you guys, okay? This looks a bit wonky, streaming a YouTube channel on a YouTube channel. But it works. So there was a message just now, and we heard it briefly on this stream as well, but Pinzo12 just doing some more radio checks. So I've given you guys a brief description of what went on the last 3 days leading into today. For April 12th, because this really kind of just got started, I haven't finished transcribing all the messages. I only got one, and then we kind of heard a Skymaster message at 1423. And then we quickly heard, we heard someone request a radio check from Skymaster at 1423. And then within 5 minutes, we heard Skymaster again. And I was kind of hesitating after the first one because I said, well, we heard Skymaster yesterday and nothing really happened afterwards. But today we then heard a second Skymaster and then a third Skymaster. And that's why the streams went live. That's why I'm doing this commentary right now, because subsequently we ran a lot of commentary and explanation. I've got 3 streams up again right now. Now, unfortunately, for anyone who's tuning in,
Royal Gem, this is Pinzo12.
we've been hearing Pinzo12 trying to contact Royal Gem throughout the day. It doesn't seem to be having much success, or as they say in the shortwave radio hobby, no joy. Kind of come up with this vernacular. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Skymaster, Pinzo12 with a message of 10 groups. Skymaster, Pinzo12 with a message of 10 groups. Message follows. Bravo, Foxtrot, Oscar, Charlie, Romeo, November, Foxtrot, Quebec, Foxtrot, Papa, Delta, Lima, Mike, Lima, Papa, Bravo, Hotel, Uniform, Papa, Delta, Lima, Papa, November, Quebec, Papa, Delta, Lima, Delta, November, November, Pinzo12 out.
Okay, so we just heard a Skymaster message from Pinzo12. Be interested if anyone can narrow down who that is. So a caveat with this channel, flight tracking is not my forte. I am very open and honest about the things I do not know about, and US military flight tracking, I just use ADSB Exchange. I often get things wrong when I'm using ADSB Exchange, but I use it because obviously there's a relationship between EAMs, Skymaster messengers, all the stuff I'm interested in listening to, and the planes, because often the planes are broadcasting it. Now, I'm looking at the list of US military aircraft up in the sky at the moment. I've got it on the right, sorted in alphabetical order. I don't see anyone mentioning a Pinzo 1-2, but we're hearing him. So that may be a different call sign that he is using. One for the radio, one for these flight radars. Also possible he's just not showing up on this radar for any number of reasons, and I couldn't comment on that a lot. Taking a look here at something. Up north, are you here? Up north, if you're watching, just give me a shout. I'm going to ask you for a favor if you are around, because I've got a lot of messages coming in to me right now. And Stanley, if you can say which one you are. I'm not sure what your username on YouTube is, whether it's the same thing or not. Oh, and I'm streaming myself right now, which looks a little bit goofy. So what was I saying? Right, flight radars, not my forte. But occasionally with these Skymaster messages, what we have is they will broadcast a message to Skymaster, and then we will hear a response. They'll basically just confirm receipt of the message that was broadcast and just say, yes, we heard the exact same thing that you just read off to us. And I'm keeping an eye on the streams as they're running right now, and I don't think we've heard any Skymaster acknowledge receipt of messages yet. So that's a little bit interesting. Okay, perfect. The Swiller, I'm going to take you up on your offer because we do have a lot of people in the channel right now. How do I add you as a moderator? So I'm adding a moderator to this channel, and apologies for people who are watching this as it happens and kind of expecting a more organized thing. But literally yesterday, I think we had 50 people watching tops. We now have 10 times as many, so I have to react to this in real time. Swiller has offered to help manage the channel right now. So if there's anyone cussing or, you know, typing in all caps, anything crazy, time them out first, I would say, and if they do it even after they're timed out for, let's say, 5 minutes, then you have my permission to handle the situation at your discretion. Cheers very much for that. And the Swiller is one of the people who's been active in the channel the last few days. He's been sharing really great information, so he's one of the people I would want to thank for helping drive this channel up in the algorithm right now. We've been doing very well. So I think we've gotten to the context that I wanted to get us to. April 12th. And for folks who are tuning in now or in the last 2 hours, you missed it, and unfortunately, because of a glitch with YouTube, I'll take half the responsibility here. YouTube has a problem with how it handles streams, and I have a problem with misclicking things. When I switched from my computer to this laptop, it changed the bitrate of the stream from like 720p to whatever this is. I think it's at least like 1080, if not higher. And that mucked the stream up, so we lost some of the initial Skymaster messages. But we've got some of it. We've got transcriptions from other resources that I've mentioned to you earlier. Let me see if I can pull those up again. So this is hfunderground.com. This is a forum that people post on. A gentleman called Sigint has been tracking the Hfgcs for a long time. They've been posting this forum about as long as I've been doing this project on YouTube. And as I mentioned, I occasionally post on this forum here and there, but not very often. And we see he began tracking, let me see, about 5 minutes after it started, I guess. Because we first heard something at 15:23, and he has a transcription of the message from Sky King to Skymaster. And as far as a recording of that, again, that's been the first 2 hours of this stream are lost because of a glitch. But there is a partial recording on my Neat Intel Twitter. And we'll just pull that up again because I know people like Sky King messages. And we'll throw the audio on for you as well. So it's just a 15-second short clip of something that probably ran for about a minute, minute and a half. In hindsight, I wish I recorded the full thing, but I didn't expect the stream to glitch out. But let's listen to this.
Skymaster, this is Sky King. Message of 10 group follows. Hotel, Kilo, Quebec. Juliet, Charlie, Oscar.
So Hotel Kilo, Quebec, Juliet, Charlie, Oscar. Potentially, but not definitely. This is... Wait, is that the same time? Okay, perfect. So this is it. This is a recording of the 1535 message, and we have SIGINT with a full transcription. So we don't have the full audio, but we know the full message. And someone might claim that maybe I'm making stuff up or whatever. We've been talking about another channel on the stream, and the other YouTube channel, Rumble, that wants you to pay for their private network, is going to tell you that my stuff is wrong. Because, well, they're saying that because my channel is free, okay? That's the honest truth. They can't put things behind a paywall if I'm offering it to you for free. But you know what? That's at your discretion. If you say, I've never heard of Neat Intel, I don't know who this guy is, I invite you to look through all the content and information I've put out on YouTube and Twitter in the past to make a determination for yourself. But if you don't want to do that, that's absolutely fine. But what you cannot do is say SIGINT is also lying. You cannot go through all of HF Underground and say that all of these people are lying. You can't go on all these other shortwave forums and communities that corroborate the same information that I'm sharing with you now and say that this isn't accurate. I do occasionally make mistakes. I do occasionally mess things up. We're talking right now about me misclicking something on a YouTube stream and losing 2 hours of recordings. That sucks. I'm really upset about it. But there are other people who captured that information. So we've got it. It's out there. And I hope that answers the questions. So as far as Sky King, maybe we can talk about this a little bit, just because we do have a little bit of a lull in Hfgcs traffic right now from the looks of it. I'm keeping an eye on 4 SDRs at the same time right now. I'm looking at the 11175 kilohertz on a computer next to me, and I've got an 8992 streaming on a laptop next to me as well. So I'm looking at 6 things at once and also managing audio channels for you, making sure I've got the right things on screen for you as well. And it looks like it's a little bit quiet. Let's talk briefly about my impression of what a Sky King message is. In the last 2 years, I've been, since January, February 2022, when I began to monitor the Hfgcs, I have not heard a Sky King anything. Well, actually, until today. I guess I did finally hear a Sky King. But I've also been doing, as opposed to starting just from January 2022 and going on, I've also been doing a lot of digging throughout the history of the Hfgcs. And what I'll do is, I'll pull up a video that I did recently. Well, I did it October of last year, and I recently re-uploaded it to this channel. This video is 43 minutes long. We're not going to sit here and watch it, but I would encourage you guys to check this out, because what I do is kind of show you some of the research I've been doing on the back end. This is a screenshot of an official US military website for the Hfgcs. I believe it was hosted on the Andrews Air Force Base web domain. And this is like circa 1999. And at some point in the 2000s, they took it offline. And actually, I'm mistaken. Right there, it tells you, I'm going to zoom in. McClellan Air Force Base, which isn't even involved in the Hfgcs anymore, to the best of my knowledge. But if you look through this video, it's about a specific kind of message. So the bulk of the video is going to talk to you about what are called 8888 messages. I've taken to calling them octopus messages just because that's easier than saying 8888. I said that wrong, didn't I? 8888. I'm struggling. It's like a stupid tongue twister, so it's just faster to call them. I call them octopus because I think that's funny. You guys maybe call them quad 8s or tetra 8s or something like that. I'm going to keep calling them octopus messages. I don't care. But there's information at the start of this video, and it talks to you guys a little bit about some patterns I've noticed in EAMs. Where are we here? And it goes through various things. There's that there we go. You see it briefly, but some EAMs that are broadcast up to a month apart will have similarities in the format of the message. And other things we go through here. At various points throughout the video, I talk about the history of the Hfgcs as documented by various hobbyists from official information available from the US military, etc., etc. And the bulk of this video is really just based on what people before me did. And as far as I can tell, information about the Hfgcs used to be available to the public somewhat up until around the early to the mid 2000s. And from some recent research and digging I've done, we get an impression. I just got to refresh this SDR on the right. We get an impression it may have been related to 9/11. The US may have decided to update its security protocols and levels of disclosure and transparency. So that's why information about the Hfgcs hasn't been available as much as it used to be. But in the 90s and the 2000s, there used to be a lot of broadcasts of what are called Sky King messages. And documentation was available about these Sky King messages. And these were told to be priority messages. Now, no one's ever put together what a Sky King is, and there seem to have been periods of time where they were fairly common. And I saw some comments, I think from the Swiller, was it you, who maybe corrected me and said they weren't actually that common at all. It's kind of mixed. This isn't me documented. This is me looking through the past and seeing what information is available. But my impression, like, is that if I see like one EAM documented on a day, you know, a random day in 1999, that's probably a sample. And kind of the same thing with Sky Kings. There seems to have been a period of time where they were documented fairly often. You know what? Let me pull something up for you guys. This is a website I used to contribute to a lot. I'm no longer associated with it, and I think its community has some issues. But I don't have problems to the point we need to talk about it at length during this stream. It does have some resources. The website is called eam.watch, and they have a tab you can click on the right, and it has a history of Sky King messages that were documented. And the last one it has on record was July 2022. And you can kind of click through here and you can see periods of time where they're relatively common. You know, this is October 27th. And mind you, this may have been during a military exercise or something. But, you know, October, we're seeing quite a few of them in October, right? Of whatever year this was, 2018. So these were broadcast a lot. They were different from EAMs, and I think that's kind of where they get their reputation among people who know a little bit about the Hfgcs. This is all speculation on my part, by the way, but when I see people talking about a Sky King, I'm not too excited. For me, it's really been more the Skymasters, and I feel a little bit vaguely in potentially vindicated here because today the Sky King message was from Sky King to Skymaster. Take this with a grain of salt, and this is me being hopeful that I've been proven right on some level. But if Sky King is broadcasting to Skymaster, doesn't that mean Skymaster is more important? Again, grain of salt. We're seeing some stuff in the chat box here. And nothing that anyone needs to get kicked over. But someone is saying this is fake. Which part of it is fake, sir? I guess that's my question. I want to understand when there are people who come in here and say this is fake. Which part of it? Because what I'll do, and we'll take that as an opportunity for the audience. Let me show you something. We're gonna load up your browser of choice. This is a website called rx.linkfunnel.net. I'm gonna type this into the chat box for anyone who's watching right now. rx.linkfunnel.net. Type that into your search bar. You're gonna get this map. Now, what this map is, it's all the SDRs located around the world that have signed up for this website to allow people to access these SDRs. And those are the SDRs that I'm showing for you on screen. So pick any one of them that you want, or as I'm doing right now, pick 4 or 5 of them if you really must, and just click one. Give it a moment to load. And you know, when you type these in, it's usually not going to go to the frequency that you want. It's going to be on, I don't know, I think some of them are set to like 7500 as a default. There's one that we'll do this right now, and I'll tune it down a little bit. 10,000 kilohertz AM is a clock radio station. It's available to help people, like your clock set the time and things like this. You can tune into this. This is real. And we're not going to listen to that all day because that's just an example. But what you can do is pick any of these websites. Okay, that one blocks 8992 because too many people use it. But you can monitor this at the same time as I do. And you can verify this for yourself. Now, with the coverage of the Hfgcs, let me pull something else up for you. And I'm giving away some of my secrets, but I did this on stream a couple days ago. There's a site called DVIDS, the Defense Visual Information Distribution Service. This is the Department of Defense's official little website for video, audio, kind of their press releases. It's basically where they tell journalists to go to when they want to get pictures or other information about anything the U.S. military is up to. And I'm linking to it because we want to pull up a particular map. So during an open house last year, some information about the Hfgcs was released for the first time in a very long time, at least available publicly to this level. And this is a map they released of Hfgcs stations and where they broadcast. And I'm pulling this up just because when you pick one of the streams off this map, you do want to double check that it's in this coverage area. So someone mentioned Australia. I think if you click around Brisbane or so, you'll get coverage. But if you're clicking like something near Sydney or, you know, Victoria or Tasmania, I'm not sure how much coverage you're going to get. And this is just for ground station broadcasts. So there is one very popular SDR. It's called the U20 SDR. I'm just going to mute this because it's quite noisy. Uniform Tango Whiskey Echo November Tango Echo. It's very popular. It's located in Europe. It gets good reception of most things. And again, like the other SDRs, type in the frequency you want, tune in, and listen to you. You don't even need me for this, right? I just run these streams because it lets me archive it. And this is how you can tune in for yourself and determine whether the things that I'm showing you on this stream are real or not. The other thing I would kind of put to you is I'm having a lot of technical difficulties just making sure the right thing is up on screen, making sure that I have the mic on when I'm talking. I don't know if I have the capacity to fake an entire live stream like this to this level. So hopefully that answers the question. If there's any follow-up on that or any clarification, I've kind of misunderstood the assertion, let me know. But that's kind of a quick overview on how you can do this yourself. And also a twofer where just anyone who's kind of suspicious of this stream because you haven't heard of me before or anything like that, there you go. There was another question I saw, what is my background? Am I ex-military or anything like that? I'm not, and I've always been very transparent about that. This channel is very much a very bare bones, basic thing, and it's at a level where anyone can do it. What I just did, you can do. If you have a decent computer, you could have streamed the same stream I'm doing right now. None of this is outside of anyone's reach. And as I've kind of opined before, in kind of a philosophical sense, the computer is the most powerful tool mankind has ever invented and allows people to access information and get access to tools like this at unprecedented levels. You don't need to be ex-military to monitor the Hfgcs. You just need a computer and some time, and a little bit of patience, and you can do this. So, and by the way, because I'm not, ex-military or an OSINT expert or anything along those lines, I do not, hop on stream and comment on things I don't know about. So that's why I haven't been really tying things into anything going on in the Middle East or things like that. If you look through this video channel historically, I did attempt to find connections between HFGCS messages and what was going on with Russia and Ukraine over the last 2 years. And I backed off on that because I felt both unqualified and I felt like no one ever really made a compelling connection between these two. And I'm just following along the chat box right now. You guys are saying some interesting stuff. I'll throw it up on screen briefly, actually. Because, again, it's this the stream is where it's at thanks to you guys and your participation. I'm not doing anything different today than I normally do. So let's all be nice, because I'm showing you guys some up on stream. I want to involve you guys. Oh, not like that. I don't want the screen to break on me. Is this gonna start echoing on itself? Maybe. Let's just quickly scroll through here. And by the way, again, anyone who is like not impressed by me YouTube streaming a YouTube stream, that is why the other two streams are up right now. If you click, I'll just show you, okay? There are 3 streams up right now. 8992 kilohertz, 11175 kilohertz. I'm not talking over those. Those are running. Those are capturing message traffic as it comes. You don't have to deal with me interrupting or me kind of hopping and skipping from stream to stream or anything like that. So that's available to you guys. You don't need to do this if you don't want. And I also just showed you how to tune into these SDRs yourself. I'm just taking the opportunity because I do have a large audience right now, and one of the reasons I like running this is to show you guys you don't need to pay someone for this. I do take financial support for this channel, because it does take time for me to throw all this together. I'm taking time out of my day to run this stream, but I'm essentially accepting optional contributions for that. I'm not paywalling any of this. Anything that I put behind like a paywall just is advanced access for anyone who subscribes to the channel as a paid member, things like that. But I'm never going to permanently say this is only for people who pay for it. I don't think that's how you should do this. This is all publicly available information, and a lot of what I know about the HFGCS comes off information that people posted online for free over the last 20, 30 years. Hello, VL Authentic. So we'll just scroll through here. Goodness, there's a lot. There's a lot of people watching. Is this... I've never seen other people do this during a YouTube live stream. I don't know if I should be doing it like this, but... I mean, I'm seeing some good comments. I'm seeing some bad comments. Mostly good comments, though. I'll just take the questions offline because it looks like we've got some messages going on here. I think you begin to get a sense for, just from looking at the waterfall, what may have been missed. Oh, hold on. This is where it gets good. Because I can rewind in real time. Okay, so that was 2 minutes ago. Trisnot has a comment. You could do on-screen chat through OBS and Streamlabs if that is possible. I appreciate the comments. A lot of good information. Just for context, though, the most people I've ever had watching any of my live streams at the same time is like, what? 100, 200 people before? So I can't, on the drop of a dime, set up StreamYard or Twitch chats or any of the great suggestions you guys are making. Okay, we missed that one as well, but we're gonna rewind. This is clever. Why didn't I think of this before? Okay. When I pull that up, do you guys hear it, or do you hear it with echo, or what is that? That was just another test count from Andrews. Some of the questions that I'm getting in the... You heard Godzilla. Jordan Smith just heard Godzilla. That is a Hfgcs call sign. I love hearing Godzilla. What frequency did you hear that on, or did you actually hear that during the stream and I just didn't notice it? That's not a joke for anyone who's listening right now. HFGCS... Godzilla is a call sign they use, and it's my favorite call sign. So if you heard Godzilla, please let me know what frequency that was on. Oh, Jordan was joking. Okay, that's a funny coincidence, because it's actually a call sign they use. Guys, some of the higher level questions you're asking right now, like what is the purpose of this stream? I can't answer that because like you're kind of coming in one out of like 500 people, and I've gone through that several times now. We've talked about what this is and how we got there. You got to rewind. I can't service every last person. Are you allowed to quote Bill Cosby anymore? I'm asking that fairly seriously, but he used to have that quote, you know, the trick isn't to try and make everyone happy, you try and make most people happy, something along those lines. I stream what I'm interested in, And if you guys are interested in it, awesome. If you're not, have a good day. And I think most people are interested. But if you've got little questions about this or something more specific, let me know. I've gone through the context of what we're talking about today, how we got here from unusual HFGCS activity the last 3 days leading up to today. And I've talked about...
Main cell, this is Royal Gem on 8992, high top of my station, over.
Okay, he's not on 89 or 9 or 2, but that's okay because we heard him anyways, right? So that's the first time we've heard Royal Gem. And Royal Gem is the plane or call sign anyways that's been trying to contact... Pinzo 12 was trying to contact Royal Gem several times throughout this stream earlier. So Royal Gem is probably an important person or place or thing. Pulling up the map, because I guess we're curious to figure out what's going on. It's surprising because there's still... Is this... Can someone check Flight Radar 24 and see if this information is accurate enough to correct, like up to date, whether it's correct? Because this seems a little bit behind. Yeah, someone in the chat box, just let me know how we're looking with the EAMs and so on. Or sorry, not the EAMs, how we're looking with the E6s in the air. We know how we're doing with the EAMs because we are roughly on top of that. I wanted... It's tricky because for the new people who are joining today, I will mention, and I guess showing my own channel again during a stream on this channel, just to give you a context of what this channel normally does. It normally monitors the HFGCS. Not even most days of the year, but I sometimes take breaks for a few months at a time, and then I come back and monitor again. Most of these streams, I'll be very honest with you. This is one from January of this year. Wait, something happened during this stream. Okay, that's a bad example because I guess something happened that day. Oh, we've got radio traffic.
Royal Gem on 11175, high top of my station, over.
Okay, just more radio checks. So I picked a bad example because I wanted, for heaven's sakes.
This is Tipso 12, I have you, Lima Charlie, how many?
Anyone who's mad I'm talking over this is all being captured on the 11175 stream. So anything that I just missed, we've got it captured.
Point John, this is Royal Gem, I have you, Lima Charlie, my station request to exit command at this time, over.
Okay, what we're going to be hearing right now is Royal Gem checking out of the net. And because there are a lot of people, normally what I would do is kind of just talk over it, but let's listen to this and I'll kind of talk you through in the gaps in between and more likely after, assuming they do continue. But this probably means Royal Gem is one of the planes we were looking at. So let's see. This is going to be my guess for who Royal Gem is, because it looks like he's descending. This is an E6. This is one of the U.S. military planes that is responsible for receiving EAMs broadcast by the ground station, verifying that the EAM is correct, and then rebroadcasting that EAM. Now, for it to do that, what it has to do is check into the net. That's, to put it another way, it's logging on to the Hfgcs. It's basically saying, this is who I am, this is my credential for being here, and it kind of does a two-way back and forth with the ground station who verifies you are now checked into the net at this time. And then it broadcasts EAMs. When it's checking out, it's the exact opposite. It's done doing whatever it was doing. It's returning to base. So we might get to hear, we're keeping an eye on the frequencies in the background here. It requested to check out of the net, but we're not.
Raymond 12, 15.
So that's unrelated, but it's something.
This is Andrew for the test count. Testing 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. This is Andrew for the test count out.
Wait, did that not work? I just typed a custom emoji into the chat box. Oh my gosh, it didn't work. There we go. That's the only custom emoji I've added to this channel, Pogface. Okay, so we're not hearing that checking out process, but if we do hear it, we'll hop back. Because it'll be good for people who are new to the channel just to get an example so they can hear what is meant when something checks in or checks out of the net. I do have some documentation on this channel, but I'm not going to be able to pull that up right now. Just because we've got so many other things going on. So we've got some confirmation from folks who are watching and participating. It is just... It's 2 EAMs in the air right now. And you can see this one.
This is Andrew for the test count out.
More test counts from Andrews. So you've got 2 E6s. And I'll show you something. Let me Google this. Strategic Communications Wing 1. And again, you guys can look this up yourselves. You don't need me. You don't have to pay someone to tell you this information. Type Strategic Communications Wing 1 into your search bar. You will get this website. And this tells you about the E6s. It tells you about some of the people who are involved in this, and more importantly, it tells you which aircraft they're using, E6 Mercuries, and it tells you their primary mission. Their primary mission is to receive, verify, and retransmit EAMs to U.S. strategic forces. You can click through this website. You can learn a little bit more about it. Oh.
Royal Jet, 175, outside my station, over.
So Royal Gem is still trying to check out of the net, and he's just not getting a response back yet. So that's what these E6s are. Well, this is their primary mission, right? The emphasis here is primary mission, because today I think they're doing something extra as far as being involved in the Skymaster exercise. Now, I will say, well, the first thing I'll say is we do seem to be correct that this was Royal Gem, because see, he's going back to base. So he probably wants to check out of the net because he's done for the day. The other thing we're looking at here is there's another E6, but when you've got just one E6, is that the one that was in, no, it's not the one that was in the Virgin Islands. We'll talk about that in a moment. But he's flying pretty high. He's at about, oh, it says right there, 30,000 feet, and he's descending. So we might actually be approaching the end of today's event.
Matter 2, I'll come to my station. Over.
Oops. I timed that person out. Someone was spamming the chat. That's fine. This will happen. Any large chat will have a lot of people doing that. I want to briefly talk about this guy. Linga 99 is in the U.S. Virgin Islands, and honestly, the only reason why I talk about that is because that sounds funny to me. But no, there is a second reason. Some of these events seem to have correlations with when E6s leave the continental US. So Royal Jump still hasn't heard back from Mainsail. He's trying to check out and he's not hearing anything from the ground stations. But I'm going to pull up an infographic for you guys. Okay, that stream's going to time out on us, so we're going to shut that one down. But in the background...
Royal Jim, this is Pinza 1-2. I have you, Lima Charlie, help me. Last caller, I have you, Lima Charlie as well. Over. Royal Jim, Pinza 1-2 has a message of 10 troops. Stay when ready. Last call. This is Royal Jim. Royal Jim. This is Pinza 1-2 with message of 10 groups. I say again, Pinza 1-2 has a message of 10 groups. Stand by.
Are you guys hearing this audio, by the way?
Royal Jim, Pinza 1-2 message as follows. Bravo, Foxtrot, Oscar, Charlie, Romeo, November, Foxtrot, Quebec, Foxtrot, Papa, Delta, Lima, Mike, Lima, Papa, Bravo, Hotel, Uniform, Papa, Delta, Lima, Papa, November, Quebec, Papa, Delta, Lima, Delta, November, November.
We'll wait a little bit because occasionally we hear in response to these messages a receipt. So they kind of call back.
Last caller, this is Royal Jim, in receipt of 10 Charlie, Romeo, November, Foxtrot, Quebec, Papa, Delta, Lima, Mike, Lima, Pop, Bravo, Hotel, Uniform, Papa, Delta, Lima, Papa, November, Quebec, Papa, Delta, Lima, Delta, November. This is Royal Jim House. Royal Jim, this is Pinza 1-2, first group, I say again, first group, Bravo, Foxtrot, Oscar. Otherwise correct. Info 1-2, this is Royal Jet. First group, Bravo, Foxtrot, Oscar. This is Royal Jet out.
Okay, so that's an example of what I wanted to hear. So with the Skymaster messages being broadcast, what occasionally happens, but doesn't seem to always happen, is then the person that was broadcast to, the Sky King, will read it back just to make sure that they've got it correct. So that's pretty much what it was. They just read it and then they read back to make sure they've heard it correctly. And with this situation, we were just discussing how wasn't Royal Gem attempting to check out of the net? So he's pretty close to landing. So if that's the Skymaster, that's could well be the end of the exercise, but we'll continue to monitor the situation and see how things develop. But if we learned anything yesterday, it's not necessarily a continuous thing the way it's been in some other cases. Now, just to let you guys know, I dropped one of the SDRs from the stream because they have some of them have limits. So that one only lets you use it, I think, about 90 minutes per every 24 hours. We may pull up another one depending on how traffic goes over the next little bit, but for the moment, we will just leave it to 3. And by the way, just for anyone who was, how do I do this? I'm going to change the headline just to make this very obvious. Headline on the bottom left. That is the website you can use if you guys want to monitor EAMs yourself. I think I had that muted on the bottom right, but the European SDR, we just saw some activity. You saw it, you didn't hear it. It was just a test count from Sigonella, so Naval Air Station Sigonella in Italy. That's why that European SDR was able to hear it. There's a question in chat. Yes, there is a E6 in the Virgin Islands, and that's where we're going to pick up from. Thank you for reminding me, actually. There's an E6 in the Virgin Islands. We don't know why it's there. But let's take a look at a February Skymaster event. So this was one of the ones I was able to, I guess, predict ahead of schedule, if you like. Oh, we've got another test count. So I don't think the audio worked there either. I'm sorry for that. But that was a test count from mainsail. It's kind of interesting that that wasn't picked up by any of the other SDRs.
What's the test count? Testing 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. This is Andrew's out.
Andrew's test count, that was picked up by the second SDR, this one. Andrew's test count picked up by Alberta on 11175 kilohertz. We also picked it up on the SDR in Kansas. Doesn't look like it's been broadcasting on 8992. So there's an E6 in the Virgin Islands. I just wanted to pull this up for you. What happened in February? Because an E6 went to Germany. And on February 2nd, if you're following this channel, I said, this is odd. And for all of February 2nd, I was telling people on this channel, I think something's going to happen. I'm already expecting something to happen kind of late January, early February. So that was another example where I was able to kind of anticipate in advance. It looks like something's about to come on the mic. That was a very faint and weak test count signal. I couldn't even hear it. Picking up where I left off, so February 7th, that day we had Skymaster messages. It says right here. Do a quick description. This is from my Twitter, by the way. You can pull this up. I posted it in early February. Just a summary of everything that happened. We saw an E6 in Europe. We saw it take off and fly around that day. People reported some Skymaster messages. I was not available at that time, so I didn't get to monitor or receive it or record any of that, but documentation is available online if you do a little bit of searching. People did post about that. And then April 9th, the E6 returns to the continental US. There are some possibly related EAMs, not terrifically sure or confident on that, but that's an example of how you kind of get a heads up that things may be happening. So I would have, if I'd noticed earlier that a E6 went to the Virgin Islands, I probably would have posted about that. I'm not quite sure. When did this happen? So that was 10:17 Zulu. That was overnight. What I might do is review the overnight stream just to see if there was any message traffic there. We're seeing comments in the chat box. People are asking questions about Skymaster. We're getting some answers, but because there's so many people in the chat box right now, it's kind of chaotic. So Skymaster is a call sign used over the shortwave radio by the U.S. military, and appears to be during times when there are U.S. military exercises ongoing. I'm interested in the radio traffic, so I refer to these as Skymaster events. If you want to know what's actually going on in terms of the logistics of planes and B-52s and other activity, in addition to what you're hearing them broadcast, you may want to look up Stratcom exercise or just U.S. military exercise. Skymaster event is kind of idiosyncratic language on my part, but it also kind of helps detach me from other people who I think some of the conversation gets a little bit chaotic and confusing, and I don't want to necessarily dip my foot into some of that. So that's what a Skymaster is on the surface level, and if you rewind in the stream, I talk to you a little bit more about in a greater level of detail. And there's also a link in the pinned comment in the chat box. You can maybe watch it if you want to take a break from this stream and watch it. It's about 20 minutes. You can maybe watch it at 1.5 speed. I cleaned up the audio with the AI algorithm to hopefully help to that end, to bring out some of the enunciations there. It'll give you some information about why I think Skymaster events are interesting. There are different kinds of messages broadcast. They seem to be doing different kinds of things. And there's definitely nothing to support, as one of the comments in the chat box said, that they retired the Skymaster call sign last year. They used it in January of this year. That is on this channel. They used it in February of this year. We just talked about it. They're using it right now. Skymaster, they use that call sign. Today we heard Sky King. That's a call sign that's rarely been heard on the Hfgcs for the last few years. We heard it today. Short clip was posted to my Twitter. The full message, unfortunately, because of a glitch with YouTube, is lost. And hopefully that clears up some of the current confusion about what a Skymaster is, but I've gone through that a few times during the stream today. Now, folks, I'm going to take a 5 to 10 minute break here. I've been streaming since, I don't know. Well, it doesn't matter. I've been streaming long enough that I need a break. We're going to leave this screen up right now. And what I may do, I'm going to turn these all to half volume and turn the squelch off. If there is a message, you're going to hear a lot of echo, unfortunately, but it's better than hearing nothing. And again, I've also got the stream of 8992 kilohertz and 11175 kilohertz, but there is a gentleman I occasionally like watching, and this is a YouTuber I don't mind mentioning. His name is Steve Lookner. Always entertained by that guy. He's got a lot of colorful character. He's always thanking the mods, which I want to do. When I come back, I will do that actually. And he's also taking breaks, and just like him, I'm gonna take a cue and take a short break and be back. What time is it? We'll be back at the bottom of the hour.
All stations, this is Flint Gun, for Townley, Alpha, Oscar, India, Alpha, Oscar, India, Romeo, Oscar, Yankee, Romeo, stand by, Yankee, stand by, Oscar, Alpha, India, Oscar, Romeo, Yankee, stand by, Oscar, Alpha, India, Oscar, Romeo, Yankee, stand by, message follows, Oscar, Alpha, India, Oscar, Romeo, Yankee, Papa, Yankee, 3, 6, November, X-ray, November, Mike, 6, 5, 3, 4, Kilo, Papa, 7, Whiskey, 3, Bravo, Zulu, Oscar, Hotel, 4, 3, 2, I say again, 4, Townley, 4, Townley, Oscar, Alpha, India, Oscar, Romeo, Yankee, Papa, Yankee, 3, 6, November, X-ray, November, Mike, 6, 5, 3, 4, Kilo, Papa, 7, Whiskey, 3, Bravo, Zulu, Oscar, Hotel, 4, 3, 2. This is Flint Gun, out.
Okay, folks, I'm back. I just want to step away and grab something to... See, that's someone broadcasting with the wrong setting. I don't know what the heck they're saying. I'm gonna do this. This happened about, what, a minute ago? When you see them kind of broadcasting on the left side of 11175, they've got it set to the wrong thing. This happens now and again. That's a mistake on their part, or it could be deliberate and it's just not aware to me. But I want to show you guys, this happened while I was just taking a short break to eat something. This plane on the far left took off, and it's an E6. It's the planes we've been talking about. Their job is to receive, verify, retransmit EAMs, and during times like this, they may, in addition to that aforementioned primary objective and mission, have additional things. Now, a second E6 is taken off. You can see that yourself. Now, what I find strange is it's using the call sign Veep67. Now, I've never seen them use that call sign before, but it seems conspicuous to me. But I'm going to reach out to... Hold on. We'll leave that on the map for a moment. Leave that on the screen for a moment, because this is a account I want to give credit to. With the flight tracking, I just mentioned, I believe earlier, not my forte, but it is this guy's forte, the Intel Frog. I just want to see, has he posted anything in the last little bit about a Veep 67 call sign? No, I don't. Let's see, what are people saying about Veep 67? Let's just type that. Interesting. Let's go more general. And before we do that, let's do something about that racket. Nothing yet. AEO413. Is that the right call sign? Something is strange here. No one's posting about it. Oh, I'm missing a letter, that's why. I was gonna say, well, you see me posting about it. April 11th, yesterday it was in the air, but no one's posting about it being in the air today.
This is Contender on 11175. I'll copy my station. Over.
Yeah, the E6 descending on the west coast, that is a plane we're talking about. Alpha Echo 0413 Veep 67. Veep. Not Weeb. Veep. We can talk about K-pop and anime, but... Nar. Yeah, I'm keeping a look at the Discord as well, that's where I posted the question. I'm seeing you guys comment. You guys are Mario124 tries not saying it's a tactical call sign. I see someone asking, where do I get this info? Amy, which info in particular? If we don't get too busy, I'm happy to tell you where I get that info. But before that, I did mention something before the break. I want to thank everyone who's sponsored this channel in the past and presently, both on Patreon, Buy Me a Coffee, and through paid sponsorships of this channel. And it is important to shout this out, because you would probably not be watching the stream if not for these people. I do provide everything for free, but I'm able to put some other stuff aside and share information with you guys, and I just want to, in the bottom right, pull up the credits when I find it. So this is the first set of people I want to thank. These folks have sponsored the channel for extended periods of time on Patreon and Buy Me a Coffee. Paul R., Chris K., Procos Espresso, and Thomas S. And another shout out for the last few days. Oh.
Contender on 2175. How copy my station? Over.
By the way, this was probably the person that was incorrectly broadcasting on the lower sideband earlier. But most of you people, because this is the most people I've ever had watching a live stream, the last few days we've had a lot of activity in the chat boxes. And in particular, we've had a lot of I'm gonna mute that. Right, SDR. They're both being noisy. I'm just gonna mute them for a moment, because that's just static noise that I want to listen to. Up north has been fantastic with giveaways for... Oh.
On 175. My station. Contender, this is Pizza 12, Lima Charlie, how me?
I will pick up on this when this actually hits a lull, but it's been fairly active now. I'm kind of talking over it. And now they're going to stop talking and I would have had time to speak. Up north, you've been really fantastic. Your activity the last few days has driven up this channel's position in the YouTube algorithm, so thank you very much. And again, thank you very much to everyone else who's been actively using the chat boxes and stuff. That actually helps with the algorithm more than hitting like on a YouTube video does. So that's why this channel, which normally gets, you know, about 100 people watching a video, 150 tuning into the live streams, that's helped out a lot. And by the way, normally this channel runs very passive live streams. You know, we hear, as I mentioned, about an average of 15 EAMs a day. And I just run these streams pretty much continuously, so that if someone misses a message, they can tune in and hear it. What's going on today is something else entirely. We're hearing a lot of unusual messages. We are now once again seeing some unusual air activity. So we're keeping an eye on VEEP 67. Dave SR25, that's exactly right. The more people getting suggested video usually follows more chat, especially for a live stream. Why are they on the lower sideband again? We can't hear you when you do that. We're going to leave, let's see. We're going to leave one on the lower sideband, the one on the right. And when I say these things, these are just words. Oh, I gotta make sure the audio is working. These refer to settings with shortwave radios. So if something is lower sideband, that means it's going... Why is that noisy? It's going above 11175, where you kind of see this green filter, which I shouldn't have messed with. Where's the restore passband option? And this one on the right, now I have it set to lower sideband, so it is on the left side of 11175. I think that's the easiest way of putting it. I'm just going to reset the passband here. Now these visuals, for people who aren't familiar, you kind of have to use these systems a little bit to get familiar. And for folks wondering how you can use this yourself, because you absolutely can, this is available for free online to anyone who would like to use it. And you'll have to rewind to some point in the stream to catch that. Unfortunately, I don't have a timestamp for when that was, but the information is there. So what we're seeing on the right, I just want to say, it looks like a signal, maybe if you're not familiar, but this is just some kind of background interference or noise. When you hear a message, I'll just zoom out, it'll be a lot brighter.
Authentication, uniform, hotel. This is overgrown, out.
What the heck was that? I'm not sure what we just caught the tail end of there, folks. I'll be honest with you. Overgrown. No, overgrown. I'll type it in chat. Overgrown. That's just a call sign they're using. I've heard it before. A lot of the call signs that these folks use get recycled, and I can pull this up for you, and I'll just show you my YouTube channel again. There was not a recent day, but sometime last year, and I know they've used it since, but there was a day when this loads. February 26, 2023 was one of a few days where we'll just skip ahead in this video a bit. I don't have the audio on because you don't necessarily need to hear it. You just need to see the call sign being used. Those were days they were using, as you can see, the call sign overgrown. So they tend to recycle call signs. So that's all that is there. I want to talk briefly, I guess, about the questions we're getting again about whether is this real and etc. So let's be very direct about this. I'm not going to pretend that this channel is called anything else right now, or rather this video. This is a condition red. This, in terms of what this channel is about and what it monitors, this is pretty much one of 3 or 4 times a year that I think something really big is happening on the radio, that I think people who are interested in this are going to want to tune in. So for me, this is a condition red. We're hearing a lot of strange message traffic. We're seeing some strange air traffic, etc. But it does also say in the title Skymaster exercise on the very bar that's been on top during this live stream. It says Skymaster event. I do not believe this is real. I think this is an exercise. Anyone who's wondering if this is real kind of needs to have some proof or signs of things. Now, having said that, folks in the chat box and in the Discord are saying this Veep call sign could be indicative of something. I'm hoping to hear the Intel Frog weigh in. We were just looking at his Twitter earlier. This could still, I'll be honest, I'm thinking still looks like an exercise to me. Maybe they're practicing what the vice president would do. But as we mentioned earlier, a way I like to talk about this right now is to call it a real drill. So it's not real. They're not dropping bombs. You know, this isn't that. This is my estimation. But it's quite an intense drill in terms of what they are practicing. And I think people earlier in the stream kind of asked an interesting question. Or this is actually on Twitter. They asked if this is a drill, why is this a condition red? Like, what would you do during a real event? What would your condition be? And the answer pretty simply would be, I would not be streaming, guys. If I really thought like things were about to kick off involving nuclear weapons, I might post a tweet. I might, give you guys, hey, a heads up, but I don't know if I would be, running 4-hour streams across 3 computers. I've got loved ones and stuff, so there's nothing higher than a condition red for me, and that's just how it is. I can't imagine I will ever come on stream and tell you that. And Brent in the chat box is comment. I don't mean to pick out Brent. A lot of people are, sharing information. Drills are not done on EAM primary and secondary channels. That information is incorrect. We have actually heard during previous exercises, people ask the operators, is this real world or exercise? And there have been cases where they answer exercise. There have also been times they answer real world because as far as they know it's real world, but certainly the fact that there is that distinction and they ask indicates while there must be cases where EAM or sorry the HFGCS is used for exercises. And EAMs themselves, if you think about it, most are going to be exercises which are broadcast almost every day on the HFGCS. They're broadcast to submarine. Now, some of them could just be simple status updates or things like that. But we have yet to see a U.S. nuclear submarine fire off a nuclear weapon, but we know a lot of EAMs get broadcast to them. So surely at least a couple of those were exercise / practice messages. So that's not correct. Or, it's always possible I'm wrong. But I think that claim would require a bit more evidence to support that because I've put together, I think, a reasonable set to certainly doubt what's been shared there. Now, as I mentioned before the break, things looked like they slowed down because we did see one of these planes land, and that was the one that we were thinking may have been Royal Gem, which at some point seemed to be serving the Skymaster role during the exercise. Now, what's interesting here, after that, Veep 67 took off. Now, if we're assuming again that this is kind of like a practice exercise and they're rehearsing something quite severe, this could be the stage of the operation where they're kind of beginning to roll out. I don't know. I'm actually curing myself as I say this, and I want you to take everything I'm saying with a grain of salt. This is entirely my speculation and guess, but this could be the next phase of kind of the practice or the rehearsal they're going through. Let's pretend what we just heard was kind of a response to an initial nuclear attack. Again, this is practice, this is a rehearsal, this is not real. There are no nuclear weapons being fired at this time. But maybe that's what they're practicing. And now at this point, after an initial back and forth has happened, now they're saying, well, the president has been, whatever. So now the vice president assumes control. We need to get him in the air. This is why I am interested in Skymaster events, because I think that's the level of what they're practicing. With EAMs, what they're practicing is getting a message to a probably. This is a lot of speculation. Even this part, what I'm saying, even though I monitor the HFGCS every single day. Lots of speculation here. Most some EAMs, are just practicing broadcasting a message to a submarine, making sure the submarine receives a message and responds accordingly. Skymaster events seem to be practicing something extra. As I mentioned in the stream earlier, and as I mentioned on Twitter and previous streams, this is not World War III. But I think this is what the beginning of World War III could sound like, if that kind of comparison makes sense to you folks, and that's not a particularly egregious comparison to make. But I think anyone who's telling you this is real, this is not a drill, I guess I'd want to know who that is, and there are obviously some people who I know the game they play, and we had to talk about them earlier in the stream. And there are other people who maybe are well curious about what's going on. Now, one thing I haven't talked about the last few days, because I only saw this in kind of an interesting conversation on a Usenet group last night. There was a period of time where the US was apparently, and this was before I started monitoring, this was, I think, sometime in the late 2000s, early 2010s, and maybe into the mid 2010s. The HFGCS activity sort of slowed down. I just got to refresh the SDR on the right because it froze. There was a period of time where it slowed down, and I believe it was during the Clinton era. So my timing is a little bit off. I think it was during Clinton after the dissolution of the Soviet Union where he announced, listen, we don't need to have E6s up, or it wasn't E6s at the time, it was some other military aircraft. Nonetheless, we don't constantly need a fail-safe for continuity of government where something is prepared for, a nuclear event. We can take that down. We can save some money by running those flights less frequently. What's been noted by people who've been observing the HFGCS for a very long time, certainly longer than I've been doing this and longer than pretty much most people who run YouTube channels have been doing this. It's picked up again. The program has resumed in some sense. And this is where we can begin to actually have a serious discussion about how the US is responding to adversary forces and so on. The thought is, and this will be controversial with some people, so I just want to place this in front of you as a suggestion. But it's an interesting one. I read it last night from people who do have a military background and do know more than me on this stuff. There is currently a technology gap or a deficiency of sorts where the US military isn't quite lined up to be able to respond to certain hypersonic missiles in terms of their firing time. So, and this is where I don't remember the conversation. So I'm giving you rough numbers just to give you an idea. But if a missile from, we'll say Moscow, we'll pick Russia, we'll run with this, from Moscow to the east coast of the United States can do it in 15 minutes with a hypersonic missile. Again, I don't know if that time is right. Don't quote me on that and say this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm telling you, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm paraphrasing people who do know what they're talking about. If those are a valid and credible threat, that can be done in 15 minutes, then that's an impetus to kind of restart a full-fledged E6 nuclear response program, the kind of we've been monitoring on this channel for the last 2 years with the EAMs, and that's why it's returned to a very higher level of activity. So that's something that's interesting to discuss. I'm seeing some questions in the chat box about how do we think this relates to Iran. And again, this is something where I hold myself back a little bit because I do admit I haven't followed the Iran situation. I don't know the ins and outs. Any YouTuber who's telling you, or anyone on Twitter, any social network who said I don't know what someone posted, that a nuclear weapon has been fired at Israel or something like that. I can't find that now. Someone said something like that. That would be on CNN, right? Let's load up CNN, right? Let's load it up. Let's see. I don't see any mention of it. Now, CNN, many people don't like CNN. I agree. I am not the biggest fan of... Okay, NPR is probably along the same lines. Someone give me a news network that you'd like us to take a look at. Because if that kind of thing happened... We are in an interesting era where you probably would hear about that from social media before you did traditional news media. But the news media wouldn't be a very long time behind. Okay, Associated Press. That's a perfect AP news. I'm not seeing anything about nuclear weapons being fired. I'm not seeing anything saying, you know, World War III is about to start. So that kind of gives me a hunch that, you know what, I've been streaming and talking to you guys about this since 14:30. It's now 2026. I am sure traditional news media would have hopped on it by now. So it's an exercise. This what we're listening to, what we're seeing over the US airspace. And let's take a look at it again. Let's pull that map up. Clicking the wrong thing. Now this is interesting. One of the E6s? Where has this guy been? Let's take a look at his history. No, I just want this one. Which plane is this? AE0417. This is one of the E6s. Took off from Tinker, what time? 16:15. It's been flying north since then? Why haven't we seen this guy on the radar earlier? That doesn't sound quite right. Oh, because he landed at 1700 and he took off 7 minutes ago and now he's back in the air. So Tippy 71 is now airborne. Took off 7 minutes ago approximately from Tinker Air Force Base up in Oklahoma. So that is 2 E6s airborne right now. And we'll keep an eye on those guys to see where they go. That could well be normal flight pattern. That's Mario in the chat box. Yeah, that could be normal, but we'll keep an eye on it. And obviously, we're still listening for HF radioactivity. So yeah, again, what we're looking at here, in combination with the last few days, is a very high intensity exercise of some sort. Let's see. We'll skim this just for anyone who's joined quickly. April 9th, we had about 37 messages, and on that day we began to see a message being broadcast by the ground station and by E6s over and over and over. That continued into the 10th. Now at some point the message changed. That was 13907. That's one of the additional frequencies used by the military for some digital communications. It's nothing too exciting, but during exercises like this, they will occasionally also use it for voice traffic. And that's why we're listening to that one and hoping to catch something interesting. But that, I now have the AL decoder, so the next time one broadcast, we'll be able to pick it up. There we go. Oh, you guys aren't seeing that. So that was on the left. And should be able to pull that up for you guys a little bit more zoomed in to read. Not quite. That's why we're listening to this. So we just got a mic check of some kind. So not sure what some of the digital noise afterwards there, but we heard some So a couple signals there, and I can try and zoom in, but then you kind of lose it there. You can roughly read that. And that's just the kind of, this is normal. Those digital signals that we heard at the start, when you decode those, pretty straightforward. You just get this kind of thing. And that's what it is. That's just whatever codes that they use for saying, you know, we're here, we're there, whatever. What was interesting was the mic check after. It was kind of hard to hear what was being said, but that's something I'll want to follow up with later and see what exactly that said. If anyone was able to make out what the gentleman was said, but it sounded like mic check to me. I don't know if it was more complicated than that. And just to Mario's earlier point in the chat box, we'll pull up the flight radar again. Tippy71 looks like he's doing a flight pattern that may be fairly routine. So the main thing we're interested in right now is, where is Veep 67 going? And there are people in the chat box who will, what is that website? There are folks in the chat box who will be more familiar with looking through the notice to all airmen. I would recommend doing that right now to see if there are any airspace reservations. I don't know how to do it myself. I'm very sorry for anyone who's watching. Again, the things I don't know, I don't mind saying I don't know. But I'd be very interested if there's an airspace reservation, because that would tell us where he's going to be. Otherwise, you know, you can go out on a limb and say maybe he's going to Hawaii. It's going to Tehran? Are you sure? That does not look like the direction you would fly in to go to Tehran. Hmm. Oh. I mean, I'm just not sure. Why would a plane from California that's headed to Tehran start flying over the Pacific? Why is it taking the long way? But the only reason I'm suggesting maybe this thing will go to Hawaii in absence of a notice to all airmen, which would probably pretty much immediately prove me wrong, is just we do have that one E6 in the Virgin Islands, and I'm wondering if maybe that's part of this. So whatever they're practicing now, it's kind of, the US is not an ideal place to control things from, so maybe they go out to their territories. So Hawaii, well, Hawaii is a state, and the Virgin Islands are a territory. I believe I have that correct. I'm not an American. I don't usually use that excuse, but sometimes I will mess up and not know whether something is state or a territory, or I'm not quite sure where a random state is, and that slips through. Okay, we do have some responses in the chat box regarding the notice to all airmen. So off the California-Mexico coast. So yeah, we're probably going to see Veep do the usual set of patterns over the west coast of California. And I guess we'll pull up an example for you. A couple days ago, this is what it might look like. So this is from February 10th. And this is how they kind of fly around, just in circles. And they are broadcasting EAMs, both voice traffic on the frequencies we listen to and very low frequencies as digital signals. And we do have a list of the very low frequencies somewhere, but I have not had success yet with tracking those VLF signals, as they're called. Whoops, I did not mean to do that. Why is that doing that? There we go. Sorry for the stream eating itself. You've got a different point from which you can... Oh, we've got another notice to all airmen off the coast of Washington State and on the East Coast from Virginia up to New Jersey. So that would be... Again, this is from 2 days ago, this map that we're looking at right now. This is from the 10th, but it gives you an example of how that might look. This is one of the places that they fly over the Atlantic, and this is kind of southeast of the areas in question. And I think this is the third time mentioning it, but you see this little Northeast Canyons and Seamounts and Marine National Monument. This is the one conspiracy theory. Well, this is one of a small handful of conspiracy theories I will entertain on this channel. I saw some very funny tweets a couple weeks ago where people were saying the US military now has the capability for moving underwater bases. And I think these sanctuaries in the middle of nowhere in the water are contrived inventions by the US military for where they're building their moving underwater bases. I am kidding. Or am I? I'm kidding. Guys, I'm kidding. Many of you are new. You don't quite know my sense of humor yet, so I'm completely serious. Let's pull in the hex codes that you guys are mentioning. AEO 410, Crip 70. He took off from Maine and landed, what is that? That's going to be like Naval Air Station Patuxent, I believe, is the name of it. Yeah. So that could well be the E6 that does those messages. There's another hex code mentioned, AE687E. And these hex codes, for folks not familiar, that's just how you pull up some of the aircraft. That's kind of one of their codes that they use for reference. So this is a P-8 Poseidon, and he's in a conspicuous area just north of Kaliningrad, which, as I'm sure many of you guys from other channels will be well aware, or even just from, geography. Kaliningrad is Russia, so not surprising to see a US aircraft sort of surveilling nearby, possibly monitoring some of the signals. And something interesting that's been done with the Kaliningrad, if you are following folks on Twitter, and maybe I'll pull that up when we get a chance, Russia has been running some kind of a GPS jammer from Kaliningrad. But let's go ahead, and I'm now loading up all the aircraft ever, which I didn't necessarily want to do. We're saying the E6 we were just looking at has taken off from Patuxent Naval Air Station. You guys are correct. So he's headed on a little tour. He's probably going to eventually head east, would be my guess, but we'll keep an eye on him as well. And Tippy was another one we said we would keep an eye on. Assume routine patterns. And the big one, I guess, it looks like it's going to end up doing routine EAM transmissions or other kinds of transmissions, or even just flying around. But it's that call sign, beep 67. Pretty lousy reception on that message, but that was on 11175, so I've kind of pulled that up so it's in the middle of the screen. 175 is one of the primary HFGCS frequencies, so that's one of the frequencies that we monitor on this channel.
Mainsail, this is Motel. Motel. On 175. Copy my station. Over.
Last caller, Pinto 12 has you, Lima Charlie.
Mainsail. This is Motel. 175. Requesting to check into the net this time. I'll copy, over.
So I can't quite make out his call sign, but the reason he wants to talk to mainsail is he wants to check into the net, which we talked about earlier. But I don't think we got to hear a thorough example of someone checking into the net. So if they do successfully do that, we'll pause to listen to that. We'll also pause to tune out the static a little bit because we're not necessarily interested in hearing that. I'm just going to do something with the SDR on the left because it's giving us some static. I just wanted to turn that volume down a bit. Now, someone trying to check into the net right now. Oh, still static. Someone checking into the net after we've got a plane taking off tells me that we've got a good chance that that is this plane. Decent odds. So what we might hear over the next little bit, and it really depends on whether this guy gets in contact with mainsail or not, we may hear the ground stations, which today I believe are using a call sign Flint gun. That guy's going to broadcast an EAM. And then this plane, which is checking into the net with whatever call sign, will then broadcast a repeat of that message every 30 minutes. And if we see it fly over the Atlantic like we're expecting, it's going to do that on the 10s and the 40s. And JMB just had a quick question. What is the frequency for the ALE? People get mad when I pronounce some acronyms. 13907. That's that particular one. And the reason I'm tuned to that one in particular is because it is also used by, well, generally the Department of Defense as what is known as a Zulu 100 frequency. So we heard some mic checks earlier. We're hoping that develops into something more, because normally we don't really monitor ALE. I'm going to pronounce it ALE, because it's not terrifically interesting. This is what you get with ALE. You can easily decrypt those. This is just for people who don't know. I'm sure you know, but just for anyone not familiar. You can easily convert those. There's not any complex cipher, so it's easy to do that, but that's what it looks like. You just get these kind of calls back and forth. Nothing too exciting in my opinion, but maybe I'm wrong and I should monitor that more in the future. A question about Looking Glass. Looking Glass is possibly the Skymaster. Yeah, I'm not super sure, but that's kind of how I interpret it. For folks who don't know about Looking Glass and so on, that's like a code name thing for a US military maneuver. You can type in Looking Glass honestly into Wikipedia and you got some information about it there. And I think it's possible Skymaster is a successor to that. Not terribly sure, and I may be wrong because possibly there was a period where both were concurrent and distinct from each other. I don't know. Now, one thing I'm going to check on the back end here, and I know a few people are familiar with this, Just curious if there is an SKG thread live right now. Tried to start one a couple days ago. There is an SKG thread. Did anyone mention the Sky King in here? For folks who don't know what an SKGS is, if you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. This isn't the venue to introduce it to a large audience, but shoutouts, Sky Kings. I don't know. I don't see a shoutout. That's okay. I don't have to be shouled in there. It's a secret club. Mick Laws, if I remember. Oh yeah, I can stream the stream. Let's pull up your comments. Mick Laws, if I remember, Looking Glass is the Doomsday 747 airborne command post, but who is in command? I don't think anyone's actually in command. It's just practice today. Extreme Cowgirl, haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you. What about the 5 military planes by Newfoundland? Let's pull that up. So we got to change the filters a bit. Military. What are these guys doing? Where are they coming from? Who are they with? So it's the U.S. military. And we've got Hercules. We've got a NA. We've got a whatever the heck that is. Again, folks, I'm not an expert in the planes. I don't know what we're looking at there, but it could be related to the exercise. It could not be. Someone in the chat box may be able to shine more light on that, and I didn't have the map pulled up, so you guys didn't see me while I was talking through that, but let's take a look at that. So these are 5 planes off the east coast of Newfoundland. They're all United States military, and it looks like they took off from Iceland. And I know Thule Air Force Base, is that still a thing? Well, again, if anyone in the chat box knows, comment. Now, we've got all of the aircraft, for military aircraft for all of the channels up on screen right now. That's why you're seeing a lot more plane traffic. This NATO plane, for example, and I don't regularly look at this, so I'm not going to be able to comment on this in depth. This is Italian. Surprise. This is Italian. Poland. You know, I can just click planes and tell you their country of registration all day, right? I don't know how interesting that's going to be for the audience. Can't comment in depth. But what we can do is filter, and I can do this on the side here, by the country of registration. Just for the American planes, because this is an American channel. We love the United States of America. This is the American military aircraft in the air right now. We've got 295 planes. I believe that's on the lower end of average for this time of day, I think. Just happening to take a look at this. We got a Poseidon P8. I think we also had one in north of Kaliningrad, right? Not showing up on the radar right now. Reach. Those guys do the long distance flights. That's when they use the reach call sign. He left from, I'm going to guess that's Elmendorf. Yep, Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson. That one's been interesting the last few weeks, last couple months even, because we've been starting to hear more radio checks from Elmendorf, or at least I have, that I normally do not. That's kind of an aside. I don't know how relevant Elmendorf will be to today's events, but something I'm interested in as we kind of monitor this stuff into the future. Now, I seem to have lost a tab. Oh, there we go. Just throw that back. Wave function FPV. Hi, I'm new here. Could the E6s and other oddities be because of Steadfaster Defender 24? For those not familiar, Steadfast Defender is a NATO exercise which started February this year. Let me see. I've commented on this before, but I know it's running until either the very beginning of May or like end of May. Okay, I pulled it up. It started January 22nd and lasted to the end of May. Yeah, it could be. It definitely could be related. I will say earlier in this stream we looked at an example of a Skymaster event that occurred in early February. I believe February 7th, and that was an E6 actually in Europe. It flew north, did circles around the Faroe Islands, which I believe is northeast of the United Kingdom. And during that day, people who were located in Europe and had SDRs and were monitoring, European airwaves, they did hear Skymaster messages. That was almost certainly related. Well, I can't say certainly, but probably related to Steadfast Defender. An exercise like this one, it's tough for me to say for sure whether it is or isn't. My inclination would be to say no, but my conviction on that would not be great. And I think when someone comments on something, it's good to ask, how sure are they? I'm not very sure. The reasons I would say no is because unlike in February where we had an E6 in Europe, we had people in Europe saying we're hearing Sky King messages. I've had a European SDR on the far right of the screen up on stream for most of the time we've been running. We haven't seen a lot of activity. We haven't seen any activity unique to the European frequency. If I'm mistaken in saying that, and there's been a bunch of stuff that I didn't notice because I was talking over it, I'm proven wrong. But I don't see any people saying there's wild activity in Europe that seems to relate to what's going on in North America. There could be, I'm going to argue the opposite now. During the January Skymaster exercise this year, the brunt of the activity was in the United States, and I'm going to pull up the date. I believe it was January 12th. So we're just going to pull that map up and type into the history here, January 12th. It may have been the 11th. Oh, I've got to get the right thing with you. For this to work, I need the right filter. Current air traffic, by the way, for anyone worrying, curious. January 12th. It was either the 12th or the 11th. So we'll type in the 11th just in case I'm wrong. Okay, it's filtering me. January 12th. Yeah, 12th. This is what so on the 11th and the 12th, we don't see any aircraft activity in Europe, but there were reports of messages coming from Croton on different frequencies. So there was a European involvement, even though air traffic specific to the E4s and E6s doesn't back it up. But I guess I'm just not sure because, again, if we compare to February 7th, that was a day there was an E6 in Europe, and it was actually doing activity. I mentioned it was flying above the Faroe Islands. See, another one of these protected areas. This is where another underwater military base is. And I say that with grave seriousness. The US has the capacity to build moving underwater bases, and they are used to study the aliens from Area 51. No. On a day like on February 7th, when we heard Skymaster messages and there's an E6 in Europe and it's broadcasting messages, I'm I'm certainly leaning much more, it must be related to Steadfast Defender. This, what we're seeing today, and today is April 12th. Certainly it's a primarily American exercise, even if there is some involvement from allies in, let's say, Canada or NATO. A couple more questions coming up. Pepe Rogozin, when was the last Sky King Bros? Someone earlier said 2019. So we looked at this earlier. I'm no longer affiliated with his website. They don't have a great community, but the accuracy of their messages, if nothing else, that they do have in the database is fairly accurate. And I used to contribute to this database a fair amount. They had a Sky King in 2022. There is a recording for anyone who doubts it. Maybe we can stop and listen to it briefly if the audio is set up for that. I believe it is.
20, authentication.
Okay, I've got the speed too high. And the way this website is set up, I can't slow it down.
Foxtrot. I say again. Sky King, do not answer. Destin, Ty, 20, authentication. Whiskey, Foxtrot. This is abundant, out.
So that audio is playing at 2 times speed. Another thing is I've seen people comment that they did hear Sky Kings in 2023. I'm inclined to believe them, even though I didn't hear it myself. But what I've been told from someone who seemed to know most of their stuff, to the point that I'm willing to say they're probably credible, even though, again, it's a strange hobby to be in because there's a lot of difficult personalities. I'm no longer on speaking terms with that person. They said that Sky Kings moved to just satellite communications, which makes sense because I guess those are priority messages that need to go out quicker, and satellite communications is probably a faster way of communicating that. So we probably will hear Sky King on the Hfgcs less often, and over shortwave radio in general less often. Cybersecurity declassified. Have we looked at what's going on in the seas? Any combined arms? Thanks. I'm always interested in starting to look at that, but I don't know where the entry points are. Not an area that I know much, if anything, about. So I could look at it, but I wouldn't be able to meaningfully comment on it. Now, I'll take a look to see. Maritime traffic. There is a website, maritimetraffic.com. And I can't comment on this meaningfully for you guys. I don't know what's going on here, to be simple. This is a very overwhelming map, so things could be happening. I actually want to work with people to cross-reference whether HFGCS activity and certain messages ever have any connections with, let's say, aircraft carrier movements or things like that. That's something I'm interested in, but nobody's picked up with the other end of that. Oh, I didn't show you guys the maritime radar. Or I might have and forgot. But anyways, this is what it looks like, and I can't comment on it. It's overwhelming. It's spooky. Some more questions. Damai Damage, I'm not sure how you would pronounce it. I would guess it's Damai, is asking, when was Skymaster used in an exercise? So there is a pinned link in the top of the chat box. Your answer is in there, but briefly, today, for example, February 7th of this year, January 11th and or 12th of this year, several times last year, it is used maybe somewhere between 6 to 10 times a year, I would guess, in terms of, you know, how many days often, not how many times total, because today we've already heard it, I think, 20, 30 times. Recton Club, unauthorized exercises. Oh my god. Lamau. L. Zaber. Is it exercise or is this related to Iran's attack on Israel earlier today? There's good evidence to believe that this is related to an exercise. If you follow this channel, the videos that it's put out the last few months, I monitor the Hfgcs and I listen in particular for Skymaster broadcasts because they seem to occur around the same time each year. So once in January and then again late January, early February. Vaguely sometime in April. Again, vaguely, possibly sometime in May and or June. And then again, we will have things like this, but even more intense. Late August, early September, late September, early October, and then potentially once or twice again in November, and unlikely, but historically in December as well. So Skymaster comes up fairly often, but not very often. So that's why today we're doing this special stream with commentary and etc. The Flick, yes, these channels are not exercises, only nuclear communications of nuclear forces. No exercises are allowed on these frequencies. This came up earlier in the chat box, and I talked about it in stream. That is not correct. We know by implication, because we've heard operators on these networks ask, is this real world or exercise? That means it is possible to broadcast both real world and exercise on this channel. And in terms of what I mean by implication, for example, if, and I guess the way my mind works is a bit silly, but if I told you I was in a car accident today, you might ask, what hit you, a car or a truck? Because we know cars and trucks can be on the road. We don't say, was it a car, truck, or boat? Because we know that boats are not usually on the road and involved in car accidents. That's what I mean by implication. So if someone asks, were you hit by a car or a truck? By implication, trucks can be on the road. That's why I'm saying it doesn't make any sense at all to say that these frequencies can't be used for exercises. And also, if we assume, we know some of these EAMs are broadcast to nuclear submarines, and that's sometimes up to 8 to 16 times a day, most days of the week, most weeks of the year. And we have yet to see any of those guys fire off nuclear submarines. So some of those messages could just be status updates or informational, but I'm sure at least some of those are also practice messages. And again, just by assuming, if they haven't fired off any nukes yet, that must create the opportunity for some of those messages to be exercise or practice. So I just do not think the claim that these frequencies the claim that the frequencies cannot be used for exercise just doesn't hold much water with me. Now, folks, as I'm talking, I'm noticing we're losing some watchers, so I take back everything we just said. This is real, people. This is not a drill, all right? You need to be watching this because shit is about to hit the fan, and everyone else is crazy and lying. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's a joke. But there are other channels that are doing that for real. I've got to have fun, people. I'm a little bit of a hypocrite because I get upset if someone mentions some of the other channels in here. We've got an ale message, and again, these are not the most exciting things in the world, so that's why we're not looking at that. Just another one of these things, which mean whatever it is they mean. I notice I'm slightly off frequency there, so we're gonna fix that. Let's see. So again, just in the spirit of having a little bit of fun, this guy said on April 11th that there were 69 EAMs on April 9th and 45 so far on April 11th around that time. And I rightfully called this guy out. Over 100 EAMs were broadcast on April 10th. I've shown you the transcriptions on stream. I'm going to post the full thing on Twitter in the next couple days. And around that time when he made that post, I followed up and said, I'm not done transcribing all the messages from April 11th that were broadcast overnight, but when he was saying 45, there are at least 50 and actually 70 within an hour or two after that. So the man isn't even good at covering the Hfgcs. Sorry, I didn't show you guys the post. Where are we here? This was his post. 69 EAMs on April 9th, 45 so far on April 11th. And then I followed up about an hour after that to say, no, he's way off. Because this guy hassles me, right? I'm not going to pretend he doesn't hassle me. He kept coming up in the stream earlier. And apparently he was complaining about me on his stream. So I'm going to have fun. Like, the thing is, he also exaggerates and says nonsense. A month ago, or not even a month ago, I think 2 weeks ago, and I have a recording, but we're going to pull off a little bit from digging into this too deep. He said there were 30 EAMs, and this is a record off the charts. Nonsense. Completely nonsense. Like, I've even tried to speak to him before. Off the top of my head, November 30th, 2022. 50 messages, and nobody really talked about it because there was nothing going on in the news. And Ruby Hart is just commenting. I don't agree with you, Ruby. I don't disagree with you. I think the more I were to go on about this, the more some people will tune out. But just for context, I also don't mind punching up. This guy has an audience of tens of thousands, and he attacks my channel, which only today broke 1,000 subscribers, constantly. So once in a while, if I can have fun and call this guy out as nonsense, come on. But like I said, I'm not going to start pulling out recordings and going into a full thing, but we got to have a little bit of fun here. Now, back to the things we all actually care about, and not me and some sad people on the internet. There was one other comment about someone checking into the net on 8992 kilohertz earlier, and oh, my thing is frozen. It's not letting me scroll up. That's no fun. No, I'm not going to play the recording. Someone checked into 8992 Apricot Pie. That was Damai Damage commented earlier. We didn't get good reception of that over these SDRs, and also the backup streams. I had an eye on them as that happened. It doesn't seem like the signals were quite strong enough to break through squelch. But yeah, we had someone either requesting to check into the net or actually checking into the net. And we'll take a look at the E6s again. Where are we? Here you go. So Veep 67. Yeah, he's most likely headed to the notice area, which is kind of quarantined off, for him to do his usual laps and broadcast messages, which we may or may not be able to hear. I'll keep an eye on things. It may come in clear on the 8992 kilohertz stream, actually. Seems to be, now that I take a look at it, having some audio issues. A lot of background noise, I think. But if it picks up some messages and none of the things I have on screen on this stream are able to pick it up, we'll throw it to that. The 11175 kilohertz stream, which is coming from Kansas, wasn't able to pick that up very well. What else do we have going on? Yeah, Tippy is just flying these loops. That's most likely practice or something else, maybe, but we'll see how those loops are looking before we comment on it a lot. Grip 70 is potentially still on track to fly over the Atlantic, but not quite where I expected. Again, I was expecting it to go to the secret underwater military base, which is here, the Northeast Canyons and Seamounts Marine National Monument, the southeast of New York. Like barely. Southeast, southeast-east. If anyone knows what I'm trying to say, like there's those designators in addition to just simple northeast, southeast, etc. So he could be doing, and I think this was actually in the notice someone mentioned, more east of California. Now, he could prove me wrong, and I'll look silly on stream, and that's fine. We're keeping an eye on it. We'll see what direction it does. Gurf, I've been listening to EAMs on and off since the 1970s. You should be running this stream, sir. I mean this seriously. There's a lot of you who've been running the Hfgcs been monitoring the Hfgcs for a long time. You got to share the information. Put something together. Give me a link to post to. Oops. I don't know how people are managing to get through word filters, but I don't want to hear it. Yeah, no worries. Oops. I timed that person out because they just used something with a word filter. I didn't mean to have that up on the screen. Sorry about that, folks. But yes, the gentleman who's been monitoring EAMs since the 1970s, Gurf or gentlewoman, I'm not sure. A lot of you folks have information, but I have a hard time finding it if you've put it out there. As I've said throughout the stream, I am not an expert. I've pointed to a few resources. I would love to see you put something together. If I can do it, you can do something even better, I'm sure. Carl Mosher, you don't attract as many people only seeking truth. You attract more people who are seeking the wow. That's why you have fewer viewers. Yeah, there is. It's not exactly a sour grapes thing, but it kind of is. The more fear-mongery and exciting headline is going to get more viewers. As I just mentioned, like there are days where there are 30 messages on the Hfgcs, and I know I've seen this before. So that's not anything exciting to me. So I don't, make a big deal about it on this channel. Someone else might see that and, run a big stream. This is one of, I think, a few times a year I will be running streams like this and really inviting people to come and check it out. I do run streams throughout the year, but most of them are just straightforward, no commentaries, etc., etc. I would be happy to sell out, because look how many viewers you get and etc. But I can't do it with a straight face. I would just start cracking jokes, so it's not something that's in my capabilities. Brandy Campbell, you sound way younger than listening since the 1970s. I thought you were younger than me, and I was born in 82. No, I was not born. I've not been listening since the 1970s. I wasn't alive in the 1970s. There was just a Gurf earlier said they've been monitoring the Hfgcs for that long, and so I invited them to start a YouTube channel. If you have a YouTube channel, sir or ma'am, Gurf, and it's about this, I'll be happy to link that here, and I'd love to hear what you have to comment on all the stuff going on today. Jojo, what type of channel is this? It's a channel where I tell you my secret conspiracy theories about underwater military bases. So let's start. Oops. Let's start with the current situation. We have Veep 67. This is a Mercury E6. This is a U.S. military aircraft that is used for receiving and rebroadcasting encrypted messages. And if we zoom in, because these things are hidden on the map, we begin to see that areas of the ocean are classified as marine sanctuaries, marine conservation areas, etc., etc. And this is conspicuous because there are a number of U.S. military bases in this area. So what we know for a science fact is that I saw this on Twitter a week or two ago. On Google Maps, there used to be high-res imagery of underwater bases in this area, and a few days later, the bases weren't there anymore, and that means that the bases can move. So that's why this plane has to fly these strange paths, because it has to follow the moving underwater base. So that's what this channel is about. We track where these planes are going. We hear what they're broadcasting because we want to know where those undersea bases are. And I've been doing this for the last 2 years, on and off. So I hope that answers your question. You guys know this, what I just said is going to get clipped and taken out of context, right? That's fine. Oh, Lord. Oops. Yeah, no, the bases are real. I don't know why I'm laughing. But oh, I've had that same headline for a while, haven't I? I'm not like Steve Lookner quality when it comes to running live streams. That guy is on top of keeping the headlines up to date. I've had the same one for like the last, I don't know, 2 hours. Or sorry, that was back at 2000. Yeah, an hour. I've had that up for like an hour and 10, hour 20, hour and a half, whatever it was. In terms of traffic, we are kind of now watching and waiting to see. Well, we weren't really waiting for that. But since it's here, we'll take it. So those digital signals, those are coming from the far left STR that we're tuned to. And it's just doing this stuff. Now, the thing is, earlier we heard some voice traffic, but it doesn't seem to be really developing into anything larger. And just off memory, I know like the Coast Guard can also use this frequency. 13907 kilohertz is shared by quite a few portions of the U.S. government. Oh, let's listen. I can't make out what he's saying. So we'll keep an eye on that on the side and continue to do so, but that isn't necessarily even related to the U.S. military. Like I was saying before those broadcasts started, and then what might have been mic checks or something. I think the Coast Guard also uses it. We know the U.S. military does use it during the Skymaster events, but we also know those AL signals are fairly routine for that frequency. They tend to occur during certain times of the day, but relatively often. We will keep an eye on it just because we have been this whole time. But I'm going to say, if nothing, by the bottom of the hour, we may begin to focus on another frequency that I'd be interested in hearing at this time. Now, I have a question from Discord. Is Godzilla 1998 good? I think that's the one. Oh, there was a message on
Any
there.
station. Call 80C-130 on 11175 upper radio check. Any station. Test 80 on 11175 upper radio check.
I can't make out what he's saying, so what we're gonna do. Oh, hold on. Why did I mute that?
Upper radio check.
Coke 80, this is mainsail, I have you weak readable, how copy over?
Mainsail, test 80 has you 555, over, standby. Mainsail, test 80, how do you hear this transmitter?
Coke 80, this is mainsail, I have you Lima Charlie, PAL me over.
Coke 8, mainsail, test 80, Lima Charlie. Mainsail, test 80, this is your last test. How do you hear this transmitter?
Coke 80, Coke 80, this is mainsail, I have you Lima Charlie, on me, over.
Mainsail, test 80, Lima Charlie. Thank you for the assistance.
Just taking a look at some stuff in the background. I want to see if there's anything that I want to put on screen and share with you guys in addition to what we've been monitoring. But at this point, the main thing I would say that we're interested in really, because it does appear like things have, I guess, slowed down. And I say that knowing a bunch of you will click and tune out immediately, but it does look like it's slowed down. And it's really just a question of, does this call sign Veep being used by an E6 indicate anything? Does it mean that there is going to be a part 2 of this in short order? Or at least for now, is it pretty much... Is this pretty much done or not? And when I say done, we were in a very similar position yesterday. Actually, we were in a worse position yesterday because, again, April 9th, you had some strange traffic going on. April 10th, you had over 100 messages broadcast. And then April 11th, if I've not mixed up my days, leading up to about 14:30, we were on pace for another 100 message day. We heard a Skymaster radio check, and I thought this is about to pop off. And then it really quieted down after that. We saw some radio checks that I found peculiar, but at least as far as the Hfgcs is concerned, I don't want to listen to that noise. At least as far as the Hfgcs was concerned yesterday at that time, there wasn't a lot of activity. Chumley is suggesting 11253. What are we listening to here?
00 wind 220 degrees 5 knots. Cabin close. Temperature 25. Dew point 16. QNH 10.
That's just a like one of those weather things, is it not? Yeah, that's a Royal Air Force Volmet Military 1. This is just like an automated thing that reads off weather conditions of various airports and stuff. We're going to turn that down because we're unlikely to hear anything of interest, but we'll just keep an eye on the waterfall. Again, back to 13907, which, as mentioned earlier and reinforced in the chat box, it gets used by the U.S. military. It also gets used by the Coast Guard and a few other divisions of the Air Force and or Coast Guard and or other divisions. Sorry, I'm tripping over myself. We'll have it there on the side. We'll continue to have it there on the side, and if nothing in the next half hour, we're going to change to
75, I'll copy my station. Over.
So that was a normal 30-character message. And I say normal in the sense that when the static isn't overpowering me. It's normal in the sense that, okay, these things are messing with me. Every time I talk, they static. It's kind of like being shushed. Most EAMs are 30 characters long, and there are periods of time where EAMs have a lot in common in terms of the first two characters of a message. So that message started Quebec 5. Even prior to the 9th, when all this started, Quebec 5 has been used the past little bit. Let me actually take a look on screen how long Quebec 5 has been in use for at least. So I have them starting around March 18th, if not earlier, because I don't know how actively I was listening around that time. So they've been around for just short of a month. Now, the reason I kind of say they're normal is just because, well, they happen so often. They probably represent kind of like a certain circumstance. And I'm seeing what's going on in the chat right now, and I'll talk about it in a moment. It's good news, thankfully. Very nice. Thank you, guys. But there also are contexts where like these Q5 messages aren't really a big deal. Or sorry, they are a big deal, can be a big deal. So on April 9th and 10th, the message that was being repeated over and over was just like a Q5 message. We'll pull that up. Now I've undone some of the colors and stuff. But scrolling down. April 9th, this is the message that kind of set all of this off for me. This message was repeated 30 times in total at least. And that's when things began to get really weird. And even for a quote-unquote normal message, per my kind of guesstimate, for it to get broadcast that often was unusual. So this one right now looks normal. A Q5 being broadcast once, that's not really anything. And the message could be broadcast quite a few times before I really start to say there's something peculiar going on there. And I want to give a shout out to Dat Silencer. You've been a supporter of the channel in the past on Buy Me a Coffee the last few months, and it's good to see you here again. And Up North is continuing his bonanza of free memberships, which is done kind of as a lottery system by YouTube. I don't have any control of it. But you've been doing that a lot the last few days Up North, and thank you very much. Because that's, in addition to the financial support for the channel, it's also been helping with the engagement and stuff, and that's why the streams today have been as popular as they have been. Now, I had those SDRs muted earlier because I don't want the static interrupting me, but I don't want to leave them on mute. There is a comment fixation. How can this be a test? Just asking because Skymaster was retired for a year and to only be used in a nuclear war, and an EAM can't be a test. Where are you getting this from? This is a few of you guys saying this right now. This is not true. I'm getting a little... Sorry, I'm getting a little bit annoyed. This is my YouTube channel, Neat Intel. Check it out. One of the things that I do is occasionally upload individual message recordings. And if you scroll through here, I have a recording of a Skymaster message on January 11th. And this is in addition to everything I've been talking about the last few hours with lots of examples of other Skymaster events. So other things you can do if you scroll through my channel. Just type Skymaster into the search bar, and you will see videos where I talk about Skymaster. Some of them are superfluous and not relevant, but this was one where I quote-unquote predicted a Skymaster event before it happened. This was one where we monitored a Skymaster event on January 10th and 11th. I think earlier I was saying January 11th and 12th, so I stand corrected there. Recordings of some other activity, 274 messages, which we haven't heard today, but we heard on April 10th and 11th. Skymaster is something I am interested in. Here's another one, Skymaster, February 2023. That's the recording we looked at earlier. And today we've heard Skymaster messages. So I don't know where this is coming from, sir. And it's not just you, so I'm sorry if it feels like I'm picking on you. I don't mean to put that. But I guess lots of questions here, folks, because it doesn't make sense. At what point was Skymaster retired? It certainly wasn't in the last, 2 or 3 years, because I just showed you we've had Skymasters, and there is a linked video pinned in the comments. I give you more examples of Skymasters. In the future, I will try and find time to scrape together a video with recordings of Skymasters from the past 5, 10, 15 years, just the way I put together a video about the quadruple 8 / what I call octopus messages. Signal R532 has a good comment. EAMs are a convenient term for Hfgcs message traffic. GHFS is actually what it used to be called, but they changed the name of it in the mid 2000s. Yeah, there are lots of different message types. Yes, if you guys are getting this from Wikipedia or something, Wikipedia is out of date, and I've considered working on Wikipedia and updating it, but like the problem with Wikipedia is I don't like dealing with their administrators and stuff, and some of the people on there are really full of themselves. So it's just like, listen, I recognize YouTube is Wikipedia is valuable, but I don't know, it's hard to add to it more. So it's kind of stuck in time in some topic areas. And this area in particular, when it comes to talking about EAMs and the Hfgcs and stuff, uh, it's hard to meet the citation requirements because you're not allowed to add original research to Wikipedia. You can, but at any point they could reverse it and you would have no recourse. So I could spend like a couple weeks updating Wikipedia pages on this information and someone could revert it and that's it. And we've got some messages going now, so let's see if we can hear those. They could be radio checks too. And by the way, I'm sorry if I'm sounding a little bit uppity with some people. If you ask questions, I will take them at face value. But if you tell me something that is not correct, like if you take it at face. If you ask me a question, I will do my best to take it seriously and answer it. If you tell me something as a matter of fact and it's not even correct, and you're the 5th or 6th person to have done this today, it gets a little bit frustrating.
Last caller. This is mainsail. How copy, over.
Up north, you are. Thank you very much, sir. There's a certain point where it's really hard for me to know what to say. Feel free to contact me if you want me to put together any kind of like video on a specific topic or anything like that. You've certainly contributed at that level. Anything in specific, and there, we'll arrange what I can. Now, what I'm going to do right now is I have something that is pressing. IRL. I was hoping to have today fairly relaxed, and actually catch up on both IRL stuff I've put off the last 3 days, and also start to catch up on the backlog of some messages and stuff to put together the last few days. But this came up. But we need a good... Well, this can be a short break. this can be about a we'll do a bit more, and then at 2150 I'll go on a 10-minute break. And one thing I'm going to do right now, 13907 on the far left, this has not been doing what I was hoping it would do for me. We haven't really heard anything too exciting. So now I'm switching to 9031 kilohertz. Some of you folks will not be familiar with 9031 kilohertz. So I talked about this earlier, but on my Twitter and in a Discord that I've got going, there is some information. So this has been posted on both of those venues, but we'll just look through this quickly. This is an example of one of the information channels I have. And 9031 is part of what is known as the Charlie windows, and I've heard them used by E6s when they want to communicate with each other. And there are some recordings up on this channel. They've also been included as part of some of the recent live streams we've done. And 9031, the Charlie Echo window, has been the most active of these. Now, if anyone after this stream takes off afterwards and monitors that, you will occasionally hear the Canadian Air Force out of their base in Winnipeg use 9031, but the US military E6s will also use it sometimes. GLT, the subject on the video, you're asking about the videos for the 9031, I believe. I think if you put 9031, you won't get it. I will show you the video in particular you have to take a look at. Oh, good lord. This one is probably the first example that comes to mind. So Hfgcs Stratcom CE window, if you type that in, that video should pull up. And it's just a short recording of some of the stuff that's been done recently. So I'll comment on the flight map just before I go on a 10-minute break to take care of something that needs to get taken care of. So Tippy is doing very much what Mario commented in the chat box was probably going to happen. It's flying in loops. Now, I know there's also something that I don't know a lot about called North Star. I believe it's part of the SATCOM network, and I wouldn't be surprised if someone in the chat box can provide a little bit more information than I can, because I literally just know the name. And when these things connect to North Star, you'll see them flying in loops as well. But I believe the loops they need to fly in for North Star, if they even need to actually need to fly in loops, or if that's just something they do as protocol for that, I think those loops need to be tighter. So these loops that we're seeing, this pattern for this particular plane, and I'll just isolate it so we don't get confused with which thing in particular. That looks like just something routine. It could be part of this exercise, but it could also just be one of the more routine and inconspicuous, I guess you could say, exercises. The other planes we're keeping an eye on, Crip 70, Alpha Echo 0410. We're guessing he's going to be flying somewhere east of Florida. Veep 70, we're most likely going to start seeing flying in circles. It does not really look like an earlier fairly baseless guess I made that this thing may fly to Hawaii as part of a phase 2 of today's exercise event, whatever terminology you want to use. It doesn't look like it's on pace to go that far. That doesn't mean that these things that we're looking at right now couldn't be lining up to be part of a phase 2, but I'm going to take a similar approach to what I took yesterday. At the bottom of the day, if it looks like
I'll talk about what we'll talk about at the bottom of the day after taking a short break. I really do have to take care of something, folks, so we will be back at the bottom of the hour. I'm going to make sure these things are unmuted for you, so if any messages come through, you are able to hear them. You will also hear some of that unpleasant background noise. And I'll just update the headline as well. Okay, I'm back. I just need to update the headline. Okay, folks, I just had to take care of something. As I mentioned, IRL, I've been putting a lot of stuff off to the side the last few days. And as we enter day 4 of unusual activity on the Hfgcs, I gotta start balancing those a lot better than I have been. I wanted to give a shout out to everyone who has been here the last few days and especially today. Big shout outs to Up North for continuing to gift memberships to a lot of people. Ron Stacy as well. Thank you very much for your contribution. Dat Silencer earlier gave a super chat. And we've also got a lot of supporters on Patreon and Buy Me a Coffee. And it's thanks to that I'm able to now and again push some things off and run this channel. I don't do this full time. This isn't something that I do a ton, but on days when it does seem like things are kicking off and there's something that we can talk about and share with an audience, I try and make time when I can. Hit or miss. Again, there was an event like this in early February. I was not available at the time it happened, so I was a little frustrated at the time, but I was happy to do that. Steve Martin with a colorful comment. Mom made you take the trash out again, huh? Bless your heart, Steve. Thanks for watching. I had to take out the recycling, Steve. It's Friday. No, I'm kidding. You guys know I'm kidding. You can tell I'm being sarcastic. So what I was saying before the break. Oh, and by the way, thank you to our impromptu all of a sudden mods Up North and the Swiller, pretty much on short notice, volunteered and agreed to step up to this. Because we went literally from kind of a high water mark of 100 people ever watching live stream that was on this channel to at one point during the stream we've had about 500, and I think we're still in the 300s, which is really great for this channel. So, you know, yes. Before I went on break, we were briefly commenting on the air traffic. It looks like it's settling into something that wouldn't be too different from any other day of the week. If I saw this last week on a Tuesday, I would not rush to do a live stream. I'll be very honest with you. But in the context of following all the message traffic that we have heard today, it does seem fair to ask, is this about to set off a kind of phase 2 of today's events? And the main reason for that is just this particular call sign, Veep67. I don't know if that's typical for an E6 to use that call sign and what it uses. Some of the folks in the Skymaster Surveillance Committee, sorry, the Jangwon Young Skymaster Surveillance Committee Discord, and in the chat box here have commented that that could be a tactical call sign that relates to something a little bit more high level than what we've been speculating on during today's stream. So we're waiting to see what's going on. But 2 hours from now, and this is pretty much the same protocol I used yesterday. 2 hours, it will be April 13th by the Universal Coordinated Time Clock. And if it kind of remains at this level over the next few hours and even into that point, we will kind of step down from a condition red, as I've put up on this YouTube and on the Neat Intel Twitter, and we will go down probably to a yellow, and people aren't necessarily familiar with that, but I do have a little bit of a system where I kind of, how do I communicate with people that, now is a better time to tune into the Hfgcs than usual, because if you tune in any other day, yeah, you'll hear EAMs, but you can hear that any other day. The color system is meant to tell people how likely I think it is that some different kinds of messages are going to be transmitted, and what I think those could tie into. And when we're kind of at a, this level, this is when I hop on the mic and do some streaming. And by the way, thank you very much, Bozo Mori, for your super chat contribution. Thank you as well to Tommy Wilson for your question. Could this be tied to Global Thunder exercise? Yeah, that's my guess. I believe it's tied to Global Thunder. What we're primarily seeing here is activity over the continental US. And it is coming around a time that traditionally has been tied to that exercise. I think I may be wrong on that one. Please take that bit with a grain of salt. But I've seen some people on Twitter who are in the know, or certainly are able to make educated guesses in the know about this kind of thing, assuming an association with that. Crimson Wolf comments, the exercise going on is NATO, and it's called Steadfast Defender 24, and it involves troops going to Europe to drill and train European troops. I did comment on this earlier. So February 7th, we'll pull up the Neat Intel Twitter again. And you'll have to give me a moment just to pull up the relevant posts. Let's see if we can get this on screen for you folks. Kind of iffy, but there's a media tab, and I will recognize it when I see it. Twitter.com/neatintel, same username as we are seeing here. Just want to see if I can find it. What date was this? February 23rd. This is what I'm looking for. So on February 7th, we had an E6 in Europe. February 7th of this year. And that was the day we heard Skymaster messages. So it's still possible that today could be tied in with a NATO exercise. I don't discount it because I discussed earlier in this room. We won't go through all this in the same level of detail. In January, there was a exercise and there was radioactivity over in Europe, even though there wasn't an E6 in Europe. So it's not absolutely diagnostic that there has to be an E6 in Europe for it to be related to a NATO exercise. It's also true that I don't know for sure that the February exercise and Skymaster messages were related to Steadfast Defender. But it's certainly well within the realm of possibilities. If I was a betting man, though, I would say Global Thunder. Tommy Wilson points out there's an article about Global Thunder 23, and it happened from April 11th to the 18th. Definitely. So sounds like I was correct in saying this is around the time of year we associate Global Thunder period of time. Partly cloudy. There is a Royal Air Force drone flying over the U.S. right now. So, I'm never terribly sure. It's a lot of speculation. But again, if I was a betting man, Global Thunder. That's my guess. I think in one of the recent video thumbnails even I put Global Thunder ? At the end. You guys are kidding around about the color coding. Yeah, it's important to me, I guess, because I don't want alarm fatigue. I don't want to tell people every single day, code red, big things are happening, and then you tune in, and nothing much happens, which, even right now, we haven't had a lot of activity the last few hours, And that's why I'm saying, you know, if it continues for another 2 hours, it doesn't seem appropriate for anyone who's just tuning in to, you know, be shouting at them, big caps, bright red colors, come watch the stream, if it's slowed down. Now, what we saw yesterday, for context and a little bit of a recap, around the same time, things seemed to slow down, and that's when I made the determination, let's slow this down. Let's stop saying, you know, code red, big alert, and we step down to code yellow. So this is just the system I use. It's a little silly, but it works. And I said, you know, we'll remain on that for 24 hours because there's still something going on. It could still be a good time to tune in and listen to the Hfgcs because you might hear some messages. I'm just less sure that you will. And that turned out to be correct. Today, and it's really nicely organized, so I'm going to pull this up. I brought this up earlier in the stream. But SIGINT on the forum hfunderground.com has quite a few threads going, and one is the US Stratcom Skymaster traffic log. And this is a little bit organized. It's not caught everything that we've heard today, but it's caught a fair amount. There's transcriptions, and he has things starting at 1528. I will eventually. I found that I did grab a recording of one of the masters at 1523. That's when things started today, and they continued for quite a while, and it seems to have slowed down a little bit. So what we'll do in 2 hours, if it remains slow, we're going to go down to a code yellow, and what happened today may happen tomorrow. That's why I do those code yellows as opposed to saying the all clears, because I'm not quite sure. We're headed into the weekend now. Tomorrow's Saturday. The day after is Sunday. The day after Sunday is Monday. For anyone not familiar, I don't know why I'm spelling out the days of the week. It's a little silly of me. Just to update everyone. So 1825 might be the most recent Skymaster message. That's by SIGINT. Anyone who has been watching the stream and taking notes, I haven't been able to. I've been talking and juggling across screens and SDRs and everything, so I have to look through all this afterwards. But it's now 22, so it's been a while. But what I was going to say, yes, tomorrow is Saturday. We're going into the weekend. The U.S. military does not really slow down for the weekend. In fact, sometimes the weekends are busier than the days of the week. So just because it's Saturday doesn't make me think that things are going to slow down. Let's see. There's some couple questions. Ambient and stuff, how rare is it that we see these Skymaster, Sky King events like this? I commented on this in length earlier in the stream. I would guess somewhere between 6 to 10 times a year. It's not monthly. It's less than monthly, but sometimes it's twice a month. It gets a little iffy, but yeah, my guess is somewhere between 6 to 10. And the reason it's a guess is because I don't think historically people have been doing a very good job of documenting and sharing Skymaster events online. RC777, are you formal or military? Yes, my father was Robert McNamara, who was the Secretary of Defense under JFK, his successor, whose name I'm blanking on, and oversaw the Vietnam War and also played a part. He worked, I'm not quite sure what their roles were, but during World War II, he worked with, oh, what on earth is his name? That general, McGrady, McLaughlin, or... No, I'm not former military. I'm What we're listening to right now is the U.S. military's bullshit detector. They heard me saying I was ex-military, and okay, I muted it because I was worried. Let's see what this does. But those signals can go on for hours at a time. I'm not kidding. Like, there are some past streams where I've monitored it for over 24 hours. Don't mute it, dude. Stop talking and let it play. So this is a commentary stream, so I may occasionally mute. But I will drop a link to one of the other streams I'm doing. There are 3 streams on this channel right now. And there's one dedicated to 11175. And I'll post that right now. You can click that link in the chat box right now. That is an additional stream that has 11175 covered. And if you check out this channel's front page, there's a link to the other stream of 8992. So that option does exist. And that kind of just goes forever, and not just for CT. I'm saying for anyone else. If I was a member of the audience right now, I would be like, who the heck is this guy? Why is he talking so much? I just want to listen to the radio. So that's why I have those running. Those are for me, to be perfectly honest and blunt about it. These SDRs are located, so you may not be able to see it on the screen because they're kind of condensed, but they are up there. And I just made sure the one was visible. So the one on the far left is in Washington. The one in the middle is in southern Alberta, which is western Canada, just above North Dakota. And the third one from the left is in Montana. The one on the very far right that I keep forgetting about, that is located in Europe. And I just have that on the side for you folks as kind of a control. Yeah, and the reason I've done that is because is kind of to illustrate the point. A lot of people like using European SDRs. This one in particular that is made available through the University of Twente. Because it doesn't have a timeout limit. It is the oldest SDR, so it's become kind of by virtue of being the first one, the most popular one. But as you'll see if you scroll through this stream as an archive, it missed most of this. It did not really know, because most of this was broadcast by E6s, a lot of this traffic, so that's why it missed most of this thing. And that's why I think historically, even people who monitor the Hfgcs may not have heard Skymaster messages. And that's part of why I think these aren't documented very well. There's another question, I believe, earlier. I'm just scrolling up to see. Signal R532 had a point to just take a look at the Skymaster messages and just the formatting of them. So yeah, a lot of them are very similar. This one, for example, at 1733, these first 9 characters here. Oh, We're hearing something.
Quebec, 5, India, Bravo, November, Romeo, stand by. Quebec, 5, India, Bravo, November, Romeo, stand by. Quebec, 5, India, Bravo, November, Romeo, stand by. Message follows. Quebec, 5, India, Bravo, November, Romeo, Lima, Golf, Uniform, 7, Charlie, 3, X-ray, 2, Sierra, Papa, Juliet, Charlie, Zulu, Papa, Echo, Oscar, Yankee, 3, Zulu, Bravo, Echo, Romeo, Tango, I say again. Quebec, 5, India, Bravo, November, Romeo, Lima, Golf, Uniform, 7, Charlie, 3, X-ray, 2, Sierra, Papa, Juliet, Charlie, Zulu, Papa, Echo, Oscar, Yankee, 3, Zulu, Bravo, Echo, Romeo, Tango. This is Overgrown, out. This is Contender on 111.75. I'll copy my station. Over.
I want to see what's going on with Pretender.
Contender, this is mainsail. I have you Lima Charlie. Tell me over. Mainsail, this is Contender, I have you Lima Charlie as well. My station is requesting to exit the net at this time. Over. Contender, this is mainsail. I request that you authenticate Alpha, India, Delta. I say again, Alpha, India, Delta. I'll copy over. Mainsail, this is Contender, I authenticate Alpha, India, Delta, with November. I say again, Alpha, India, Delta, with November. If correct, I request you authenticate Foxtrot, Alpha, Lima. I say again, Foxtrot, Alpha, Lima, over. Contender, this is mainsail. I authenticate Foxtrot, Alpha, Lima with Quebec. I say again, Foxtrot, Alpha, Lima with Quebec. If correct, I have you exiting the net at 225 Zulu. I'll copy, over. Mainsail. No further assistance at this time. This is Contender, out.
That little audio hiccup at the very end was just because the SDR on the far right froze. A few things there. So the call sign, yeah, it's not Pretender like I was saying earlier, it's Contender, and that probably makes sense because call signs are usually on the shorter end, and Contender is less letters than Pretender. And now this SDR has noise, why? The other thing I wanted to point out was during the EAM and during that authentication, if you're looking at the European SDR, there wasn't anything going on. And that's kind of to a point I was making earlier. You won't always pick up all the Hfgcs traffic if you use SDRs in Europe. And another thing I would point out between the three SDRs for the actual communications for one of them, I forget what I was going to say. But the far left one is in Washington, and the two on the right, yeah, I don't remember what I was going to say. Tom had a comment. Any fans of EAMs notice the one thing different in today's 36-character messages? I haven't transcribed them yet, have I? But SIGINT has on HF Underground, so let's pull those up and see what's going on. It would be in the EAM log. 34. He didn't grab the 36s, so we'll have to review that after. But you followed up with an answer saying that there were almost no numbers, if at all. Interesting. We'll have to take a look at that later, because we have in the Discord Paulus, I can't remember his Twitter username, but he's been helping out with identifying a lot of the patterns in some of the EAMs that are broadcast. And I'll show you something quickly. I don't know if I'll be able to pull this up right now, but let me try. Give me a moment, folks. I want to show you something cool. This isn't specific to today, but this is specific to something with Hfgcs activity. So this is currently an unlisted video. This is my previous YouTube channel where I used to do some of this content, and I won't play the video because it's just a K-pop video with some EAMs in front. But these are 56 character EAMs, and you can see when they're broadcast. This is just kind of a sample of when I heard some 56s at the time I made this video. So October 3rd, October 18th of 2002 through to October 26th of last year. And you see these patterns in EAMs that you can begin to identify. And the significance of these patterns aren't obvious to me. Probably indicates, I mean, just the structure of these messages, how they're formatted. And you can do this for a lot of the messages with longer character sets. And un momento. And yeah, both on the Discord and on my Twitter, Neat Intel, you will find some more stuff. We've got an interesting comment from RC777. Military comms, that's all this is. I agree with you 100%. This is military communications. That's what I'm interested in. Anything on top of that is speculation. These Skymaster events do appear to line up with U.S. military exercises, but I'm certainly not on this stream claiming that this is any more significant than that. We are continuing to monitor the situation to see how this exercise develops. And for those who are suggesting, it's related to Iran or something else, I'm not saying no, I'm just saying you've got a case to prove, right? I'm not assuming guilty until proven innocent. I'm just saying you've got to make a case that's fairly convincing for why that would be related. Yeah. I'm kind of just taking a look in the background now. The resources that I usually use for checking stuff out, I can see kind of on other parts of the internet, there's a lot of excitement about today, and people who maybe have never commented on the Hfgcs before are hopping on to give their take, and I guess that'll happen. That's fine. But in terms of the stuff I'm interested in, it's more so, I guess, people who either have been doing this for a while and kind of know what they're talking about, or maybe some folks who have some interesting observations, even if they haven't been doing it that while. I've only been doing it for a few years, but I think I've got some interesting stuff to put together. So this is interesting, and I'll just pull this up on the Twitter right away. 5 hours ago, it's been 2 years since I heard Sky King messages on the Hfgcs. Oh, this is a recording from 2022. Okay. But let's check this person's account out, because I've seen them post about the Hfgcs before. And by the way, this is a personal Twitter account. Like, if you see the username there, that's not the Twitter account you want to follow, because that's where I just post about really random stuff. Completely, I've never posted about the Hfgcs under that one. If you want to follow my Twitter for Hfgcs stuff, Neat Intel. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's got anything. But let's try this, just so I don't have to zoom in the screen awkwardly, so that people don't get confused about which Twitter accounts we're looking at here. There we go. Like I said, I just want to see what's kind of the buzz around traffic. Yeah, so this is one of these people I've never seen comment on the Hfgcs. I don't know who they are. Oh goodness, guys, this is crazy conversation. Yeah, I'm not Hfgcs. Sky King is all kinds of stuff. There's me. I'm not sure who that is, but thank you for linking. Got another person linking to me. Cheers, folks. Comment doesn't necessarily mean anything. You want to go down a fun rabbit hole for EAMs, search people to find on the Hfgcs. US will resort to, okay. and then just me. So not a lot of stuff going on in terms of conversation, which is interesting. But that's all right. So let's do a recap, because I think the people who are watching now are not necessarily going to be the same people who were watching a while ago, but there's going to be some overlap. But I think it will be good to go through everything again. Stu Wyatt, the reason why I found your channel was to debunk some of the crazier stuff on my feed. That's why I started this channel. I was kind of, again, I'm not ex-military. I've never been in the military. I know some people in the military, we'll leave it at that. They don't give me any information about this stuff, by the way, because why would they? They know I'll talk about it on YouTube, and well, I won't necessarily. If someone were to tell me not to talk about it on YouTube, I wouldn't, but, you know, they should be better safe than sorry, so yeah. But when I got into this at the start of January of 2022, I saw people saying, my goodness, there are 15 EAMs today. There's 20 EAMs today. That means the war in Ukraine with Russia is about to start. And I thought, wow, that's crazy. Like, how do these guys do that? I've never heard of this network before. I'm listening myself. Wow, there is a lot of messages. And I don't have the numbers exactly right, but I noticed, let's say on the Monday, there were 15 messages, and this guy came on YouTube and said, this is a lot of EAMs. This means that shit is about to happen. Things are about to occur. And then on Tuesday, he said there were 20 messages, and sure enough, there were 20 messages. And I thought, my goodness, this is really going somewhere. And he said, this is a record. There have never been so many messages before, etc., etc. And I kept monitoring Hfgcs because I was interested, and I heard 30 messages on the Wednesday. Again, this is just kind of rough numbers to give you an example of what it was I was kind of fascinated by. And they didn't comment on that. Something else came up in the news that day, so they didn't comment on the 30 messages. I came in the chat box and said, hey, there were 30 EAMs today. Nobody really cared. And then a couple weeks later, this person ran a stream again and said, oh, there's 25 messages today. This is a record. This is wild. I've been monitoring for years. We've never heard this before. And again, I said, you know, there were 30 messages about a couple weeks ago. Nobody seemed to care that day, and it kind of got lost. So I became skeptical of some of the people that I was seeing reporting on this stuff. And I looked around, and I felt like it was really hard to find information. It was hard to find recordings. So slowly, I've been building this thing up into a project that has kind of spanned a little bit, and that's where we're at. Up north, thank you again for more gift memberships for folks. Really appreciate that. And Signal has been posting a few times, and I can tell you really want people to make sure that your comment is getting out there. So just more on the messages. He was saying some of these call signs are tankers. Look at the content. You can see repeated message groups by different call signs. That tells you they were similar content. Yeah, I agree. I was going to talk about that with the 274 messages that we heard the last 2 days. They had very similar starts as well. So a lot of these messages are quite similar. They only vary by a few characters, often at the end. But yeah, just one other thing on Stu's comment. There's a lot of crazy stuff that gets brought up with the Hfgcs, and this channel it's 24/7 when it runs, but it's not 365, if that makes sense. But when it runs, it runs. Now let's see what else. There's a question about forums. I just had it up on screen, but I'll throw it up for you again. The forum is hfunderground.com, and you want to look for... Good heavens, I can't remember now. Well, just type in the search bar on hfunderground.com, Hfgcs, and it will pull up for you the utility forum. And this isn't all the transcriptions because they aren't quite comprehensive, but oh, they added it quite a bit more. So I believe this is going to be a lot of them. Maybe not necessarily all of them, but it's going to be a very healthy section of how many messages were broadcast. And it gives you an idea. So hfunderground.com is one you can take a look at. Another thing I will do is this channel needs intel. Let's load her up. I have playlists on here where I will occasionally put together time cards and transcriptions. So this is a playlist, the Daily Time Card Project. Started June 23rd of last year and continued to the end of January of this year. And I've kind of been doing it sporadically since then, but my plan is for April. So I did it April 9th, but my plan is for the 10th, 11th, today, and if this continues tomorrow and so on, to put some more time cards up. And those are music paired with the time cards, but you can just kind of scroll through and get all of the messages. I will also be posting it to twitter.com/intel. Now this stream on the right is freezing. That's not a problem on my end. That is the SDR itself. It could be a timeout and it just doesn't have a notification, or it could be the person kicking me off. But I know some people have been banned from this SDR before. I tried to contact the person who runs this SDR once to reach out to them and they never answered. I may try again in the future, but since it continues to freeze, we're going to close that for now. And we'll see if we can add another one. I may have hit the 24-hour allocation on this one.
PGC, KD2 PGC.
So this one is in Arizona. It's a pretty good location for picking up EAMs if you want to hear them. So we'll have that one running in the background now as well. Now, what I want to do, I think I mentioned we would do a brief recap. But before we kind of get into all that, let's take one more look at how flight traffic is looking. So this is it on ADSB Exchange as of, well, a minute ago. So one thing that's interesting here, and I'll point it out right away because it contradicts some of what we said earlier, so let's call attention to that. I was wrong about something. Crip 70 has landed at Charleston Air Force Base. We were expecting it, or we were monitoring it to see if it would kind of go off of the east of Florida and kind of fly over the Atlantic to broadcast EAMs. Doesn't look like that's happened. Another thing that doesn't look like has happened is Veep 67, who we would have heard broadcasting the message at 2220, and we're probably going to hear it again at 2250 if it doesn't fly too far out of range. We're going to hear that guy broadcasting an EAM, and as has been pointed out earlier, it's a repeat of a message that was broadcast by the ground station earlier. So this could be very routine activity. And we're not being friendly in the chat. Let's all be friendly, people. Boy, howdy. I miss having 20 people watching these streams. I'm kidding. Or am I? Oops. Where did the thing go? There we go. So this is very likely to be overgrown. And one thing that we were saying in the Discord and in the chat box, and I was certainly finding unusual, the Veep call signs seemed strange to me, and I was wondering, is this part of a exercise? Are they rehearsing, you know, if this is kind of a war game for a World War III-esque event? Is this a part where they practice evacuating the vice president from the continental U.S.? That doesn't look to be what's happening, right? We've heard it broadcast in EAM. The Veep call sign could just be, it is what it is. It could be from a randomly chosen list, and there's not too much to make of there. So he's going to repeat messages. Again, we're expecting one in 5 minutes. Now, similar to April 9th, if it continues to repeat that same message over and over and over, and it doesn't land, and it keeps going, that's going to tell us that while the strange traffic is continuing, but in an hour, I think what we're gonna do is kind of downgrade to a condition yellow. I don't want to have a stream in all caps and a big bright red thumbnail telling you to come watch if things are quieting down. So we're gonna step down a pace. We're gonna kind of go to regular monitoring. And again, as a reminder for anyone who is interested in this stuff, but isn't necessarily interested in my commentary, I'm running 2 streams right now with no commentary or interjection. You have 8992 from an SDR in California, and you have 11175 from an SDR located in Kansas. As well, you can monitor yourself by accessing an SDR. They are publicly available online, and there is a convenient map you can access. RX, Romeo X-ray, .linkfunnel.net. So Romeo X-ray Lima, India, November, Kilo, Foxtrot, Alpha, November, Echo, Lima.com. And the frequencies you want to monitor, the primary HFGCS frequencies are 4724, 8992, 11175, 15016. There are some additional frequencies that you may want to monitor. So earlier we had 13907 up on screen. I'm also interested in seeing if we can pick anything up on 9031 kilohertz. These are some additional frequencies. You have to do a bit more digging to find the documentation on those. And I mentioned that we have a Discord where I've posted a lot of this information, and it's all easily accessible there. And for those of you who don't like Discord, I don't like Discord, by the way, so I'm very happy to accommodate, which is why all the information that is posted here, I try and make sure that if they're not directly just copy pasted onto Twitter, the same information is repackaged and made available for you guys in some way or another. And some of the stuff that I've posted in here is kind of just general information. Is that cut off on the side? It's cut off on the side a little bit. But for example, I have a thread about, the history of the HFGCS, and you'll have to click in there to see it. Some information on phone patches, some station maps, transmitter site photos, all kinds of stuff is up there for you to take a look at. And just maybe a little bit more organized than Twitter, but again, I don't like Discord, so. So folks who are joining, and this will happen through the day, this is a channel that monitors the HFGCS, the United States Military's high-frequency global communication system. You may have heard of it in the past in the context of EAMs. Those are emergency action messages. They are broadcast by United States Air Force stations located in the US and around the world with nearly global coverage, hence the name. And usually this is a fairly boring channel. EAMs are broadcast most days of the year, typically anywhere from 5 to 30. Running average is around 15. And there's not a lot to comment on. They're broadcasts. Sometimes they have interesting formats, and when that happens, I post about it on my Twitter account. But I usually don't run these commentary streams. Today, the reason I'm running a commentary stream, the reason I've been doing some additional commentary the last few days, on April 9th, there was a high volume of EAMs, which, as I just said, on its own does not justify hopping on and talking at length. But what was interesting, and we'll pull up the flight map for you, we had planes on the west coast of the US, we had planes on the east coast of the US, and they were broadcasting the same message over and over and over for a total of at least 30 broadcasts, starting late April 9th, going into April 10th. And at some point, the message changed, but the pattern persisted. These planes were making sure that they were just staying up and broadcasting EAMs, and they are broadcasting these to submarines that are located pretty much near where they are in those little flight maps. And this continued into the 10th, and on the 10th, we heard over 100 EAMs broadcast, which is not unprecedented, but it's certainly bizarre. And we'll just zoom out and we'll show you the flight map for the 10th. So some unusual activity continuing to broadcast messages. And we also on the 10th heard what is called a 274 message, which is different from EAMs. It's rarely broadcast on the Hfgcs. It was a short message. It's similar in some senses because it's just letters and numbers, but it was unusual. And I'd kind of at this point been anticipating, based on like the history of activity on the Hfgcs, certain things tend to occur around the same times of year, you know? Just like you file your taxes at a certain time of the year, I file them, you know, mid-April, start of May, every year because that's when the taxes are due. The U.S. military seems to kind of have a quarterly schedule. Well, they do have a quarterly schedule. You can find this in their documents that are unclassified because they present them to the U.S. government to approve their budgets for these exercises. So things occur certain times of the year. So I'd kind of been saying for a few months now, something's going to happen in April. I'm not really sure when, but this kind of thing will happen. And I kind of did it in that, you know, kind of a Jay Leno-y voice. Almost, you got a little bit of the waggle there. If you could see me, I'm waggling my head. Uh, so it was very much looking more and more like this was what I wanted to see. So I'd been doing a stream with commentary on the 9th. I did a stream with commentary on the 10th. I was posting on Twitter. And what I said was I am expecting to hear the word Skymaster because this seems to be a call sign, as happened in January of this year. Once we heard someone say Skymaster, this set off a flurry of back-to-back-to-back messages. Unusual flight traffic reports all over the world have really heightened U.S. military activity. And that in January was also part of an exercise. And I'm developing the beginnings of a sore throat, so if my voice gets any hoarse, I apologize for that. But I was expecting what happened in January to begin around now. And yesterday, April 11th, after something similar with you know, these E6s on the coasts broadcasting messages, we heard Skymaster at about 14:30 Universal Coordinated Time, which works out to, I don't know, 10 Eastern? I don't know how right I've got that. Sometime between 10 and 12 Eastern. And that's when I kind of went live. I said, condition red, we just heard Skymaster. I'm expecting what we heard in January to kick off again. And we monitored the stream. We had some people watching. We had some commentary going. A lot of people joined in and listening. And yesterday, nothing really happened. After we heard that Skymaster, there were some radio checks. It looked like people were geared up and things were lining up for this to take off, but nothing really happened. And then as I do as protocol for this channel, I said, well, when I get one of these calls wrong, it's not really without basis. So we're not going to stay on a condition red, but we're going to go to a condition yellow. And these are just colors I've picked. It maxes out at red. It is what it is. And so going into April 12th, I said, we'll stay in this condition yellow for 24 hours. And if it goes 24 hours, we don't hear anything, then, I'm wrong. It's probably over. And that's what happened today, pretty much. So the overnight traffic, I haven't even had an opportunity to look at the overnight stream in great detail, but it doesn't look like anything crazy happened. But at around 14:30, again, 14, wait, is that right? No, 13:30 today. Let me check. Let me, instead of relying off memory, pull up, and this is a form we've been looking at today because I've, been running these streams, so I've been too busy to transcribe messages. But on HF Underground, SIGINT, so he missed it. So it was around 15:30. At 15:23, it's omitted from his log, but I have a brief recording that I've still got to post to Twitter that kicked things off. We heard Skymaster. And I heard Skymaster at 15:23. And I said, well, what do I tell people? Because yesterday we heard Skymaster and nothing happened. But within the span of a couple minutes, we heard Skymaster again. I thought, okay, maybe this is something. We heard Skymaster a third time, and I think that's roughly this is about the scenario. So just missing the 15:23, but it was a 15:20 and the 15:29. We heard Skymaster over and over, and I thought, okay, this is going to be something. And as you'll see from this log, and I was streaming this, but due to a YouTube stream glitch, we lost the first 2 hours of this stream. People who've been watching since the beginning know I'm leaving something out. But the footage is lost, unfortunately, but thankfully we have transcriptions from another source, and I have partial recordings of 2 of this. We heard some crazy stuff. We heard Skybird. Actually, this is interesting, because it looks like he called Skybird, but maybe he misspoke. Anyways, though, that's something to take a look at. We heard Sky King. Sky King broadcast a message for Skymaster at 15:53, and that's when I said, okay, like, this is something. At that point, I believe I was already throwing up notifications saying, this is what I'm interested in. This is what I feel like is a big deal. This is the high point of the channel in terms of what I cover. And that is why we're on condition red. That's why I'm doing this commentary stream right now. And in terms of what we've heard and seen over the last few hours, it aligns with a U.S. Military exercise. Mike McGee asked a question, and I'll kind of rope that in right now. So there's also been another question. Does this tie into a NATO exercise that is scheduled to go on? It started late January and goes up to the end of May. Could be that. It could also be Global Thunder 23, and my thing would be if I was a betting man, I would be more inclined to say this is Global Thunder. So that's what we've been covering. That's what we are doing this stream on. Now, I haven't checked. We have heard some EAMs subsequently, but in terms of actual Skymaster coverage and messages and kind of air activity, it looks like it has quieted down. So around now, we're kind of in a similar position as yesterday, and I've been telling folks, we're kind of waiting to see if there's going to be a part 2 of this today. And it doesn't look like there will be. HFGCS activity seems to be normalizing, and oops, I want to show you guys the flight map right now. The current activity of the E6s and E4s, which are kind of the main planes of interest for this channel. I'm not an expert on flight traffic, so I really just kind of focus on a handful of planes so that I can kind of manage my coverage. This, again, I mentioned this earlier. If you showed this to me on a random day last week and said, do you think you should hop on and do a live stream about it? I would say no. It's really only in the context of what we just heard that it's notable. So I'm expecting in an hour that we're going to downgrade to a condition yellow. And again, today was originally a condition yellow and it hopped up to a condition red and we heard all this traffic. And there's a little bit of confusion going on here in the chat box a bit. So Skymaster is there's some information on there about what Skymaster means. It's some kind of collective call sign for like the command. But in terms of the context of when we hear it on the Hfgcs, Skymaster is kind of like called or invoked as kind of a role someone is assuming during certain exercises. So as a kind of point of comparison, it would sort of be like, say, calling your boss. Suppose his name is George and you just say boss. Does that make sense? And there's also some confusion that Skybird, Sky King, Skymaster are call signs, not messages. Yeah, it's a pedantic point. You are correct, but it's pedantic. It's kind of like how we call a lot of this stuff EAMs, and some of them are at least force direction messages. I do talk about that on this channel, but during a live stream, you guys have been watching it for a while. You can tell I go on a lot of tangents every now and again. I pause. It is pedantic signal, respectfully. It's a pedantic thing. I'm sure people understand what is meant from context. So when I talk about a Skymaster message, it's a message for Skymaster. I think that's understood. It's not an EAM, it's just to differentiate it from those. And the same way you can like have a message, someone can request like a radio check from mainsail, and the ground station can answer either as mainsail or as the daily call sign. It seems like with Skymaster, they can either answer, whoever's playing the role of Skymaster in these exercises can answer either as Skymaster or as their call sign for the day. Actually, I'll give you a really good example, Signal, of how it is pedantic. These aren't call signs at all. They're call words. But you understand what I mean when I say call sign, and I understand what you mean when you say call sign. So you're invited to start your own channel, sir. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying it's, you know. Jay Smith, you're repeating yourself way too much. Yes, I am not the best commentator. And that's why I try and keep things from going off on pedantic tangents. So for the next hour, we're going to continue to keep an eye on things. But most likely, things will kind of continue at this sort of normalized level. Air traffic is normal. HFGCS activity has stabilized. But I'm expecting this stream will probably wrap up in an hour. and we'll keep the 2 parallel streams going. So the other 2 live streams that are running on this stream as well, 11175 and 8992, without any commentary, those guys will keep going. I'm going to take another break. I'm going to grab something, a bite to eat, something to wet my whistle, because again, my throat is getting sore, and I'll collect my thoughts to avoid too much repetition, and we will be back. So we'll call it, we'll be back at 15 past. It's 23:05 right now. Be back at 23:15. Hey folks, back just from a break. Wanted to take a breather there. I've been streaming for quite a while. Just a couple short breaks this entire time. As I said before the break, we quickly looked at air traffic. Let's make sure we've got the right date loaded here before we showed up on screen. Things have normalized. We've also seen Hfgcs traffic reach a normal point, so I'm gonna jump to the chase here. I'm not going to bring ahead the timeline for how I handle these things, but I'm not expecting anything to change in the next 45 minutes. So at the bottom of the hour, this stream is going to wrap up, and we're going to downgrade to a condition yellow. And as I mentioned earlier, the two streams that are running in parallel to this one right now, those ones are going to continue to run and be available to you. So the 8992 and the 11175. And if things happen to change, if I'm wrong, if in 2 hours from now, there's another Skymaster message, I'll probably hop on to one or both of them to let you folks know, and then I'll start an additional stream again. But this is looking very similar to yesterday now, where it doesn't look like things will develop. So for the next 30, 40 minutes ago, if you guys have any more questions about stuff, I'm happy to go through that. But what I guess I'll just supervise, because we have a lot of new subscribers today, and we have a lot of new people in the chat box and so on. Did this earlier, but I'll go through it again. In addition to the streams that run on this channel 24/7, but not 365, so sometimes it will take days and sometimes even a few weeks off at a time. Most of these are no commentary streams, just recording usually just one Hfgcs frequency, and those will be fairly boring, to be honest with you. You'll hear EAMs, and sometimes the EAMs are interesting, and I'll point it out in the chat box or something. Every now and again, I'll hop on the mic to say something, but I try not to, because I really, as I mentioned at another point in the stream, I don't think I would like listening to me overtop these streams. Not because I'm one of those people who doesn't like the sound of their voice. I think my voice sounds fine. Your voice probably sounds fine too. But I really just want these to be archives of the Hfgcs for anyone now or in the future who wants to look through this. You kind of just have access to the messages. It's really only on days like today, and this really only happens about somewhere between 6 to 10 times a year that we see something strange happen. The most recent time it happened, we're going to scroll down here. This year, mentioned this earlier, January 11th was one of the days I think I hopped on the mic to really go through, something big is happening right here. And again, in early February, when we had an E6 in Europe, we had some stuff going on. But that day, I think I actually missed a lot of the Skymaster messages, so there isn't a lot of active commentary from me there. Another thing people may find useful on some of these thumbnails, I do occasionally point out, if there's unusual traffic, the ribbons on the side, little informatics to point out some of the ones that are more interesting than others. So this was an instance of the use of the 9031 kilohertz frequency, etc., etc. Some other stuff that's on this channel. This is a recent re-upload. This video is about 43 minutes. I call them octopus messages. You may call them 8888 messages, or quad 8s, or tetra 8s, or whatever. These have been broadcast a few times in the last few years. This is an interesting video because it pulls up a lot of the research on posts I've found about the Hfgcs and various messages in the past. So that's a good point to start. Another thing that is linked currently in the chat box pinned to the top is this video I did under the bonus videos playlist, where I talk about Skymaster events. This is an overview both of the Hfgcs again and Skymaster things. And another thing, and I'm hoping to have time to update this playlist as well. Most of the messages that are uploaded here are longer ones. There's also some fairly routine and boring messages. Some of these are just 30-character messages, nothing actually special about them. I just put them up. Someone might have asked me to upload one or something like that. And it also includes some of the message formats that are interesting right now. So the January 11th, I put up a Skymaster message. We've also put up 274 message recordings. There's also a recovery report. Oh, and these are kind of out of order. I've got to drag these to the correct dates because I want this in calendar order. April 16th, October 19th. Oh, no, that one's correct. That's from April 2023. So you can check those out. Yeah, I occasionally do some additional videos. And this is a video I uploaded originally, the one on 888s. I uploaded it originally around October of last year, and I did a good job of populating this and did a big call for, I'll call out for information. Now the Twitter account was changed, obviously, but and also I used to be a member of EAM Watch, which is a community that's tracked, you know, thousands of EAMs for the better part of the last, at this point, it's been more than 5 years, so got some helpful comments in the initial upload. Some people shared a little bit more information that I missed, so there's a couple transcription of messages that I missed. But there you go. A lot of this is me digging through information about the Hfgcs because it hasn't been very well documented the last few years. There have definitely been people out there who monitor the Hfgcs and have some information, but they haven't always done the best job of packaging this information or presenting it online. And that's kind of been a challenge because certainly as we've seen on a day like today, what happens is the most compelling message is the one that's shouted the loudest. And the only way to really counter that is to kind of present your information and put it together. And that's what I've been trying to do with this channel. So there's a lot of stuff out there. Signal has some additional questions. I'm happy to take those questions offline later. I think it kind of covers stuff we've already talked about. John Doe, these videos shouldn't be occasionally, it should be regularly. We need your expertise and guidance. As I mentioned at one point in this stream, nothing I've put together these last few years is anything that anyone else couldn't do. If you're curious about this stuff, all you really need is some time and some patience. Having said that, I know people don't always have the time, and I've happened to have some more time available to me through various circumstances throughout the last couple of years, which is why I've been able to put this together. But a lot of it is fairly straightforward. If you guys have questions about certain video topics that you want me to put out there, let me know in the chat box or in the comments of any of the videos if you end up watching them later on. One more thing I put together. Let's pull this up for a moment. Just throw the flight map up for a second. My Twitter is where I regularly put out information and some comments and posts. And today, not so much because I've been doing these streams, which I don't normally do. But if you're not someone who wants to sit through really long videos, I know I don't always want to do that. My pinned post tries to essentially be a summary of the information I've put together the last couple of years. One part's at the early on is not great because I kind of waffle about Grand Forks Air Force Base and its involvement in the Hfgcs. But if you can get through that, there's going to be some controversial points again, but it is a pretty good thing. I talk about a lot of the stuff that I think is interesting. I talk about, when people ask, does the EAM relate to certain real world events, for example, do today's events relate to Iran or Israel, or do events the last 2 years relate to Russia? And I kind of comment on those and make a case why they don't. I also talk about some things like what is an FDM. So this kind of touched on something we mentioned earlier. This is kind of a finer point. This is kind of next level, but it's a colloquial or idiosyncratic quirk of language. And here's, where it starts to get pedantic and I lose people. What we kind of collectively refer to as EAMs, we know at least some of those are actually force direction messages, and emergency action messages and force direction messages are apparently formatted near identical to EAMs. There are probably some quirks, and I talk in other posts on my Twitter about what I think the differences is and how we might be able to tell. And I go through a few other things here. I talk about Skymaster messages, and just to point out, this is in quotes because it is, it's a colloquialism. This is my thing. 274 recovery reports. And most of this has in some form or another information been also uploaded to this YouTube. It just hasn't been organized as nicely as this post. I've also got a lot of sources for information at the bottom of the fact. And again, that is the pinned post on my Twitter. So that is something else for you guys who are new here to check out. Oops. There is a question here. I'll answer the second one first. Which SDR is being used here? So if you're wondering about the specific ones, I didn't minimize that information. So the specific locations are available there. The left one's Washington. Second one was Alberta. The third one is in Arizona. And if you go to a website, rx.linkfanel.net, LINKFANEL, it gives you a map and you can pick. Now this specific software, these are called Kiwi SDRs, and there's also a fourth thing you guys are looking at on the screen. That is a European SDR, that is U20, that is one of the most popular SDRs, but as we saw today, it did not capture most of the traffic, so it's not always great at capturing Skymaster events. Red Eagle Whiskey, do you look at VLO stuff at all or not really? Do you mean VLF? Like, my pausing is probably going to give you the answer to the question. If you mean like very low frequencies, so the broadcasts at like, I don't even know what we call them broadcasts, but the data transmissions at like 17 kilohertz and 22 kilohertz. I tried sporadically and didn't have much success with it. I will continue to try in the future, but it's not really a focus because apparently it's mostly redundant to the voice traffic that we hear. However, there have been cases where the digital signals on the VLF frequencies were not the same as the voice traffic, so it is something I want to succeed at monitoring at one point. Servicing IQ. This would be good background listening mixed in with my own SDRs. Too much talking. Use chat to talk. End of line. I'm not sure whether you're... I don't know. Pissed Off Puppy and Up North are both asking about the girl in the thumbnail. On Twitter? Like my Twitter profile picture? That is AI generated. It's a branding thing. In channels 5, 6, just to make this more viewer friendly, maybe put a small location overlay up for each one. Text on top is a bit small and pixelated. So what I can do is maximize those a little bit. I usually zoom out because if you zoom out, you get to see more of the waterfall in the background. But I can zoom out and put it to normal font size, and that should hopefully make it a little bit better. In terms of setting up overlays to show you the location of each, that's super neat, and I would love to do that, but sometimes I change SDR, sometimes I drag these things around, and I don't know how I would set it up with the broadcasting software to begin to, like, you know, if I've got it set up like here, right, and it stays like this for the whole stream, that's fine. I can put these little overlays showing which one is where. But once I start dragging stuff around, or, if I change one of the SDRs I'm using, makes it tough to kind of manage that for the stream. There have been a lot of great suggestions on how to run this stream in the last few hours. I'm not going to be able to do those. Certainly not during the stream, and probably not even afterwards. Because this only happens so many times a year. And that will tell you just from kind of running this channel as a project. Getting this YouTube channel to grow organically has been tough. And again, I've shouted him out earlier, but Up North and the other folks who have been chatting and contributing super chats the last few days, that's helped significantly. But even then, I'm only going to have streams like this so many times a year. Next Friday, if there's 10 messages, I'm not going to come on and say, red alert, guys. Let's get those super chats going because, well, I'm just going to be running a stream. So then if I were to also try it, and run a Twitch channel because Twitch has some better streaming options, it's tricky to do. TC6 is asking, anything happened recently? So, I mean, we've still got the radios running in the background. We're checking the flight maps every so often. It's slowed down, right? If you've just gotten here, you haven't heard me comment on this, but we're very much winding this stream down. Things seem to have wrapped up a couple hours ago, if not longer. And we were sort of waiting to see, is there going to be a phase 2 of this today? That doesn't look like it's shaping up that way. However, today is similar to yesterday in that we sort of saw things slow down yesterday, and I thought, well, that might be it. And then we had today. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. Zachary Rice, former Air Force here, spent 4 years at Whiteman FD guarding the B2. Very nice, sir. Michael Graham, how many programmers do we have here? Not me. I took a couple years of computer science, and my career in that field ended when God, I can't remember. I used to know what it was because it's one of those things that a lot of programmers struggle with. But it was one of those courses where you learn a lot of this mundane things about like sorting algorithms and buckets and lists. And there was just one concept about halfway into the semester. And I was like, I don't understand what you're even asking me to do. And there was another computer science course at the same time where we were doing machine code, and I was just so frustrated with the professor because I thought this is the worst possible way of teaching a course. Uh, towards the end of one of the lectures, I came up to him and said, "This is ridiculous." Anyways, I'm not a programmer. I finagle a little bit in my spare time, but like I don't even know how to use GitHub. Programmers, by the way, John Doe, it may have been stacking. There is a lot. Programmers should be running this channel. All of this should be automated. AI should be recording these messages. Sorry, not AI, not even AI, just like a basic thing that picks out voice from noise. Like you would have to have squelch off, so there'd be a lot of background noise, but you just got to pick out when there's voices talking. And then AI whisper should transcribe it. And then the transcription should be turned into an image. The image should be posted to Twitter. The recordings with the transcription should be uploaded to YouTube. I don't need to do this. I'm not complaining, right? Like I'm doing it because I'm interested in it. But this, when we talk about AI, changing things, this is the first redundancy, man. A computer should be doing all of this by script. You don't even need AI for a lot of this. It's just I don't have the level of proficiency, but I've been looking around for a while for someone to just take this on as a passion project. We haven't had that yet. And that's all right. And I just don't have it. Like I said, I don't know how to use GitHub. It's very confusing to me. It doesn't work like I expect it. Like it doesn't. I thought GitHub was kind of like Windows Explorer-esque. That's not what it is. Um, Michael Graham sounds like you could manage and plan the project. Let's go. Yeah, that's fine. John likes the human factor, context checking. Yeah, you would definitely have like human supervision, but a lot of this mundane stuff. Because even me, when I'm doing manual transcriptions, I'm sure I make some degree of error. I tried like estimating what is my error rate once by looking at some messages, then double transcribing them to see where the discrepancies were, and also double checking them against SIGINT transcriptions that you post to HF Underground. And it was relatively higher than I thought it would be. I was thinking it would be like 1% or something of all characters. It was a little bit higher than that. It was something like, I can't remember. It wasn't like 20%. Like it wasn't every message, but it was at least once a day or something along those lines. It's the echoes and the tangos that sound very similar, especially if they're not enunciating very well. The NSA do that. Look at how well they do intel. Not well. Yeah, they do okay. They probably do better than we think they do. Eric Kaufman, what's condition red mean? So I've talked about this a few times during the stream. Condition red is specific to this channel in terms of monitoring the Hfgcs, which is the topic of this channel. Skymaster broadcasts only happen a few times a year, and they are kind of the thing that I'm most interested at this time and that I think are interesting, and I want to share the information with people. So that's what it is. Specific to this channel. It happens to correspond most likely with US military exercises, so there's some discussion today about whether the radio and air traffic we've seen today corresponds to a US Global Thunder exercise. That's my guess. If I had to put money on something, I would guess it relates to Global Thunder. Some people are also anticipating whether it has to do with a NATO exercise, Steadfast Defender, which started January 22nd and lasts to the end of May of this year. Could be. Some people were also wondering, does this relate to events in the Middle East? Does it relate to Israel? Does it relate to Iran? As well, does it relate to Ukraine? Does it relate to Russia? Etc., etc. And I think the cases for those are a lot less compelling because you're kind of able to anticipate the dates of Skymaster events in advance based on when Skymasters were broadcast in the past. They tend to be around the same time of the year. So it's unlikely that this is a reaction to something. We also had some kerfuffle. Some folks were not happy with this channel because I said this is practice, this is not real. This does not mean the World War III is about to kick off, and I haven't seen anyone launch any nukes. Which, you know, if you were to check the Associated Press right now, if you were to check your preferred news source, there will not be any nuclear weapons on the front page. So this was a drill. This was an exercise. This was practice. Willie Todd, I don't know what you're going for there. Zachary Rice, I've been part of 4 Global Thunder exercises. We worked 14 days in a row sometimes. 3:30 to 11 p.m. I felt like a zombie, but I got to be the gunner in a Bearcat once in a nuclear convoy. Fun. Yeah, that sounds awesome. And I imagine, I don't know if you want to comment, but your thoughts on whether what we've seen today is Global Thunder, and if you ever had any involvement with the radio traffic. A couple questions, a comment and a question, and both are kind of on a similar topic. What would an actual event look like in your world of looking at this data? And while in fairness, World War III would probably not be broadcast. So I think I can answer both of those at the same time. The reason I'm so interested in Skymaster events is not because I think they're World War III, and not because I think that they are actually kicking off the end of the world, as it were. But I think if there were to be a quote-unquote World War III or a end of the world scenario, and by end of the world I mean the U.S. in a serious nuclear conflict with a peer adversary, which is the terminology they use for certain forces. My speculation is that the radio traffic would sound very similar to what we hear during Skymaster events. Maybe not so much this one, because it's behaved a little differently than the one in January that I kind of consider the textbook example of a Skymaster event or an exercise or whatever you want to call it. But certainly in January 11th, 10th and 11th of this year, we had back-to-back Skymaster masters. We had them both on the Hfgcs. We had them on some of the secondary frequencies that we know about. We also had them on frequencies that I don't think they've ever used before. I've never heard them used before or after. And they were broadcasting similarly structured messages on those frequencies as well. That's one of the messages that's uploaded to this channel. And it was just such an overwhelming scenario that I thought, well, I mean, if this were real, I don't know how different it would sound. If that makes sense. Now, the one thing, it ties into another question I was asked a few times, and I've answered this before, but I'll answer it again because we're wrapping this stream up. We're going to end this stream in 15 minutes, just so everyone knows. If I actually thought World War III was about to start based on my listening of the Hfgcs, I would not be running 3 streams at the same time and streaming for hours and talking to you guys over it. I have, you know, loved ones that I'd be calling. I have a a God to make my peace with at a time like that. I might make a tweet. I mentioned that earlier. I might commit to making a tweet and letting you guys who follow me give you a quick heads up, but I would not be running all these streams. And that kind of someone asked me, why are you doing condition red if you think this is an exercise? The system maxes out for me at a condition red. If I think that anything higher is going on, then it's because something real is happening and I'm not streaming. Zachary writes, is there a way to track B2s? To me, those are the planes to watch. There probably is. So what I have when I'm tracking the planes, what you do here, let me see if I can pull this down a little bit so you guys get an idea of what this URL looks like. Let's see. Okay, you can kind of see the top if I do it like that. So this URL, you see it kind of has a list of hex codes. This is the hex codes of all the US E4s and E6s. And then that lets me kind of pull up this chart so that when I access this website, adsbexchange.com, it only shows me those. What you could do is replace that list of hex codes with all the E4s and E6s. You would just have to pull up all the B2s and paste that in as a list just with commas, and then that would let you do it like that. Now, I don't know necessarily if those are all going to show up in this site. That's the thing. Yeah, up north is already commented in the chat box. As I kind of catch myself, they may not be obliged to broadcast their signals on a site like this. They may not even show up on other sites like Flight Radar 24 or anything like that. So there's a chinch there. Chinch in the arm. I'm trying to think of that word. Anyways, you can tell why the stream needs to end soon. Even with a break, I'm tired. But if B2s do ever show up on flight radars, that's how you would get them, is just, setting up some kind of a URL like that on that website. One other thing. Let's just throw it to the flight radar for a moment. I think someone mentioned the Intel Frog has done an update. I don't see it, but we'll throw it up on screen. Okay, well, I'm not going to stream his individual responses to people because, those could be taken out of context. But just from his main timeline, doesn't look like he's posted any update yet. So the Intel Frog on Twitter, he covers U.S. military aircraft movements, and he's going to do that more effectively than I do. There are occasionally sometimes he's not posting, and I might get a quote-unquote scoop on something he hasn't pointed out, but he has by an order of magnitude more followers than me, and that's for a very good reason, right? I stick to a very specific niche interest, which is just being really curious about what's going on with the radio broadcast these guys do, because again, all the information I was finding online on First Pass was wrong. Again, that's going to be on sites like YouTube. A lot of the people are reporting on EAMs today that normally don't. Now, just because someone hasn't commented on something before doesn't mean you immediately discount them, but we're seeing a lot of information that's not correct, and yeah. And then with a little bit more digging, as I've done on this channel and as I've kind of put together in packaged and edited videos, you will see some of the stuff that I found from digging online. But it's hard to find. It's not well organized, and some of the people who did do well organized aren't around anymore. One gentleman, Larry Van Horn, did a lot of work on this. He passed away last year. Rest in peace. There's also a gentleman, Jeff Haverlaw, who seems to have done a lot, and he is sporadically online anymore. Beach, sun, and 80s music. Have I heard anything about an emergency order to have all government buildings EMP shielded by the end of October? I have not. Red Eagle Whiskey, I have a cheater system that I use to put my yellow alert. Google Washington Pizza Index. I use a program that does that and lets me know if it passes a certain limit. So that's one of those little secret life hacks. If pizzas are being ordered to, let's say, the Pentagon at like 2 in the morning, or you see the parking lot is full at 2 in the morning on a Saturday or something like that, that tells you that something is happening. That's specific to the Pentagon, and you'll have similar things going on with Washington. In other words, if important people are pulling all-nighters, and it's a lot of important people, and they're interns who normally get to leave for their mosh pit parties on a Friday night, if they don't get to go to those, that's because something's happening. Let's see. I'm gonna call it, folks. And I'll just, again, we'll look at these things one last time, but now there is an E6 off the west coast. This black dot is just because the E6 has flown out of range. The things that track these planes can only monitor to a certain range, and even if you've got one right here, let's say on the coast of San Francisco, it can't extend that far. So these things fly out of range, I believe, unless that's it, and I'm mistaken, but I don't think that's the case. Other E6s have landed. There's no E4s airborne. Hfgcs activity has normalized. We haven't heard anything unusual for a few hours. So what's going to happen, this stream is going to end. And what you will see me do is keep the parallel streams going. And again, we are at the point where it's definitely repetitive, but for people who are new, just joined the channel today. If you pull up this YouTube channel when the stream ends, right now there are live streams. This one at the top is going to go down, but these two are going to continue. This will be the main one. The 11175 is going to continue on unabated. And the 8992, I may shut that one down. We'll kind of make a decision on how to handle that. I'm seeing right now there's more viewers on the one I was thinking of shutting down. But at least one stream will go on. As far as commentary from me, anyone who's been following around since the beginning, I've been very repetitive for, if not the last 2 hours, even longer than that. And if you're just joining and you're still kind of confused what's going on, possibly rewind the stream, start from the beginning, or just check out any of the other videos on this channel, in particular the one that is pinned at the top, the very first one, Skymaster info. There's a specific timestamp. You can watch the full video because I talk of information about the Hfgcs at the beginning. But if you jump to that timestamp, I talk about the history, apparent history of Skymaster events, and I talk about my expectations for what will come next with Skymaster. It was made in January, so it talks about anticipating a Skymaster event in late January, early February. It talks about specific dates, but the information there is generally relevant to everything here. I want to, again, as things wrap up, thank all of you, even the people who I have had some disagreements with. We haven't seen eye to eye on certain things. And even to the people who came in here to yell at me, because I say that a bit glibly, but the engagement has been terrific. The channel has grown fantastically in the last few hours. I think we gained 1,000 subscribers today. It's kind of nuts. It's really kind of nuts. We were fighting to break 1,000 yesterday, and that's the other people I wanted to give a shout out to. The moderators, the Swiller and Up North for your support of the channel with super chats, etc. As well, I want to shout out my supporters on Patreon. We will pull that up on the bottom right corner again. I think we actually just missed that while I was talking. But Paul R., Chris K., Procos, Espresso, and Thomas S. have been supporting the channel, some for over a year now, on Patreon and Buy Me a Coffee. And I also want to give a shout out to some of the other people today who pitched in with super chats and sponsorships. So Dat Silencer, Ron Stacy, Bozo Mori, and Up North continued again today. Thank you very much, you guys. Any questions, I'm happy to take them offline, but that's it from me for now. If things change over the next few hours, I will come back on, but I'm not expecting them to, so that's me signing off. Have a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Bye.